Hello. Happy 2026. What an exciting year. I've got my Jermaine Brett 16 sweater on, which is now celebrating its 10th year on the planet, I guess. Uh, and today it is time for me to talk about the silent for potentially a very long time. For those of you who either missed the Ironclad video or need a refresher after, um, it would have been 6 hours ago in the video that I introduced it. I've been doing a month of each character in Slay the Spire 1 leading up to the release of Slay the Spire 2. And so December was silent. November Ironclad. January, which it is right now, I'm playing Defect, but currently talking about Silent from last month. And then in February, instead of doing a whole month of Watcher, because nobody really wants to see that, and I certainly don't want to play it, we're gonna just do rotating through the characters probably. I'm gonna just like rotate through the characters through March until the game releases. So the Spire 2 is supposedly releasing on a Thursday in March. Which one? I don't know. I'm not sure. Anyway, pretty excited. Should be good. But it's been fun to spend some time with the Slay the Spire 1 characters and sort of put a bow on Slay the Spire 1. I'll probably continue to play Slay the Spire 1 after Slay the Spire 2 comes out. Like thinking about like XCOM and XCOM 2, I played XCOM 1. I mean, I still play XCOM 1 despite XCOM 2 having come out. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what Slay the Spire 2 is like. Because maybe it will just have so much like quality of life and maybe it'll just be like a better product and it will feel bad to go back to Slay the Spire 1 with all the nice stuff in Slay the Spire 2. I don't know. I don't know what to expect. It should be sweet. Let's talk about Silent, huh? Let's talk about Silent. I feel like I was more okay. There are two sort of contradictory things almost that I'm gonna say here. I feel like I am better at Silent than I am at Ironclad. Whatever exactly that means. What does it mean to be good at a Slay the Spire character? I don't really know. I think what I mean by that, though, might be that I have a more concrete idea of how to get the most stuff possible out of everything in Silent's toolkit than I do for Ironclad. For Ironclad, here, I think about like accuracy and precision quite a lot for this. Let's see if this is actually set up. All right. So something that is accurate kind of aims at the bullseye. If the center here is the bullseye, like these dots are kind of like aiming at the bullseye a lot. And if something is precise, it always hits the same place pretty well. But it doesn't necessarily aim in the right place. So this is like a precise thing. But that's inaccurate, because if it were accurate, it would be aiming there. And this over here is imprecise, because it doesn't always hit the same place. And when I think about Ironclad, I feel like the way to have a lot of success with Ironclad is more about accuracy. You don't have to make exactly the right play quite as much. Like you have excess health in Act 1, for example, because you heal for 6 at the end of every fight. So making a small mistake in combat isn't as costly. And then you have exhaust built into your toolkit. You've got like your True Grits and your Burning Pacts. And so if you take one card wrong, it's not as costly. But you do want to aim at the right thing at the end. It feels like Ironclad's late game synergistic stuff that like steamrolls all the bosses is a little bit more limited and defined, so you do have to aim at that thing. Whereas with Silent, I feel like it's kind of the opposite. With Silent, you have to be very precise. You can't afford to like lose 6 health going through Act 1 because you do not have enough health to just do all the stuff you want to do in Act 1. You're like likely going to have to rest at a campfire, even if you're not making mistakes. You just don't have as much health, and the fights still deal you damage. So you've got a different equation going on there with how you're spending your resources to get as strong as possible in the first act. And then also you don't have the ability to exhaust cards. And so as you're building toward late game, if you put a card which doesn't contribute to your late game strategy into your deck, that's going to be a pain for the entirety of late game. And so you kind of have to like, it's more important with Silent to like execute with clarity the strategy that you pick than it is to aim in like the right place. Like if you're doing something that is slightly wrong, but you're doing it in a concentrated and consistent way on silent, I think that's going to lead to a lot of success. Am I right? I don't know, but this is how I conceptualize it. Um, so I feel like within those confines, I would say that I have a lot more nuanced, very precise things to say about silent, which I'm not sure are going to translate super well to trying to say everything at once. I've made a lot of videos about Silent in the past. Silent is probably the character I've played the most out of any of the Slay the Spire characters, like in terms of like hours played over the course of the last 8 years. I've held like world records and stuff. I've won 23 runs in a row on Silent, I believe, as my like Ascension 20 best. Like I've done lots and lots of things on Silent. I've also done lots of things on Ironclad, but I don't feel like I've done like quite as much on Ironclad in terms of analysis and playtime and everything. So, yeah, I'm just gonna try to do as good a job I can of talking about Silent, and maybe we'll like talk about why sometimes the stuff I can say is not necessarily going to translate as well into like winning. I think another caveat that I want to make at the start of this video before we get into it is I feel much more confident that I can tell you like this is generally the right way to play Ironclad than I do with Silent. In fact, that the way that I play Silent and the way I've tended to succeed as Silent is to kind of like pick an overarching strategic direction and focus on it really hard for like a year. And then after I've done that for like a year, like change and do something else. So like I might spend a year trying to make it so I'm as good as possible for me at navigating decks, which are like slower poison decks with crippling clouds and noxious fumes and piercing whales and malaises and stuff like that. And that's how they win. And then I might spend a year focusing on trying to build decks which are very intently focused on discard synergies, and the way they win is playing acrobatics and sneaky strike and discarding tactician and like going infinite or something like that with calculated gamble. And then I might spend a year focusing on silent strategies that are more about, instead of like thinking about overarching builds, start thinking about like within the run strategy. Like I might start focusing on trying to win silent runs where I take as many elites as possible in Act 1 and try to work out what that looks like. You have to take more cards in Act 1, you have to take like more of the damage commons, stuff like that. Which leads to a different situation in Act 2, which leads to your late game situation being different. And I've just kind of iterated through that over the course of playing lots and lots and lots of Silent. And I've found, for the most part, that it's been really interesting to play the character no matter how I'm trying to play it, and also that it works really well no matter how you're trying to play it. I think Silent is like fairly easily the best balanced character in the game, just based on my experience. Like you can do lots of different things on this character and have a lot of success, and it feels more like overall success in the character is about getting really good at the thing that you're trying to do, as opposed to like trying to do exactly the right thing. There are lots of seeds which can be won by executing 2 or 3 different strategies really well, but won't be won by executing any of those strategies just good. On Silent, probably, maybe. Again, we're kind of, I can't prove this stuff. This is just how I feel. Okay. Yeah, so with that all said, like, when I'm talking about, like, what whale bonuses and stuff I want, like, if you're playing in a way where removing a card's really good and you're doing that really well, and you're not as comfortable playing in a different way at the moment, because maybe you haven't practiced it for 6 months or something, like, I could definitely see, like, remove a card being really good. But if you're not doing that, I could see that remove a card wasn't good. Also, if you're going to remove a card, are you removing strike or defend? Because I think both of those work really well. If you're going to upgrade a card, are you going to upgrade neutralize or strike? You can upgrade survivor. I don't recommend it, but like the character is very, very, very well balanced. And so in terms of a tier list, I'm not going to be able to say like this one's right, this one's wrong. It's more about looking at the entirety of the card pool and the character's mechanics and just kind of stepping through how I think about maximizing different ones. That's what we're going to talk about for, you know, a long time, probably. All right, let's get into it with Silent. whale rewards. Try to unpack all of these with like caveats about different things. I have a video where I talked about 3 main ways to win as silent, and the 3 main ways that I recommended winning as silent were like build a strong value system, kind of. It was like we're in an ethics course. Just like some way to spend 5 energy every turn and do a lot. Footwork is a card that's like pretty good at that. Gives you dexterity, so all your block cards block for more. And you can do like footwork plus a lot of 1-cost block cards and dodge and rolls and deflects maybe, and like just get a lot of block, and then the enemy will die to whatever damage you happen to pick up. That's one way to do it. Building a smaller deck with access to bullet time is another way to do it, where you just kind of play bullet time every turn, and then you have a bunch of cards that are strong and you can play them. Unfortunately, there are a very large number of ways to do this in the silent card pool, so I can't really enumerate all of them. But that's like one way to do it, is just like make it so you're spending like 5 energy a turn on really good output. And then another way to win is to try to go infinite with lots of card draw. And then another way to win is to go for combo sorts of things with like Nightmare and Wraith Form or Nightmare and Catalyst or what have you. And at that point, you could like just survive for a few turns with potions or something like that, and that's long enough to deal enough damage to kill the enemies in the game. It's that sort of idea. So those are 3 kind of like major ways that I think of winning as this character to consider when I am talking through this stuff. I think removing cards fine, like solid. I feel like I'm gonna say this sort of thing a lot. So removing a card, I'm pretty sure Silent's the only character when I remove a card from Whale, I remove different cards depending on what the Act 1 map looks like. If you're going to fight lots of elites in Act 1, or you'd like to try to fight lots of elites in Act 1, I think removing Defend is clearly correct. Maybe not clearly correct. I don't actually want to say that strongly. I think removing Defend has strong arguments for it. Removing Defend does make you take less damage in hallway fights. I'm pretty sure that's true. Like with the Silent starter deck, removing Defend makes it so like Jawworm deals you less damage compared to removing Strike. Same with like Gremlin Nub. That one's a bit more straightforward. Like, yeah, you want Strike against Gremlin Nub, you don't want Defend. What I don't have calculated out though is like when you consider the first 3 easy fights and you get your rewards from them and stuff, by the time you're done with that, do you still want to have removed Defend over Strike on average? I don't know. The game's very complicated. And then the reason that I would like choose to remove Strike over Defend instead is definitely at some points in playing Silent more than others, a lot of my wins have come from decks which play a lot of 1-cost cards which benefit from dexterity. Footwork's a very strong silent card. Footwork is one of the things that you can kind of like choose to focus on making win you the game as you play this character. It isn't uncommon, but like it's also not your only way to get dexterity. There's other ways to get dexterity too. And if you're trying to win that way, you want to draw multiple 1-cost defensive cards on every turn where you get attacked, which means that having 1 basic Defend in your deck over 1 basic Strike can actually be a really big deal for that sort of strategy. It's really hard to say which things like right, but those are kind of the reasons why I would remove Strike versus remove Defend. Yeah, the very basic overview. Because I think I could talk about this spreadsheet. I didn't put everything on it, but I have a lot of stuff on it. I think I could talk about the spreadsheet for 100 hours fairly easily. So we're just going to have to like get some sort of overview stuff going on. Transforming a card, same as removing a card, you can transform Strike or Defend. I would tend more toward transforming Strike versus transforming Defend. Transforming is stronger than removing, and I think like the thing that remove does, the reason to remove Defend is to be stronger right now, but it transforms already making you stronger right now, typically speaking. So given that, I think the defend being in your deck is stronger for later in the game. If you got a bit more extra strength right now from transforming a card, maybe you can go for the defend being stronger later in the game. But yeah, transforming a card's also very good. Silent has a lot of good cards in her card pool. I do think the better you get at the game, the more value the transforming a card can give you. And if you understand, like, oh, this is how you play Silent trying to go infinite, this is how you play Silent trying to build a value engine, this is how you play Silent targeting to target combo stuff, this is how you play Silent trying to get lots of relics and build around the relics. If you understand all of those pieces, then transforming a card goes up in value because depending on which card you get, you can play the character a different way. And as you go through your run, you hit different inflection points where it's like, well, so far I've been thinking that like there are 3 possible paths through late game, but now I'm in an inflection point where I have a choice which is going to push me very heavily away from one of them and very heavily toward one of them. Is that worth doing or not, etc., etc. When you're transforming a card, you have that happening like on floor 0 at random. You'll be like, oh, I got an acro from the whale that changes the thing that I'm trying to do to win with the character pretty drastically compared to what I was planning to do prior to getting the acrobatics from the whale, etc. Cool. That's all fine. Oh, gosh. Okay. Upgrading a card. You can upgrade Neutralize or Strike. I pretty much always upgrade Neutralize, but you can't upgrade Strike. Strike's more interesting if you're trying to do the thing where you beat up elites in Act 1 and get relics out of it. I don't do that much and don't think it's, certainly for me, it hasn't been like the most successful way to play as Silent. Also, flip side to that statement, also sometimes, oh my god, this character is hard to talk about. Sometimes Silent really benefits from flexibility in an Act 1 path. So Ironclad. Ironclad have some inflection points. Like, I think when I was talking about Ironclad, I talked about trying to make it so I could take Snecko Eye or Runic Pyramid at the end of Act 1 every time. So that's like staying in that like gray area between the inflection points where you have something random that's going to happen in the future and you want to be able to take advantage of either outcome from it. So Ironclad has some stuff like that. But you will have some acts where like you just get offered cards such that you are not interested in never taking Snecko Eye, and that's fine. Silent, I think, has that at a much, much, much greater extent in many, many, many small ways. And so with Ironclad, if I'm looking at my Act 1 path and it's like there's very little ability to leave this path, I'm basically just going through lots of fights and I have like maybe 1 campfire or whatever, I'm like, okay, cool, that's great. With Silent, if I'm looking at my Act 1 path, the ability to go different ways, depending on what's happened in the first, say, 6 floors, is very valuable compared to how valuable it is for Ironclad. If I go through the first 6 floors and my deck's good at fighting elites, I want to be able to fight elites. But I don't want to be forced to fight elites because it's also very possible for me to go through the first 6 floors and my deck to be, like, already moving toward going for some sort of card spam infinite kind of thing, which doesn't benefit necessarily from all the relics and doesn't fight the elites as well right now, so it would be dangerous to fight the elites. And in that case, I don't really want to fight all the elites. Maybe we take 1 elite, but like I'm okay with some question marks and campfires and things like that for the rest of the Act too. So yeah, Silent. Then you have to consider, like, looking at your act map, what things can you actually do? Is there flexibility available in your act path, or are you forced to pick between 2 different things, etc.? Character's hard. I tend to prefer to upgrade Neutralize, and upgrading Strike to me, I guess, is a bit too much of a commitment toward fighting elites in Act 1 on a character where usually I don't want to make that commitment yet. I want to wait and see what are my, like, what potions do I get, what cards do I get from the first 3 fights. If I get stuff that lets me fight elites, sure, we'll do it then, but I don't want to commit to doing it yet. And I have found that Neutralize being upgraded, like, it's obviously good in Act 1, it makes your deck better than not having it upgraded, but also, if I'm building toward card spam, or I'm building toward killing elites. In both situations, taking the other ways for Silent to weaken enemies can sometimes be a bit awkward. Like leg sweep doesn't fit that well into those things. Crippling Cloud doesn't fit that well into those sorts of things. Malaise is a great card. Malaise will typically fit into just about anything you're building. Sucker Punch doesn't necessarily fit super well into those things either. So I have found that like upgrading Neutralize can sort of feel like having a remove done already for late game as well, because you get to like skip one card that would be for weakening enemies because Neutralize is doing double duty. And then that kind of synergizes, because if you're skipping one remove, you get to draw Neutralize more often. And Neutralize is 0-cost cards, so now like Acrobatics is more valuable, which then lets you draw Neutralize even more often, and then you end up in a like kind of reinforcing cycle where this draws you toward building a deck which just cycles itself every single turn and draws and plays Neutralize every single turn, and Neutralize is upgraded, so you're weakening all the enemies. Cool. 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 Silent's a wild ride. Choosing a card, I think is somewhere between solid and strong. I'm gonna actually say it's strong. I think I would prefer choosing a card over these other three options a lot of the time. Silent's starter deck is deficient. It doesn't deal enough damage, and it can't turn its energy into damage. There are a lot of turns for Silent starter deck where like the bird cultist is buffing itself and not attacking you yet, or Jawworm is blocking and not attacking this turn, and you draw your hand and you can't spend 3 energy to deal damage to the enemy, and you really wish you could. And then sometimes you'll notice that like the fact you didn't have one more strike in your hand costs you 10 damage later in the fight or something like that. It's not that bad like on average, but the times that it is bad, it's noticeably quite painful. And so Silent would really like to add some more damage to her deck early, and choosing a card to obtain and just taking whatever damage card gets offered is going to make your deck substantially better. You can also get away with adding stuff that isn't damage to your deck. Like I'm taking Acrobatics on floor 1 pretty happily on this character. Acrobatics is kind of damage insofar as you can play it to draw more strikes, or like when you get a sneaky strike or a blade dance or something like that, you can play it to draw those. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to try to solve the character for you right now in one video, but there are a lot of cards that you can take on Silent. You're very happy to get a good damage card. Pretty much all of her damage cards are at least serviceable for putting in your deck to kill stuff in Act 1, and some of them are very good. There are some damage commons in here which like end up doing very well with engine sort of stuff later, like Sneaky Strike, for example. That card goes in your deck on floor 1, but also can become very, very strong in not that long with not that much effort put into it. Dagger Spray is a very solid damage common, which just synergizes with lots and lots of different stuff. Dagger Throw is another one where like this card makes your deck better against Jawworm at the start, but also having it in your deck builds you toward discard synergies, which are very strong. You can take a Deadly Poison, it's okay. And then you have a poison card for Catalyst and Burst later in the run. So Silent has a lot of damage commons which have a lot of potential for growth, where I think that Ironclad, I feel like the damage commons mostly deal damage until you reach a point in the run where you win some other way, like with some incredible power scaling or like strength scaling or something like that. Silent, the damage common you take first can have a large influence on what your deck ends up looking like at the end of the run, because she has lots of ways to make damage commons turn into like increasingly strong cards as you go in ways that do care about which damage common you're playing around. So yeah, choosing a card's pretty good. I think an uncommon colorless card is probably pretty solid. I don't know. Do I have the uncommon colorless cards here? I think I put the rare cards. I have the rare cards. But I don't think I have the uncommon colorless cards. Let me go get them. We always knew that if I could talk about Ironclad for 6 hours, the silent video was going to be longer, right? Like, just, there's more stuff to say. I don't know. I don't think I've tended to choose colorless uncommon that much on this character. So this might be kind of interesting for me even to look at these. Bandage Up, Blind, Dark Shackles, Deep Breath, Discovery. Discovery is like quite strong. So an issue with like all of these is they're not exactly what you want to be doing against Gremlin Knob. Like, you don't hate taking them, but when you walk into Gremlin Knob and like play Bandage Up, like, okay, it is not net healing you. It is drawing that card is going to make you take more damage in the fight on average, not less. Cards from Whale are going to be pretty heavily influenced by how good they are at beating your like Act 1 hard fights, like the hard hallway fights, Gremlin Knob, Lagavulin, Sentries. So I think all of these I would call strong. Swift Strike? Do I call Swift Strike strong? Maybe. I think all of these are pretty good. Dramatic Entrance, I think, is okay. Dramatic Entrance is not a card that I almost ever am interested in spending 100 gold on. But Silent gets +2 cards on turn 1 and is a little bit damage deficient. And if there is any place in the run that Dramatic Entrance is good, it's going to be Act 1. In my opinion. Maybe like the first half of Act 2 as well. Maybe. Not incredible, but maybe. So I think all of those are fine. And you've got cards which are like good later, like Finesse and Good Instincts can both be pretty good later. Panacea can be pretty good later. Purity can be pretty good later, but I don't think I would recommend taking Purity from the Whale. That's a bit much. Mind Blast. Mind Blast? Okay. So Mind Blast, I'm pretty sure used to cost 1 upgrading to 0. That's what I want to say. I don't remember exactly. But like, it used to be a better card and then it got nerfed because it was like strong in quotation marks and endless. Which is such a like, why? 1, who cares about balance in Endless? 2, like, Mind Blast isn't the strongest thing you can do in Endless, and Endless is a game mode where you can just do the strongest thing every time because you have forever to put it together. So I don't know. Mind Blast like was a much more playable card when it didn't cost so much energy. Yeah, Jack of all trades, the issue with Jack of all trades, the issue with all of the random stuff generators at the start of the game is you don't have a complex enough deck to mitigate the variance. If you're sampling from like normal distribution of strength, that's meant to be a normal distribution but isn't. Sorry. That's also not a normal distribution. It's slightly closer there. If you're sampling from something like that, let's say like the best cards are this strong, like this direction is good, and the worst cards are this strong, that's like bad. If you sample like 5 times, you'll probably get something at least pretty good. And so if you have like 5 things which make a random thing in your deck, and you get to benefit from all 5 of them over the course of a fight, the chance of you just getting nothing and whiffing every time is pretty low at that point. And so the stuff that makes random things later in the game has a lower like catastrophic failure rate. Um, Jack of all trades is a card that I feel like I put in my deck in Act 3 with some regularity because, like, on average, it's going to do something decent, and if it is terrible, most of the time something else is going to be able to mitigate that in some way. You not only have like more cards generating things, but you also have like a full potion belt, and you have relics, and you have other good cards in your hand and stuff like that. If you take something like a Jack of all trades or like a foreign influence or a distraction or whatever in Act 1 though, and it's your whale bonus, and then you walk into a hard fight and like it makes you a forethought or something like that for your fight, like, and that's like your only chance for your whale bonus to help you. And on top of that, when you play it, it's a skill, so Gremlin Knob gets more strength, or like the Chosen puts a daze in your deck, or something like that. That's pretty bad. So Jack of all trades, I think, is like not super great from whale, but I wouldn't dismiss it as an option completely, like as a card. Um, Madness is kind of a fascinating card. I think it's pretty garbage. Madness is a thing where if you're learning that you can go infinite and spam a bunch of cards and everything, it seems like Madness would be really good at that. But then as you get better at the game, you're like, wait a second, Madness is kind of terrible at this. um, Decks which are kind of like built around card spam and trying to draw lots of cards and have lots of energy and things like that, Madness, if it were already played on turn 1, would be really good. But drawing a card which costs 1 energy and is awkward to use to hit the right thing in order to set that up doesn't actually appeal very much to decks like that. Decks like that just want to like go infinite on turn 1. They don't want to have to draw this janky card to make themselves infinite. Now, you can still have spots where Madness is good, but it's definitely not very good from the whale. Forethought like can go infinite, but Forethought's kind of like Madness, except nobody thinks it's good. Forethought can contribute to being infinite in the same way that Madness can contribute to being infinite, but like people look at Madness and think, oh, that's pretty good, and people look at Forethought and think, oh, that's pretty terrible. And in actuality, I think the cards are like not that dissimilar. I would say Madness is a bit stronger than Forethought on aggregate, but like not that much stronger. They both contribute to letting you go infinite in kind of weird, convoluted ways, which might be useful for winning a late game where you need to do that thing, but most of the time you can just do something else. Enlightenment, I think, also pretty garbage. Enlightenment has its moments on characters who are more energy hungry than Silent, but Silent just has bullet time to make every card cost 0, and also I'm pretty sure that the like energy curve on the character in total is the lowest of all the characters for Silent. Having said that, I've realized that I don't have a graphical display of the energy curves for the characters, and it wouldn't take that much time to make, so I'm just gonna make it. Alright, so this is the characters' energy cost distributions on their cards. And then, in case that was not like telling you the information as summarily as you'd like, I don't know if that's a correct use of summarily. This is the average cost of the cards. I'm handling unplayable cards as 0 cost, which is kind of weird, and I'm not handling X cost cards, but basically, even if like the way I'm handling cards is introducing some noise into this, silence cards cost less than the cards on the other characters. So this is why drawing cards on Silent is stronger, because you can find lots of cool 0 cost things. This is why like card spam on Silent and going infinite on Silent is quite accessible, because you have just a lower energy curve. This is why Snecko Eye tends not to be incredible on Silent, because the randomization of the cards is more punishing. So on and so forth. So the reason I was talking about that was we were talking about Enlightenment, I think, for like, okay, there just aren't that many Silent cards which are that exciting to do that with. looking at averages and like overall distribution here is a dangerous thing to do because like Watcher has the highest average card cost, right? But Watcher has so much availability of energy from leaving calm stance and also has a lot of cards which cost very little and are strong enough to win the run on their own. So like I don't think Watcher is very good at Snecko. That I wouldn't say that. This is a very like incomplete look at the way the characters all work, but it is kind of useful to note Silent has low costs on her cards. She's also got a low cost starter deck. Something that I'm often thinking about on Silent is I want to be able to saturate 3 energy with damage cards in order to like do better against Gremlinob or whatever. And so if Silent gets offered a Predator, for example, that's more exciting to me than if Ironclad gets offered a 2-cost attack, because Ironclad doesn't have as much trouble saturating 3 energy with damage on those sorts of turns, whereas Silent does. Skewer, like, I often want to be good, it just kind of never is. Yeah, like, that kind of stuff. But Skewer is a very good way to saturate energy with damage. I think because I got better at Silent, I got better at putting the appropriate number of ways to saturate energy with damage into my deck, such that Skewer was no longer very appealing. There were just kind of always better things to do with the energy, even on the turns where all I wanted to do was damage. But sometimes you get Chemex and Necronomicon, and oh my god, that's so fun, but... yeah, Silent, a lot more than Ironclad. I feel like you have runs where you just kind of randomly win because one of your cards does something outsized. And Ironclad, it feels like the overall synergy packages in the character are just kind of overwhelming of that. Like even if you got Chemex and Necronomicon and Whirlwind, you'd still very likely end up in a place where you just wanted to do some sort of other thing at the end of the game anyway. Whereas on Silent, if you get Chemex and Skewer and Necronomicon, um, all of a sudden that's like actually a thing that you care a decent amount about trying to win the run with. I think that's true. I think that's true. I don't stand by any of these things that I'm saying. Impatience is like situational. I'm not sure that the situation is floor 0, unfortunately, for taking an uncommon colorless card. Anyway, I think like generally the vibe from this is like taking an uncommon colorless card is fine from Whale. I don't hate it. Yeah, it's solid. it's okay. I think I'd slightly prefer to choose a silent card than an uncommon colorless card, but like not by much. These categories, I think we're going to have a lot of things on Silent where they're like somewhere between the middle of solid and the middle of strong, and whether I choose to give them green or yellow is kind of just vibes. So, whatever. Obtaining a random rare card from the Whale. I think that from the Whale, I'm just going to do the first column of these since we're caring about specifically floor 0 here. I think the slam dunk obvious very strong things from the Whale are like actually pretty numerous. All of these are strong. I wish there was a way to, having selected them, like undo the fact that I didn't select color to make them. People give Unload a lot of shit for like, why is this a rare, etc, etc, etc. Unload's a great card to put in your silent deck on floor 0. Like an attack that deals 14 is not bad at all. The rest of the text on the card will probably never be relevant and may even be actively bad. That's probably pretty likely because often this is a character like with access to well-laid plans, you want to be holding cards in your hand, and often those will be powers or skills, and then all of a sudden you can't actually play Unload because it will discard them. But yeah, like Glass Knife and Die 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 are very good cards to get on floor 1. Corpse Explosion, I think it's easy to overvalue Corpse Explosion because you're building your deck poorly. I think about this with like basically every area of effect card. Area of effect fights are very often able to be solved with single target damage if your deck is good. And if you don't put area of effect damage into your deck and just focus on like the good single target damage that you get offered, your deck's more likely to be good because you won't have these extra cards which are kind of getting in the way and bloating the deck, etc., etc., etc. So it's easy to overvalue area of effect and think like, oh, it's so cool to kill a Gremlin Gang with one card, whatever. Great. And not realize that you could get through those fights without area of effect and have a more trim deck. You can go too far the other direction though. You can go to the point where you're like, oh, area of effect is useless. It's just like you just need single target. You don't need area of effect at all. And that isn't true either. Area of effect cards do make it so you will take less damage in quite a lot of fights in the game. And there are definitely some relevant Act 1 fights where area of effect damage is good. Also, on Silent in particular, just any damage is pretty good. Like Die dealing 13 to one target for 1 energy is enough to make it a very strong card from the whale. I should probably like actually say, oh, I didn't mark Adrenaline. That was just me overlooking it. Oh, and I did mark Bullet Time. Okay, sorry, that's my bad. I knew that 3 of these were strong and got the wrong 3. So yeah, I think these are like, it's pretty hard to argue that any of these aren't just straightforwardly very strong from the whale. I'm not saying that they are the strongest. I'm just saying, like, I feel like pretty much everyone who's played a bunch of Silent would agree that, like, yeah, putting a 14 damage attack for 1 into your deck is good on floor 0. Yeah, After Image is, like, a powerful card and does a lot to be put in your deck on floor 0. The ones which are going to come down a lot more to how people are thinking of the character's solved state and how they feel comfortable building out the deck are some of these other ones. And I think that the better you get at the character, the better you can get these. So for example, I think 1,000 Cuts is strong from the whale. If I have 1,000 Cuts from the whale, I feel very comfortable building Silent in a way that's like happy to take Prepared unupgraded in Act 1. Happy to take Acrobatics on floor 1 from a card remove. Happy to take all sorts of things which combo with 1,000 Cuts, and I feel like I have a good sense of how to get that through Act 1, Act 2, Act 3, Act 4 with no great weaknesses for the entire run. And there's, that isn't linear. So, for example, that might involve taking some poison cards in Act 3 and killing the Gauntlet with Catalyst instead of 1,000 Cuts and card spam, because card spam is quite weak against Time Eater and against the Heart. It's like kind of a meme, like how is your Shiv deck going to be Time Eater or whatever, but it's also kind of true. That is actually real. And so there is a lot of knowledge, I think, required to get some of these cards to a point where they're strong from whale. And that's kind of the beauty of the game, is that the better you get at the game, the better like everything gets. And the more you can do every single run. That's fun, I think. I don't think I could get Burst to a point where I'd say it was strong from whale. The problem with Burst, one sec. Okay, this might be a little bit hard to see, I don't know. But so like I didn't say Cloak and Dagger, but maybe I should. These are ways to turn Burst into damage if you go through four hallway fights before an elite fight. This isn't like perfect. Like there's some stuff which is like okay for turning Burst into damage, but my math is that we completely miss on any of these a third of the time before a first elite fight. And even if you hit, like you have to draw Burst and that card in the same hand, which is pretty hard when you don't have Acrobatics and well-laid plans yet and stuff like that. So the issue with Burst is late game, ironically, it's one of the best ways to deal tons and tons of damage. But early game, when you desperately need damage to get through your Lagavulin or your Gremlin fight or whatever, it's not very reliable. So Burst like solid. I very, very, very rarely play a silent run where I'm not happy to have a burst by the end of the run. So having it on floor 0 and having it just be like, it's okay, it's not great, but it's like, it's not a curse. It's solid. It's just I'm not sure I would call it strong. Bullet Time is a card I think I could definitely improve on using. One of the issues I have with Bullet Time is I don't like runs that win with Bullet Time very much. Um, but the concept and the execution of like winning with Bullet Time is very strong and not that hard to understand. You're aiming to not put that many cards into your deck. You want the cards you put into your deck to be very strong and worth playing every turn. So stuff like Leg Sweep and Predator kind of things. And you might be surprised at how capable Silent is of just winning every fight in the game when playing a few cards like that every turn. Um, I think if you're the better you get at the game, the more you realize that you can win without doing that much as long as you do the right thing. Like when you're starting out playing, in order to win, you might like think, oh, I have to go infinite, or I have to like Nightmare of Wraith form and do some wild stuff with Catalyst and stuff like that. As you get better and better and better at playing Silent, you'll start to realize like, oh, if I just like block for 30 every turn and have some good relics, like I actually just kind of win. Um, and Bullet Time does stuff like that. So I don't know. I think it is unfortunately like not very good against the stuff in Act 1. I'm gonna say it's solid. I'm gonna say it's solid from the whale. But if someone wanted to argue that Bullet Time was strong from the whale and was basing that on experience and Silent and having success with it, I'd like, sure, cool. This is gonna upset you, maybe. I think Grand Finale is like solid from the whale. Um, it's a meme, Grand Finale, but it's actually also just kind of a good card. Silent draws 2 extra cards on turn 1 and starts with 13 cards in her starter deck, so Grand Finale will be a 14th card. If you go to 3 hallway fights and take 3 cards from them, you now have a 17 card deck. You have a 5 out of 17 chance of being able to play Grand Finale on turn 3 of an elite fight, which is like the turn where Grumnub hits you really hard, kind of things. And if you can, it deals 50 damage to all enemies. So it doesn't work every time, and we're in one of those situations where when you have a high variance thing in your deck and you don't, like, there aren't other high variance things in your deck, there's just the one thing, you have a high catastrophic failure rate. In fact, this has an almost like 2/3 chance of catastrophic failure, but you have a 1/3 chance of catastrophic success, or whatever the opposite of catastrophic is, success. And so that's really good. And then it's not that hard to find stuff that interacts with this favorably in Silence Card Pool. There's acrobatics, there's well-laid plans, there are potions like Gambler's Brew, there's Calculated Gamble, there are a lot of cards which draw varying amounts of cards when played. There's stuff like Expertise, where you actually get to choose exactly how many cards you want to draw with that card in order to set your Grand Finale up. Runic Pyramid's very strong and works very well with Grand Finale. Not that you really need a hell of a lot of help winning if you get Runic Pyramid, but it is worth noting when a card does well with the strongest thing you can get at the end of Act 1, right? Like, that's better than it being terrible with the strongest thing you can get at the end of Act 1. So, Grand Finale I think is solid. Yeah, the better you get, the more you can do all of these things. Phantasmal Killer, I think other people think this is stronger than I think it is. I'm not sure. I think Phantasmal Killer is only solid. And it might seem kind of weird because of me talking about how desperately Silent needs damage, and Phantasmal Killer does deal damage and does pretty good damage. And maybe I'm honestly underrating the card. I don't know. I've had some good Phantasmal Killer runs. My favorite Phantasmal Killer run of recent memory was a Prismatic Shard run, where I just kind of got as many multipliers on damage as I could find and made a Hyper Beam deal a very large amount of damage. That was really fun and is up on YouTube. It's a cool damage multiplier. It works well with well-laid plans. It works well with things like Finisher and Blade Dance, where you can Phantasmal Killer the turn before and just nuke stuff. I find it very awkward and inconsistent as a long-term way to deal damage on the character. And I also find it somewhat inconsistent in the short term, which leaves me wondering where exactly it's actually strong. Phantasmal Killer. Okay. Think about how much damage the Silent Starter deck has, right? It doesn't have that much damage in it. It has 5 energy worth of strikes in 13 cards, 14 if you had a Phantasmal Killer. So on average, in a 5-card hand, you are drawing like 1 1/3 energy worth of attacks or something. Is that true? That can't possibly be true. That's not true. I did the math wrong. 5 energy and 14 cards. That's per card. So we times by 5. Drawing 1.79 energy worth of attacks in a 5-card hand on, say, turn 2. So if you play Phantasmal Killer on turn 2, like, you got like a 60% chance for it to deal 12 and 30% for it to deal like 6. I guess I'm not counting neutralize, and then you have to consider also that we can add more attacks to our deck, but like, it's kind of like Grand Finale, where there's a lot of variance in whether it deals damage or not, except Grand Finale deals 50 if it works, and Phantasmal Killer deals 12. And one of those numbers is just a lot bigger than the other. So I'm very iffy on Phantasmal Killer. I think it's not much easier to set up than Grand Finale, and Grand Finale has a much, much, much higher payoff. Malaise is a weird one. Malaise is kind of like the opposite of a lot of the other cards, where I think if you're moderately good at Silent, you understand like the beginnings of how to win as the character kind of things. Malaise is one of the cards that really stands out as very, 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 very strong. But then as you get better at the character, you start to learn all the ways to win without this card, and it stops being as compelling. And Malaise is not very good in Act 1. Yeah, I mean, it just kind of isn't. There are not many fights where this card is incredible. It's fine against Lagavulin. And you might think, like, what about Hexagos? What about Guardian? That's the thing. If you get better at Silent, you understand that you can win that fight without Malaise. It isn't that good in those fights. The places where Malaise is very, 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 very strong in terms of, like, it will win you fights taking almost no damage where you would have taken tons of damage without it, and that matters. The places I would say that exists are, like, the first half of Act 2, a decent amount, and then in the Boss Gauntlet, actually. There are definitely some decks which get through the Boss Gauntlet on the back of one Malaise. One Malaise can be your solution to the Awakened One or Time Eater fight in a deck which struggles with that fight otherwise. But that's a long time away from floor 0, those things that I just said. So, like, I would say Malaise is solid from the Whale. I don't think it's strong, actually. I think it is solid. Oh my god. Okay, so Nightmare is incredibly strong late game. It is absolutely a way that you can win late game. I don't think it's strong enough from the Whale to call it anything other than garbage. I might be like... I think Nightmare has the same sort of thing as Malaise, I guess. If your solution to Silent is very confined to doing like a very specific thing every time, you might think that Nightmare is really important. it's really important to Nightmare my footwork so I have enough dexterity to beat the late game gauntlet or something like that. So I have to take a Nightmare. But as you get better at the character and learn more and more about the solution space for late game, I think that Nightmare it simultaneously becomes more and less important. That's impossible. You learn more ways to win with Nightmare. So you can be like, well, I don't have to Nightmare footwork. Actually, I can Nightmare calculated gamble and my like card spam deck will win or something like that. Sure. And you learn more things you can do with it in other places. Like, oh, hey, Nightmaring Adrenaline's like really good for this like elite fight that's just gonna murder everything. It might not have occurred to you. Like, you might think Nightmare, you're gonna triple your card with persistent value through the fight. We're actually using Nightmare to be like a pseudo doppelganger copied with Adrenaline. Can be really good. But at the same time, you learn so many other ways to win that don't require Nightmare that I think Nightmare overall probably, it depends how good you think it is at the start of all this, I guess, whether it goes down or up in your estimation over the course of time. But yeah, I think one thing that is true as you get better at Silent and maybe better at the game overall is that the cards that aren't good in Act 1 but are good at the end of the game get worse in Act 1 for you. Having said that, the game's so good. Because you can also be like, oh, I've gotten so good at the game that I understand how to get through Act 1 and Act 2 with high consistency, even if I'm carrying a card or two that are only good for late game in my deck, in which case you could argue that Nightmare actually gets better as you get better at the game because like you can take it on floor 1 and it means that you don't have to worry as much about taking stuff for late game anymore because you have a Nightmare and you can just like navigate your way through Act 1 and 2 and work out how Nightmare is going to win you Act 3 and 4. You can also do that. I have not typically played Slay the Spire in that way. There are two reasons for that. One, I haven't found it to be the best way to play. And two, I don't find it fun. Like, I think if you're meant to take a Nightmare on floor 0, you should rebalance the game. Because there should be some cards which are good in late game, which you take in late game. And if Nightmare is good in late game, but you take it in early game instead, I think it's too strong. So a way that I might rebalance the game if that were the case might be to make fights in Act 1 and the first half of Act 2 more punishing so that you couldn't get through them with the cards for Act 3 in your deck. Another way I might rebalance the game might be to make potions weaker so that getting through Act 1 and 2 was more reliant on having the right cards and you couldn't just kind of slide through elite fights based on having really strong potions as consistently. But yeah, I don't personally think Nightmare is very good at the start of the run, but I don't know. Storm of Steel is simultaneously garbage and like completely fine. Which is so weird. It's weird because like Storm of Steel is pretty much just worse than Blade Dance. Discard your hand, get a shiv for every card you discarded. I mean, if you want to spend 1 energy and get 3 shivs, you can do that with Blade Dance and still have your hand like for the other cards in it. But at the same time, like Silent kind of needs to deal some damage early. If you get a Storm of Steel, like it will deal some damage. It's not the end of the world. And then there are occasionally ways to get more use out of it late game. I don't recommend going looking for them. If you get a Dead Branch, that's great, but like, I mean, you can't make yourself get a Dead Branch. That's a rare relic. Sometimes you get it, and most of the time you don't. This card does have synergy with Reflex, and that's kind of it. So I guess if you get 3 Reflexes, Storm of Steel can be okay. It's mostly garbage. It's mostly garbage. I just wouldn't call it literal unplayable because you do get a decent amount of use out of it. I don't know if any of these cards are going to be literal unplayable. Sounds, again, very well balanced. I think Doppelganger is strong. Oh, I didn't copy the thing, sorry. Which is weird. Not my favorite card. A tendency I have in evaluating cards is to observe that next turn is a long time from now. So if a card doesn't do anything until next turn, that's kind of bad. You're having to work quite a lot to make that okay. On the other hand, Silent gets +2 cards on turn 1, and I do feel like the better I've gotten at the game, the more I've been able to judge, like, okay, this deck has stuff that doesn't do anything until next turn. That means it's going to take some damage from some hallway fights and stuff like that. But that's okay. I can take some damage from hallway fights and like get a rest in, and then in the boss fights, which are going to go for multiple turns anyway, I'll have like a really nice combo piece, and then I can go like Phantasmal Killer, Doppelganger, Blade Dance, Blade Dance, Blade Dance, Finisher, the champ's dead with Pendiv or something like that. Like this comes up, right? Doppelganger is also a pretty good upgrade. It's easy to like not recognize what this upgrade does because it's such a weird upgrade. But it's actually very rare for an upgrade to give you +1 card and +1 energy. My tendency with upgrade strategies in Slay the Spire, I started out being like, okay, I'm going to take damage cards and I'm going to upgrade the damage cards in Act 1 because in Act 1 my deck needs damage. And then like later, I'm going to take like card draw cards to start getting my card draw engine going. I'm going to take energy cards to get my card plays up, and I'm going to upgrade those because like going through like the latter half of Act 2, beginnings of Act 3 or something like that, I want to have more cards to play and I want to have more energy to play them, so I'm going to upgrade for that. And then as I get toward the end of the run, I'm going to have very specific issues that my deck has, which remain, and I'm going to upgrade to solve those. Like I need to upgrade my powers so that I get a bit more like dexterity from my Nightmare footwork or whatever. I need to upgrade my catalyst and my burst, you know, that kind of thing. More and more, I've gotten away from upgrades which are for damage in Act 1, and I've been solving damage in Act 1 by like taking another damage card or by buying a potion or something like that. Because I've just kind of gotten better and better at assembling some sort of strong thing which trivializes damage by the time I'm even halfway through Act 2. Just some sort of like, it can even be something like acrobatics +2 sneaky strikes. Like it doesn't have to be an incredible thing. I've just gotten better at maximizing the damage that gets offered to me such that it doesn't feel like I need to be upgrading for damage anymore. And in order to maximize these things, drawing cards and having energy is quite important. So more and more, if I'm getting upgrades in Act 1, they're going toward like the big powers, like 1,000 cuts or something like that, or they're going toward energy and card draw. And the thing you notice if you upgrade for energy and card draw a lot is that you can get 1 energy out of an upgrade. You can get 1 card draw out of an upgrade. You can't really get 1 energy and 1 card draw out of an upgrade. It's actually very hard to do. It's very unusual. I don't know if Doppelganger is the only card in the game that does that, but it might be. Now I'm thinking about it. I guess Deus Ex kind of does it, but only like on account of villainy. Only like by a technicality. I don't really feel like it counts. So Doppelganger is not a bad upgrade at all. Is where I'm going with that. It is on a card which exhausts, so you only get it once per fight, but that's often going to be enough times. Envenom, unfortunately, I don't think is that good. I think it's garbage. If Envenom cost 1, I would be at least a little bit interested in it. But it doesn't. It doesn't cost 1. It costs 2. The issue with Envenom is the best way to deal enough poison damage for like late game with a deck that deals unblocked attack damage lots of times is just to put a bouncing flask and a catalyst in it. And even if you don't get a catalyst, just put a bouncing flask in it. If you have a deck which hits an enemy lots and lots of times with attacks like shivs or dagger sprays or skewers or I don't know, whatever they are, um, like one, probably it would be worth it for doing that to just kill the enemy. Like probably if you're doing that, you don't need to put a bunch of poison on the enemy if you're doing it well. Like put an accuracy in your deck or something so the shivs just deal enough damage that the enemy dies. Simple. Uh, straightforward. But two, if you're in a situation where that doesn't deal enough damage to kill an enemy and you need some sort of like longer term poison scaling that Envenom could grant you, like you might imagine a Time Eater fight, for example, where playing the shivs just doesn't do enough, and so you need to put poison on the Time Eater as well. Bouncing Flask lets you put poison on the Time Eater without playing all the shivs. So instead of like playing 8 cards, almost completely getting through Time Eater's clock and giving Time Eater +2 strength and applying 8 poison to Time Eater, you could play 1 card, Bouncing Flask, and apply 9 poison to Time Eater. That's without upgrading it. And then you'd have 7 cards before Time Eater got +2 strength, right? So the quality of the cards which are actually just dedicated to applying poison without needing other help is high enough that Envenom just doesn't feel like a very appealing payoff even for decks which are playing lots of attacks. You can just put a Bouncing Flask, a Catalyst, and a Burst in your deck, and you have enough damage for every late game fight with those 3 cards, regardless of anything else going on in your deck, basically. So there's just not a role for Envenom to play, really. The way that Envenom makes it into your deck, like, you transform into it, sure. You might take it if Bouncing Flask isn't offered, which might happen if you need scaling damage for the Act 2 boss instead of the Act 3 boss. Like, by the time you're getting into Act 3, you usually have a plethora of better options than Envenom, but if you need something by Act 2, then Envenom might be the thing that gets offered. Snecko Skull is a relic, which makes it so you're applying 2 poison every time instead of 1 poison. That makes Envenom a lot stronger. Like, definitely playable at that point. The difference between 2 and 1 is large. It's still not like an incredible card, but definitely more appealing to put in your deck if you have a Snecko Skull. And Snecko Skull is a common relic, I want to say. Yeah, it's common for silence, so you do get this one somewhat regularly. Tools of the trade. I feel like my opinion of the stuff that does a thing every turn has gone up a little bit recently. I don't know why. Here's what I'll tell you. Tools of the trade I used to think was complete garbage. Compare this to acrobatics, right? Tools of the trade, if you play it for the 1 energy it costs, then 4 turns from now you will have drawn 3 cards and discarded 3 cards. If you play acrobatics for the 1 energy that it costs, right now, on the turn you're on, you draw 3 cards and discard 1 card. So Tools of the Trade compared to acrobatics, it's a pretty hard sell. On the other hand, acrobatics is a very, very, very good card. You don't have to be better than acrobatics to be a good card in Slay the Spire. Tools of the Trade does do good stuff with making sure a Sneaky Strike works, setting up Eviscerate better, and making sure that like a Reflex and a Tactician are good. One way you can argue for this card is you can think of it as an inoffensive card, which makes it more appealing to take some cards which are hard to take in Act 1, but can be very strong later on. The way I think about this is I think about what does my strategy look like if I'm trying to make it so I can always take a certain thing in Act 1. Like on Ironclad, I've played how do I play this character differently in order to be able to take Dropkick in Act 1 as often as possible. Because Dropkick, if you've not upgraded Bash and haven't added any other vulnerable to the deck, Dropkick's kind of a hard sell in Act 1 in Ironclad, but it does have some upside, dropkick. Like, you can do a lot of infinite stuff, especially by the Act 2 boss. If you're taking dropkick in Act 1, that can be a way to solve, like, the champ fight, which can be a little bit tricky to solve sometimes for Ironclad decks, maybe. And so sometimes I'll try things like that. And if you're trying to make Reflex and Tactician good pickups on Silent in Act 1, then Tools of the Trade from the Whale is pretty strong. And it's not that Tools of the Trade is an incredible card there, it's that it's enabling the strategy that you have in mind to build toward. And that then combines with other things. So if you have a Tools from the Trade from the Whale, then it's even better than usual to take an Acrobatics on floor 1, because you have enough support for the Acrobatic Synergy cards that you can take those if they're offered on floor 2, kinds of things. Okay. So overall, I'd say, like, Tools is maybe solid from the Whale. I guess, maybe. Wraith form? We're up to Wraith form. Oh no. By the way, I kind of forgot that this was a category. I think Adrenaline's very, very, very strong from the Whale. I would say that Adrenaline, to me, is the strongest thing. I also didn't talk about Alchemize. I don't like Alchemize as much as a lot of people like Alchemize. I think Alchemize is one of the cards which I am most frequently, like, asked about my evaluation of, because people are surprised that it's so low. My experience of playing Silent is that I usually am strong enough by the time I get to Act 3 and 4 that I don't need to be using potions much at all. And there's plenty of time to find good potions for the, like, 1 or 2 places that I might need them in the final boss gauntlet, going through Act 3 and 4. So the allure of Alchemize potentially getting me perfect potions for the boss gauntlet doesn't carry much zest for me, I guess. I just kind of feel like I can do that well enough. I don't need this card for it. So then you have the appeal of Alchemize for Act 1 and 2, which is that, you know, potions are pretty good. The thing that this card does by making a potion in a fight which you can play is appealing. Yes. It's fine. It is fine for that thing. So that's why I think it's strong. I just don't think it's, like, incredible. I don't think it's the best thing you can get from the Whale, and often I'll skip it at the end of Act 1 if it's offered to me from boss rewards, and not feel too bad about that. I think I do a pretty good job of getting good value out of the card, but that perhaps a frequent thing that you're going to see in my evaluation of things is that I'm comfortable enough winning late game lots of different ways, and because of that, I don't think the late game cards are that strong, because I just kind of feel like I'm going to find something that works. So I'm not going to, like, prioritize picking them in Act 1 all that much. I'm going to expect to be able to navigate Act 2 and 3 well enough to put something together. I don't feel like I lose that many runs on Silent if I reach the late game stuff. Silent losses for me feel like they're more about Act 1, like, just kind of struggling for damage against elites and stuff like that, or Act 2, again, elites, very hard hallway fights, stuff like that. Sometimes the Act 2 boss, because I don't have enough time to, like, set up some sort of scaling mechanism against Champ, for example, but not the final gauntlet. My experience. I guess you could take Nightmare as a way to beat Champ. Wraith form is one of a select few cards in the game which I wish were not in the game. And I think it damages Silent as a character a fairly tremendous amount. Having just played Silent for a month, like, I am so glad that I don't have to see Wraith form when I play Defect. Something that I want from a run of Slay the Spire is I want to finish my run of Slay the Spire and have learned something about the thing I did. So if I take Tools of the Trade from the Whale and try to get Reflex going and stuff like that, I want to see how that performs through the rest of the run to come away from the run with a sense of like, oh, that was like a bit stronger than I thought it was going to be, or oh, there's like a bit more variance with this going through Act 2 than I thought, so that's a thing to watch out for, or something like that, just like a thought for the future. That's nice to have. And slowly we collect all these thoughts and have stronger and stronger opinions about different things. Cool. And Wraithform just ruins that for me repeatedly, because I get offered it like at the end of Act 1 or something, and I'm like, oh, I just win the game regardless of what I did. Like, none of the stuff I was investigating matters. I am invincible, the enemies can't deal damage to me. Further, I will be invincible for the rest of the entire run. And then we go into like 45 minutes of watching Silent win the run kind of mode. I just kind of don't like this card. I don't think Intangible is a good mechanic. It's unfortunately like one of the strongest cards in the game. So we have to say it's goated, I guess. We call it goated, literal, unplayable. Is that allowed? Goated, literal, unplayable. Combo category. If you don't understand why Wraithform's strong, the reason that Wraithform is strong is that it makes it so you don't take damage, and so then you get to just deal damage to the enemy and not worry about them killing you. If you're putting a Wraithform in a deck which is otherwise already good at defending itself, it's just kind of like extra bonus free win. Like, your deck can defend itself usually, but if you ever get unlucky and draw a bad hand, you can just Wraithform and be invincible instead of dying. If you put Wraithform into a deck which struggles to defend itself, Wraithform just completely bails the deck out, and you go from having a deck which likely loses the run to having a deck which wins the run easily a lot of the time. So you might have a run where it's like, oh, I can't really survive turn 2 and 3 in the heart fight. I'm probably going to die. And you get one Wraithform, one duplication potion, and now you're like, oh, for the entire duration of the heart fight, I will be invincible. So, I don't know. I don't think this is a very healthy card to put in a video game. It is definitely a very strong card. For what it's worth, one place that Wraithform isn't at its strongest is floor 0. The Silent struggles to deal damage on floor 0, so, you know, you'll play your Wraithform, and then you won't kill the enemy, and then your Wraithform will run out. So, one of the ways that Wraithform can be a little bit interesting is on floor 0, you might think, like, oh, actually, I'd kind of rather just have a glass knife or something to kill Gremlin Knob than this card. And yeah, maybe that's right. I don't know. Probably not, but maybe. Another way that Wraithform can be interesting is if your deck's so strong that you're like, oh, actually, I don't think I need a Wraithform here. I might take a different thing that works for my deck. And that's interesting mostly as a, like, showing off mechanism. Not really from a game theory perspective, because in those situations you can just take Wraithform and win that way as well, but it's kind of fun to be like, oh wow, if I click on Wraithform, I never lose. But also, I think if I click on a different card, I never lose. So let's see if I'm right. Yeah, no, honestly, I don't like this card. Yeah, that's all I have to say about that. Overall, though, I feel like obtaining random rare card is like fine. I think like when we looked at the uncommon cards, keep in mind that you're choosing one of 3 from these, so like overall these are worse, but you get to choose one instead of getting one given to you at random. When you're looking at a whale bonus and there's a lot of variance in it, the act path matters. Like, if I get a strong rare from this, can I go fight lots of elites? If I get a weak rare from this, can I go to a path which is a little bit safer so I don't die in Act 1 and still have chances to win the run later? Stuff like that matters. So this is a situation where looking at your act path and seeing how much variance there is and what you can do going through the act is going to matter. That's going to potentially make it more or less appealing to take this option. All right, I think it's solid. I don't know. I think I'm gonna choose a card to obtain in solid. I don't know. They're all solid. They're all fine. This might just be what I say about the entirety of the character. Like, yeah, everything's good. Everything's strong. Everything's solid. Everything's situational, but also the situation comes up whenever you want it to, kind of. Character has enough, like, flexibility to be able to make just about everything work just about every time. Okay, maybe a better way to say that is, like, the character has enough flexibility and strength to be able to make something work just about every time. I don't know. Whatever. What else is new? Max HP. Kind of garbage. I will say, Silent starts with 66 max HP and does have a decent number of decks for late game, which are a little bit slow to set up. And so getting like up to 80 max HP on the character does have a decent amount of value. Just to make it a bit less likely that you get blown up before your stuff's in play in the heart fight, stuff like that. Meow's Blessing. Enemies in the next 3 combos will have 1 health. What is this even doing here? These are the 2 blessings that you got if you died. These are not like the regular second blessing. I don't know what's going on. Do I have all of the blessings here on screen? I don't even know if I do. Yeah, I think if you're choosing between max HP or Niall's Blessing, you just take Niall's Blessing. I think this is like maybe even strong on Silent, definitely solid. Like you could maybe even call it strong. Silent, like I said, doesn't have quite enough health to get through Act 1, so getting 1 heal somewhere in Act 1 can be a really big deal. That's kind of usually enough to get you the rest of the way, in my experience. And Meow's Blessing is going to save you... Like, even if you don't use it to kill an elite, it's still going to save you 10 health on average, maybe more on this character. Which is substantial. You don't have enough health to get through Act 1. You do need to get some extra health from somewhere. So, I think Meow's Blessing is like a pretty good whale bonus. I don't know if I would quite call it strong, but it's pretty good. I think Silent might actually want to snipe an elite with Meow's Blessing. I like trashed this whale bonus when I was analyzing Ironclad, and I think I did so rightly. I don't think it's good on Ironclad. Silent has enough ways to win with like card spam sorts of combo stuff going on that I think getting 1 elite dead, like you have the problem of your Act 1, you don't have enough health for it, and 2, the problem of a decent amount of the way you can win the run is by comboing some sort of damage thing together, like acrobatic sneaky strike or something. It doesn't have to be an incredible combo, it just has to like do something. And getting to see your first relic and not have to put bad damage commons in your deck for it and still having a lot of health, like, kind of good. I don't know. This might be even stronger than I'm saying. Obtain a random common relic. Shall we look at some common relics? There's a lot of stuff in this game, isn't there? Alright, so we're going to look at these in the context of Floor 0. Akabeko is very good, actually. Silent has like Dagger Spray, which is probably the most accessible strong thing you can combo with Akabeko, but also just dealing 8 additional damage is quite good. It is the thing that that Silent needs right now, so pretty good. Anchor is incredible. It's unfortunately not that great against the Act 1 elites. So we're not going to say it's goated here. I think that drawing 2 extra cards on turn 1 might make Anchor better. And that might be counterintuitive to you. You're like, oh, but I have 2 extra cards from my starter relic, so I don't need the extra block because I'll just have block cards in my hand. But you also have damage cards in your hand, and your deck needs help dealing damage. And when you draw 7 cards, you're like, that's one of the turns where you're most likely to have enough damage to spend all your energy on damaging things. So if you have an anchor, then you actually get to do that. It's very painful to go like floor 1, fight Jawworm, turn 1, draw 4 strikes, and it's attacking you, and you're like, oh no, I can't even play all my strikes. I have to like play my defend, and then you're like, ugh, do I want to take 2 damage so I can play 2 strikes here or not? Like, I don't know. If you have an anchor, you just get to play 3 strikes. No issue. So Ancient T-Sat is solid. I don't know how often you really go to rest sites in this game. That's just a very broad statement. I don't know. I don't know how often you go to rest sites. I do think that having more energy on a turn where you have 2 more cards in your hand than usual is great, though. And yeah, energy on turn 1, so you can set up all your powers and stuff for turn 2 is great, too. Artifor, I want to say, is solid. If you get offered the poison damage cards in Act 1, you can absolutely go into a poison damage thing with Silent, which plays a lot of skills, plays very few attacks at any point, and wins a very high percentage of the time. And Art of War will be great there. It will make you a good amount of energy because you're just not playing that many attacks. And also, a bit more energy can be quite valuable. If you don't find Wraith form, the most likely way that you're going to be blocking in a deck like that is with Dexterity and 1-cost block cards. So having an extra energy to play 1 more backflip does actually matter quite a lot. You're in a situation where like the game does reduce to pretty basic math, almost. Like you have some amount of dexterity, you have some amount of energy, you have some number of block cards that you draw each turn, and you need to make sure that those numbers add up to how much you're being attacked for. At the same time, though, you don't really want to make them add up to more than you're being attacked for because you also have to get a bit of damage into the deck. So you have a math a math that's going on, and Art of War contributes favorably to that math situation. Overblocking is not terrible by any stretch of the imagination, but like the reason that the math often matters is often you'll be in a shop and it'll be like, I could buy a catalyst or I could buy an oddly smooth stone here. I have to do the math and work out, like, can I get away with buying this catalyst, or is the mathing such that oddly smooth stone actually does hit some sort of important inflection point? I'm not sure how much any of the stuff that I'm saying right now matters, but it is a way to think about things. Bagger Marbles is strong. Turn 1, more damage. Yeah, I think for similar reasons to how I said Anchor was strong, Bagger Marble is also strong, like more value in playing your cards on turn 1. Bag of Prop, you might think, oh, I already have 7 cards in turn 1. Why could I possibly benefit from having 2 more? Yeah, Bag of Prop's just insane, because you get 2 more cards is the answer. I talked about this last time with Ironclad. I talked about how like I don't really boss relic swap. In fact, do I not even have it here? Like I didn't even put it here. I don't do boss relic swap from Whale. I don't find it very enjoyable, so I tend not to do that. On Silent, I especially hate it. It feels so good to play a turn 1 with 7 cards, and so bad to play a turn 1 with 5 cards when you're used to playing with 7. I just kind of, it's so gross. You had like your 4th energy, and then you go to turn 1 and you only have 5 cards. One of them's neutralized, the other's a Sender's Bane. You can't even use your 4 energy, and 2 of the cards are defends, and the enemy's not even attacking you. God, it feels so bad. So I love a Bag of Prep. I also greatly appreciate Silence starter relic, and I think that the 2 play well together. They're not. It's not like worse to have the second one when you already have the first. Kind of worth noting that if you get, oh no, I can't remember what it's called. The one that gives you 3 shivs in your opening hand. I want to say Wristblade, but that's the wrong relic. If you get that, it will override a Bag of Prep, and you'll get 3 shivs and 7 cards, which you were already getting from your starter relic. So Unfortunately, that can make a bag of prep fricked, but I don't know. You can skip the second relic if you already have a bag of prep if you want. At the start of each combat, heal 2 HP. I actually think this is quite strong. Again, Silent needs a bit more health in Act 1. Blood Vial's a way to get that. Start each combat with 3 Thorns, quite strong. Bronze Scales just deals a lot of damage. It deals more damage than you might think it deals. You can think of lots of situations where it deals 3 damage, but not all of them. This is just a thing about human brains, I feel like. Like, you can think like, oh, it deals lots of damage against Book of Stabbing, it deals lots of damage against Time Eater, it deals lots of damage against the Heart, it deals like lots of damage against Hexaghost, it deals lots of damage against Guardian, it deals like a decent amount of damage in a lot of hallway fights. But you can't mentally sum all of that into the amount of damage it deals total. Because you have to think of like every single instance. You can think like there are like 150 turns in the game, and I'm attacked like 70% of those, and 10% of them involve a pretty substantial multi-attack, and then you can like math that out. You can do a run and look at how much damage Bronze Scales did at the end of the run after all of that and get like the exact number for that run. But I think in general, the way that people evaluate things underappreciates a relic like Bronze Scales, which is just very frequently doing a small amount. And yeah, like the damage that this deals against Gremlin Gang is relevant. You might not think, oh, Bronze Scales, that's great against Gremlin Gang, but it is a relic which deals damage in the Gremlin Gang fight, and it does something. So it's just kind of hard to appreciate all of the value that it provides, because the value is just spread out every single place, and it's easy to appreciate the fights where it's really, really good, but harder to appreciate that there are all these other turns where it's not really, really good. It's just like a little bit of value, but that does add up. The Centennial Puzzle is very strong. It's very strong to draw cards. This draws 3. Awesome. Ceramic Fish. I think it's garbage. I think it's solid. I don't know. I'm very comfortable winning with a 50 card Silent deck. I don't think that's a terrible idea. Silent has lots of good cards. Silent also has lots of powers. And there's this like very simple like kind of math concept. If you think about like you draw your 5 cards for the turn, here are your 5 cards. And then the next turn you draw 5 cards. And the next turn you draw 5 cards. And the next turn you draw 5 cards. And then the next turn you draw 5 cards. Every turn you need cards which like help you survive that turn, probably. Like say this is a piercing whale, cool. Maybe this is a dodge and roll, and this is a leg sweep, and like so you need to have enough cards in your deck that make you survive this turn right now. And you need to be drawing those every turn. So you need a good density of them. But then also you want to have enough scaling in your deck that you beat the fight in the end. And the problem is, if you only have like a 25 card deck and you try to put 4 footworks in it, well, footwork's a cool card, maybe you'll be fine. But you might draw a hand where you like have 4 footworks and a strike or something, and you're getting attacked for 38. And that's like an extreme situation, but it could happen. If you have 50 cards in your deck and 4 footworks, then like these are the footworks or whatever, you're not as likely to draw them all at the same time. And if you do draw them, like 2 of them together, maybe, you've got enough density of the other cards which keep you alive right now. So Slay the Spire has... It's very different from a game like Magic the Gathering, which maybe you're used to if you're thinking it's good to like cut all the bad cards and have as few cards as possible in your deck, because you discard your hand at the end of turn and draw 5 new cards. It's not like every card you draw has to be played. If you draw a card and it's bad, you just like don't play it, you discard it, and you draw a new hand next turn. No big deal. Slay the Spire actually has this fairly compelling reason to build a large deck, which is that you want to put these cards, which are good over time in the longer fights, into your deck, but you don't want to draw them in the hallway fights that much, because the hallway fights aren't going to take that long to win, and you don't want to draw them all at once, because you need to have cards which are good now in every hand that you play every turn. And so if you're gonna like try to fit 8 scaling powers into a deck, you'd like the deck to be fairly large so that you can play your 8 scaling powers but not have an absolutely terrible turn 2 or whatever. So yeah, having said all of that, like ceramic fish from whale is like fine. It's not very good. It doesn't do a whole lot right now, does it? It'll like buy you a potion at the start of Act 2 or something like that. A little like pick me up. Thanks for getting through Act 1 with this terrible relic. Here's a potion. I should probably call it garbage. It's like bronze scales. I feel like as I get better at the game, I get better at noticing like, oh, this gold from ceramic fish actually matters. It actually does this thing that is meaningful, etc., etc., etc. I don't know. Dreamcatcher is actually kind of okay. Here's the thing. Card rewards are really good. Silent doesn't mind resting. That's why Dreamcatcher is solid, in a nutshell. The better you get at the game, the more valuable a card reward is, because you're better at selecting the right card, and you're better at understanding how to maximize the right card. Probably better at understanding how to maximize all 3 of the cards you're offered, and then among those 3 cards which you are better at maximizing, you're going to more accurately be able to pick the right one and maximize it precisely. So Happy Flower, I think, is strong. Maybe solid. It's on the lower end of strong to me. Silent might be the best character at putting Happy Flower on the right number every fight. In terms of like, you'd like Happy Flower to go off in turn 1 every fight to match up with your 7-card hand. So you have, you know, you've got extra reason to care about setting up at the right number. You also have a very like defensive, controlling sort of card pool where you have some amount of ability to survive another turn in the fight if you want to delay it one more turn. So yeah, I think Happy Flower, yeah, I think it's probably strong. Like, I think I'm gonna say Lantern strong. If I'm gonna say Lantern strong, I should say Happy Flower is strong. Energy for your turn 1, it matters. Juzu Bracelet, I think might be solid. Here's the thing. Silent, I've said this many times, and I'm going to say it many more times. Silent doesn't have enough health for Act 1. Silent also can get beat up pretty hard at the start of Act 2. The difference between a question mark being a hard hallway fight and an event can be large for this character and can absolutely change whether you win or lose the run. And so Juicer Bracelet both makes that not happen and also communicates to you that it's impossible to happen so that you don't have to try to mitigate it. You can look at your Act 1 path and be like, okay, I want my 3 easy hallway fights and then I want an elite fight. And I know for certain that the question mark I take is not going to be a hard hallway fight that like takes up one of my potions and deals me 10 damage, making the elite fight much harder. And that is valuable and does change what you get to do in deck building. And then you'll get to Act 2 and be like, okay, I'm okay with taking the 2 easy pool hallway fights, but I don't want to risk a hard pool hallway fight right now. This path is guaranteed to let me do that. Let's take this path. I don't know. Relics are pretty good, aren't they? User bracelet's like okay. It's fine. I think I actually will call Maulbag solid. It's like ceramic fish, but it gives you more gold faster. So ceramic fish will make more gold over the course of the run, but the gold you get right now is much more valuable than the gold that you're gonna get 3 acts from now. Meal ticket solid, maybe even strong. Solid. Um, meal ticket meal ticket and mall bank actually both have value that is dependent on your shop strategy in the act, and they want different things. Meal ticket wants you not to go to a shop this act, whereas meal ticket wants you to go to like 2 shops this act, ideally, but at least one. If I get gold from the whale, I'm pretty happy with Silent to be going to a shop early, for sure, in Act 1. Silent also, I find... Okay, when I was talking about shops with Ironclad, I'm very, very heavily tending toward going to a shop at the beginning of Act 2 on Ironclad, and that's like pretty important to me. I don't want to spend my money at the end of Act 1, because depending on which boss relic I get, I want to spend the money on very different things on Ironclad. And also, I think that Ironclad's strong enough to beat the Act 1 boss without needing that. On Silent, I feel like there's a little bit less variance in what I want my deck to be that is like responding to the boss relic. Like, I'm not as interested in taking Snecko, for example, and so that entire thing just doesn't matter anywhere near as much. I feel like Silent usually has enough defense if you've been taking your block cards. I'm thinking about it. That's not... Sometimes Silent has actually very offensively slanted decks going out of Act 1. I don't know. I think maybe the biggest thing, though, is that Silent does struggle a bit more with the Act 1 boss than Ironclad, especially with Slime Boss. And so I don't feel like with Silent I can just say like, oh yeah, you like never want to go to a shop in Act 1 unless you get gold from the whale. I don't feel like that at all. I feel like Silent, I'm pretty happy to have a shop available at the end of Act 1, which I don't have to go to. So if a path branches toward the end of the act and one of the branches has a shop on it, I think that's quite valuable. Because you can definitely get through Act 1 and look at your deck and be like, oh, I don't have damage that's fast enough to kill Hexaghost, or I don't have anything that's good enough to beat Slime Boss. Like, Slime Boss requires quite a lot of different things for Silent to beat sometimes. Both of these are like issues with not having enough damage, I suppose, although they kind of end up presenting in different ways against Hexaghost and Slime Boss. So yeah, sometimes you do want to be able to go to a shop there. Other times you don't. Silent also quite likes going to shop at the beginning of Act 2 because a lot of Silent decks take a lot of damage from the hallway fights at the start of Act 2. Those fights are just scary. I think like that's kind of true for every character. Those fights are hard. But Silent has less max HP than Ironclad and less sustain than Ironclad, so that damage maybe matters more on Silent than it does on Ironclad. So being able to go to a shop in Act 2 and have a floor that isn't dealing damage to you is pretty nice. So Silent's just a little bit trickier to path with than Ironclad, and I think that's just kind of gonna be true. And having played some Defect this month, I feel like Defect is even trickier, which is wild to me. I think they did such a good job of making the game that Ironclad, Silent, Defect like do get more complex character to character, and that holds 8 years later at the highest difficulty, which is wild to me. Like, it's wild to me that Ironclad feels like it, to me, it feels like it's degenerated a little bit into like, this is the right way to play a lot of the time, but Silent and Defect don't, and it feels like that's appropriate. Because Silent, Ironclad's meant to be the simplest character, like the most straightforward. And then Silent's a little bit more complicated, and then Defect's a little bit more complicated than that. So, yeah, Silent's a bit more complicated. I don't know. Like, sometimes you want to go to the shop at the end of Act 1. Sometimes you want to go to the shop at the beginning of Act 1 in order to be able to keep Gremlin Nub. Sometimes you want to be going to the shop at the beginning of Act 2. A lot of the time you want to be going to the shop at the beginning of Act 2. But yeah, depending on what your act path looks like, Mall Bank or Meal Ticket will be better. We're talking about a random common relic here, so you don't get to choose which one you get. I think overall it's like probably a wash. Like, the acts where you're unlikely to go to a shop, Mall Bank's better. The acts where you're likely to go to a shop, Meal Ticket's better. So when you're evaluating whether you want a random common relic, A simple way to simplify this would just be to like say, okay, shops don't matter that much because they make as many things good as they make bad, so whatever, doesn't, who cares? I don't know. Maybe. Nunchuck is probably solid. It's one of those relics where like the more work you're willing to do, the better it gets. And Nunchaku is not a relic that I maximize fully. Um, that reaches a level of complexity that I'm not interested in pursuing in a like streamed run of Slay the Spire. So you can get a bit more value out of this than I do in the runs that you watch me play on YouTube for sure by trying to plan exactly to have it on 9 at the end of fights a bit more frequently than I do. Uh, yeah, it's like solid. It's okay. You always have to remember with these that their value isn't like you get 1 energy every 10 attacks. Their value is the first attack that you play against the hardest fight you're going to fight, you get 1 more energy immediately. Because you're meant to be setting them up so that like that happens and so on and so forth. Then all the other things that they do as well. Oh, I think oddly Smoothstone's only solid. I don't think it's strong. Because Wraith form exists. A long time ago, Wraith form dealt 5 random damage, 5 damage to a random enemy every time you played a skill, and cost 3 and was a rare power. And it was unplayable. That like you just didn't want that card in your deck. I had some runs where I won with it, and they were remarkable because you know, like that card doesn't get used very often. And then they made it so it made you intangible. But I still have some of the like ideas of how silent works stuck in my head from before it made you intangible. And back then, like, yeah, you'd block with dexterity a lot. That was arguably the strongest, simplest way for silent to block. That's no longer true. Now Wraith form is the strongest, simplest way for silent to block. So obviously this one's fine. It saves you health in Act 1. It can be part of how you're blocking late game, but because Wraith form exists, it's a lot of its value kind of gets truncated by you picking up a Wraith form at some point in the run, at which point your dexterity doesn't really matter anymore, unfortunately. So we'll just call it solid instead of strong. Where it used to be that I'd call it strong because like it was good in Act 1 and also contributed a lot of the time to important things in late game, where like blocking for 1 more with your dodge and roll actually did add up over the course of a longer fight against a boss enemy. So Silent likes question marks maybe the most of any character in my mind. I think that's true. That doesn't mean that Silent doesn't want hallway fights. I am in no way trying to say that like Silent wants to avoid hallway fights and go to tons of question marks. Um, Sometimes you can't really like go to the hallway fights though. Sometimes your deck isn't strong enough to get through them without taking damage and you don't have sustain, and so you have to go to the question marks. And I think that Silent is more commonly in that situation than any other character. Like Ironclad always has sustain, Defect has access to self-repair, so Defect fairly often is in situations where you're going to every fight. And then Watcher is Watcher. Watcher also has Lesson Learned and Wish, so a couple of big reasons why you might want to go to lots of fights as that character. Uh, so yeah, I think Silent probably likes question marks more than the other 3 characters on aggregate. And if you have an Omori, it makes you a little bit more happy to go to them because the ones which give you curses are a little bit better for you. Like From the Whale is probably solid. It definitely sends you down a different path. Like it pushes you quite strongly toward the Go Infinite with a smaller deck kind of card spam path. Because question marks give you card rewards and transforms, and they can give you a lot of value without giving you a curse. Like you can take 250 gold and not have to remove a regret, stuff like that. So your deck's just going to be a little bit thinner. I think I'm okay with what I just said. I think I mostly agree with all that. Arcalcum's strong. Weirdly, I think I would have used to say that like Oddly Smoothstone was strong and Arcalcum was solid. Arcalcum now has late game um relevance because you go intangible, but it's hard to make any block because you have negative dexterity, and so when you get attacked for 1 times 15, like you can actually die, kind of things. Um, and Arcalcum just like blocks for 6, so you don't take 1 damage from enemies. It completely turns off all that chip damage. It's also just very, very strong in Act 1. Obviously weakened by the fact that you have such low damage density in your starter deck, but, you know, take an Arcalcum, take some damage cards. You have to make sure that you're finding the inflection point where you stop relying on Arcalcum to block for 6 so much and start blocking for more. And then also you have the other inflection point where you find the Wraith form and then you start blocking with Arcalcum again. But Arcalcum strong in Act 1 for sure, and can be pretty decent in Act 2. Plays well with Piercing Wail, plays well with Malaise. Silent has these ways to like block, which don't actually turn Arcalcum off, and so that's nice. Yeah, a strong relic. Very happy to have an Arcalcum. I think Penib's solid. This isn't something I was planning to talk about until it was time to talk about it, and I feel like now is the time to talk about it, so I'm going to talk about it now. Blade Dance deals 12 damage for 1 energy, and it's a common, and that's obscene and character warping. That is a lot of damage to deal with 1 common, and also there are a lot of things which work synergistically with playing 4 cards for the cost of 1 energy and 1 card. Kunai, Shuriken, Thousand Cuts, After Image, Penib, which we're looking at right now, stuff like that. But one of the reasons Blade Dance was ever buffed to make 3 shivs for 1 energy, which is like clearly transparently broken and ridiculous, is that the synergy space around Blade Dance on Silent isn't that good. Silent has trouble gaining strength. Accuracy exists, but it's only 1 uncommon power, and that only works with shivs. It doesn't like make your finisher deal more damage. Wristblade exists, but it's a boss relic. You're taking it over other things which are potentially very good if you're taking it. Phantasmal Killer exists, which is very awkward. And then this like card spam, play lots of small attacks kind of strategy runs into Time Eater and the Heart at the end of the run in a really bad way, where both of them punish you for playing lots of cards. And if you're playing lots of cards to like go infinite or something, you don't care. Probably you don't care. But if you're playing lots of cards to like deal 80 damage, then it actually does matter. A lot of decks which are centered on Blade Dance as their way to deal damage walk into Time Eater into Heart, and like all of a sudden their Blade Dance doesn't deal enough damage. So I think Pendib's solid, but I would caution against thinking like, oh, I have a Pendib, the right thing to do is go for like a Blade Dance and Finishers sort of thing. Because I think when you lean into that, you run into troubles at the end of the game much more frequently than with other solutions to the start of the game with Silent. And that is my opinion. That's just what I've found. You can still make use of Pendib in other ways. You can definitely take a Blade Dance. You can take a Blade Dance without your end game strategy being built around the Blade Dance. And it can still do things for you. It can still make After Image work in a lot of fights. It can still set up Pendib, but instead of like building toward a finisher, you might like just set up Pendib and then hit something with like Predator or something, like whatever. It deals an extra 15 damage, fine. Yeah, I just like don't think because you have a Pendib you have to be using it to play a lot of blade dances and finisher or something like that. It feels like a deliberately constructed synergy space on silent. It is a deliberately constructed synergy space on silent. It doesn't have to be the way that you win late game on silent, though. And if you try to make it the way that you win late game on silent at cost of other options, it's going to lose your runs to pursue that, in my opinion and my experience. So, what I have to say there. I think Potion Belt is solid. Which might be a me thing. I feel like I can win late game on 2 potions with Silent. I feel like in early game, I don't have potions yet, so this doesn't do anything. It definitely has a decent amount of value. You can definitely get good stuff out of a potion belt. It's very good with Toy Ornithopter, which is another common relic, so you can get 2 of these together. But I just don't think it's like strong or goated or anything. I think you can find solutions to the late game stuff that don't require this relic, and it doesn't do anything when you pick it up at the whale, so it's not that good. Preserved Insect is strong. I wouldn't say it's goated, but I think it's strong, and I don't think we need to talk that much about that. Frugal is solid. Probably 1 rest in Act 1. Don't mind having an extra 15 health. Pretty happy with it, really. Playing Mess is pretty garbage. Just takes way too long for it to do anything for you. You don't go to that many merchants. I don't think Silent wants to go to that many merchants. Now I'm thinking about that. Yeah, I don't think so. I think Defect wants to go to merchants more than any other character. Defect has the best shop relics, and Defect only starts with 8 basic cards, so you're a little bit closer to removing all of your basics with card remove and winning the run with like remove your basics kind of strategy. I think like Silent and Ironclad, removing all your basics isn't really an achievable goal, and going to the shops all the time isn't very appealing, so Smiling Mask feels pretty bad on them. Yeah, I think I'm okay with that. I'm not saying Smiling Mask is good on Defect either, by the way. I just like I think it might be a little bit better on Defect. Watcher, like who knows? What I mean, you can do anything on Watcher in 1. Congratulations. Smiling Mask, sure. You just wear it and don't even use it for anything. All the enemies probably die. Snecko Skull. Snecko Skull's solid. Kind of a flip situation from Pennib, where like Pennib is very integral to like making a deck that's built around a finisher strong. Snecko Skull's not that important for making a deck built around poison strong. Like the way the maths, you don't need a Snecko Skull for bouncing Flask Catalyst to kill things. They just kill things. But I think that the poison synergies that Silent has are strong and do very well in late game if you're going toward them. And so the fact that it's not that big a deal for them, perhaps, is, you know, made less relevant by the fact that they are a good thing to be doing later in the run. I think Strawberry's probably okay. Like, you want a bit more health in Act 1 so much. It's weird because I said that it was garbage to take 7 max HP from the whale, and then I said that if you get a common relic and it's Strawberry, it's good. I I think I think it's like on the higher end of garbage or the lower end of solid. But I am aware that I've literally looked at exactly the same reward and said different things about it. It's somewhere in between. I'll say it's garbage for like consistency. You know, it's also just like this is an imprecise kind of thing, right? I'm going through and just kind of rating things as I'm talking about them, depending on what I'm thinking right now and what I was just talking about. I might be anchored in a different place and say something is solid instead of garbage, or strong instead of solid, or whatever. Situational is like a weird category that I almost never use apparently today. The boot's pretty trash though. Sorry. The boot. Tiny chest also pretty bad. So, tiny chest. The much maligned tiny chest. Sometimes I don't pick up tiny chest and people are like, why don't you pick up tiny chest? And the answer is, that I'd rather have a question mark than a treasure anyway, and that cursed key exists, usually. If you get cursed key and then you turn like Mind Bloom into a chest which gives you a curse, like you are so upset about that. That doesn't happen every time, but like it's kind of the worst case imaginable, so as an example. Doesn't happen often, even. Probably happens like one run in 20. Do you pick up tiny chests though? If you pick up tiny chests in Act 1? Maybe a little bit less often, one run in 25 or something like that, but like I just came up with like the worst imaginable situation where it sounds absolutely terrible, and you probably were like, oh, he's just like rambling. That never happens. Like it does. Happens like some amount between like 3 and 5% of the time or something like that. If you pick up tiny chest in Act 1, probably, depending on how often you take cursed key and how much you prioritize question marks in Act 3. So, maybe 2 and 5% of the time. I don't know. Yeah, it's like, I don't know. Question marks are pretty good. A nice thing about Tiny Chest is that it makes a question mark not a hallway fight, so you got the Juzu bracelet kind of effect going on. You can set up to have a question mark room at the beginning of Act 2 be a treasure room, quite likely, if you get Tiny Chest from the whale. So, like, do that deliberately, right? Path through Act 1 with your Tiny Chest to go to 3 question marks, and your 4th question mark will be in Act 2, and that's a guaranteed no fight, which could have been an Act 2 hallway fight, which dealt you a lot of damage. That's a nice way to use it. I don't know. The problem I have with calling something garbage is I think I'm good enough to get more value out of it than that. so so I just call everything solid. I really want to call Tiny just solid, but I do think from the whale it's just not doing enough, and you want to be combat ready. Like I'd rather have the boot than it. The boot doesn't do much, but it does a little bit of damage, and that damage can be relevant. I almost want to call the boot solid. He's good against birds in Act 2. It can be pretty relevant against Lagavulin. It just deals good damage against things with Malleable a lot of the time in ways that you're maybe not expecting. I wouldn't take Riddle with Holes because I had the boot. I think Riddle with Holes is still a pretty bad card even with the boot, but yeah, I don't know. Ornithopter's strong. Very strong. It's like a good sustain relic. Pleasure's strong. Good damage. I think Warpaint from Whale is strong. It saves you quite a lot of health to just like upgrade 2 defends, which is likely what's going to happen. If you get a survivor upgrade, I'm not sure that's better. Because like blocking for 8's kind of what you want in Act 1. Blocking for 11 overblocks in a lot of situations. The increase from 5 to 8 matters more than the increase from 8 to 11. Because you're more likely to need more block if you're only blocking for 5 than you are to need more block if you're blocking for 8, I guess is maybe the way to think about that. Redstone's also strong. Also strong from the whale. Warpaint and Whetstone both get like worse later on the run. Like they go like to solid and then to just kind of nothing eventually. But at the very start of the run, like, yeah, you kind of need some strike pluses in your deck, and Whetstone makes it so you have strike pluses in your deck. Congratulations. And upgrading a defend matters a lot more when your block is based on defense instead of Wraith form or something like that. If you're blocking with Horn Cleat, you don't really need your defend to be upgraded, but you don't have a Horn Cleat at the start of the run, so at the very start of the run, just like a little +3 on your cards for a little bit more output does see more value than anywhere else. Flesh never beats steel. Kublai the Great. And the sun was extinguished forever as its curtains fell before it Zoroth. Solid foundations are not accidental. Tools for planning are a must. The architect. I'm sorry, the relic descriptions have like named characters I had never heard of before. What? I played 10,000 hours of this game. Once you understand the universe, Zoroth. Okay, so there's Zoroth, the architect, Kublai the Great. Ranwood we know, because we run into Ranwood in events. Kublai the Great and Zoroth? Are these characters going to be in Slay the Spire too? What do we think? I think there's going to be a bit more narrative stuff in Slay the Spire too. I think like that's my vague understanding of what's going on in it right now. All right, well that'll be exciting. Cool. Anyway, I think what we get from that is that obtain a random common relic is solid. And also, just because I think it's funny, I did say that I thought strawberry might be solid, and then I was like, wait a second, but I said that it was garbage earlier. It's worth noting, I guess, that this only gives you 6 max HP, not 7. But anyway, because it's funny, I'm going to make this solid and strawberry garbage, and then, like, archaeologists can find this spreadsheet 100 years from now and be like, what the fuck was Jorbs on? Receiving 100 gold, I think, is strong. Because I think Silent is very close to wanting to go to a shop just with 99 gold. Like, it's just pretty good to go to a shop to guarantee that you can get some sort of damage. It's not a guarantee, but it's, like, more likely you'll find damage from a shop than it is that you'll find damage from a hallway fight or a question mark, for sure. And, yeah, 100 gold to cross you over that inflection point into, like, yeah, go to a shop. It's clearly good. It's nice. How could I like explain this concept? Like, I feel like it's an important concept, but I'm not explaining it that well. Um, let's say this is like the value of the floors. And this is how many times you've like taken them or whatever. The value of your first hallway fight is very high. This is a hallway fight. It's very high. The card ward's very valuable. It's not going to deal you that much damage. And then the same largely remains true for the second and third. Probably the value goes down a little bit because you don't need to like take a damage common quite as much by the time you're at the third hallway fight. So the value is a little bit lower. And then when you get into like the fourth hallway fight on Silent, the value is like quite a lot lower. Because you are taking damage. The hard hallway fights deal you more damage. So the rewards are maybe less valuable because you've already gotten quite a few card removes to round your deck out for the elite fights that are coming up, and you're taking more damage, etc., etc., etc. Cool, whatever. I don't need these parts of it, I guess. And then the value of a shop on Silent is like kind of around about here ish at the start of the run, in my opinion. So like I don't quite want to go to it instead of the fourth hallway fight, but like I'm very close to wanting to go with it. And the thing that taking 99 gold from the whale does is it brings that value of the shop up to like here or something. Like it makes it quite a lot higher. And so now your solution to your first 5 floors before you start fighting elites can involve these 3 hallway fights plus 1 shop, and you're getting a lot more value. Whereas if like the value of your shop were like down here to begin with, and you took 99 gold, I wouldn't care that much. And if the value of the shop were already up here to begin with, and you took 99 gold, like again, I wouldn't care that much because I was already able to not take the 4th hallway fight and be happy about going to the shop. It's like exactly where the value of the shop is makes the 99 gold feel very valuable, or 100 gold rather, feel very valuable. So that's, yeah, that's my vibe with that. I do, man, is it bad? Oh, obtain 3 random potions is probably fine on Silent. I almost never take it. I almost never take it. But it's gonna save you some health, and that matters, and it's okay. I think I probably like all the other ones that have marked as solid more than it, but I can't say it's bad. Silent's just very well balanced, and these whale rewards stack up quite nicely against each other. Yeah, the only one that feels like clearly better to me is receive 100 gold. I guess we have to caveat that though, that like you have to be able to go to a shop on the path you want to take anyway. So it's actually just a strong option situationally. It's the only one where its value is like the variance in its value is quite exposed to you before you pick it. Like if you knew that choosing a common relic gave you one of the common relics, then you'd just think it was strong, and click on it when it did. But with 100 gold, you know whether you want to go to a shop early on in the path that's available to you or not. And so you already know whether it's going to be good or bad when it's offered to you, and you can not click it when it's bad and click it when it's good. Sure. We talked a bit about the disadvantages for the third whale bonus with Ironclad, and I don't think I have anything new to say. Losing max health is great. That's an awesome disadvantage to have. Taking 50 damage is very bad. It's worse on Silent than it is on Ironclad by like a substantial amount, I think. I think obtaining a curse is like okay. Like again, going to a shop's just like kind of fine on Silent, so if you get a bad curse and you go to a shop to remove it, you don't like hate that too much. I think losing all gold is strong. I don't actually know if this is the same as what I said on Ironclad. Um, Losing all gold just means like you're not going to the shop, but that didn't matter because you didn't necessarily want to anyway. I wonder. I think on Ironclad, I feel like if we go back to like the same idea, um, on Ironclad, I feel like the value of Holy Fights kind of like stays a lot higher. And so the value of the shop's like still about the same, but making it pickable with your extra 100 gold doesn't do as much for you. The hard holy fight that you're running into as the fourth holy fight, just like you're kind of much more okay with it. Yeah. So I don't remember how good I said losing all gold was with Ironclad. I probably said it was strong because I haven't really been going to shops in Act 1 on Ironclad anyway. I don't know. In terms of rewards, I talked about removing a strike or removing a defend if you removed one card. Would it upset you if I said you could remove 2 strikes or 2 defends or one of each as well? It kind of upsets me. My tendency is just to remove one of each if I remove 2 cards. And I think that's like strong, probably. I do tend more toward like larger decks with Silent at the moment. I'm not sure that's right. I think that's just kind of how I'm playing Silent at the moment. So yeah, you definitely, if you remove 2, it's pretty strong. I think transforming 2 is like slightly better than removing 2. Maybe even more than slightly better than removing 2. 250 gold, assuming that you can get a shop, is just very strong. So we're gonna actually call this goated. That might be my favorite whale bonus. Like probably my favorite start on Silent is gain 250 gold, lose 6 max health, and then path to a shop before the first elite that I was happy to go to anyway. That's kind of my dream on the character. I mean, my like dream is click on obtain a random rare relic and get Dead Branch probably, but you don't know you're gonna do that before you click on this button. So yeah. Choose a rare card to obtain. We already looked at the rare cards earlier. If you're choosing, you're much more likely to get one of the strong ones. I'm gonna guess that you're like 85% or something to get one of the strong ones here. I don't know entirely, but 80% maybe. I think this is strong. Choose a rare colorless card to obtain. This is not a whale bonus I love. Um, I don't love how it plays. The issue I have with it is if you get Apotheosis or Hand of Greed's fun, but if you get Apotheosis, Hand of Greed, or Master of Strategy, you're like very happy. Apotheosis is actually purple, I think. Hand of Greed from Whale on Silent, I think, is purple. And Master of Strategy. Worth noting, Hand of Greed also lets you go to a shop early. So the whole thing I was saying about like the hard hallway fights being less valuable makes being able to go to shop early more appealing. Comes in there. Master of Strategy is definitely at least strong as well, maybe even goated. I think like all three characters feel very happy about these three. Silent is also more than the other characters happy about panache and sadistic nature. Doesn't hate Secret Technique, like Secret Technique's solid. I'm not personally aboard the bomb train, but I don't know, some people like it. A lot of these are like solid-ish though. It's like I don't like that one or that one. I'm not a fan of the bomb. I don't really love Secret Weapon on Silent. I don't like Transmutation at the start. I probably think of it something like this-ish. With like panache and sadistic nature being real standouts, where on other characters, I'm not that excited about either of these, but Silent has quite a lot of hits which make panache proc the turn that you play them. And I looked at this on stream. I'm not going to do it again right now. Just tell you like vaguely, I feel like by the time you're fighting the first elite, there's like a 90+% chance that you found something that will make panache go at least once. That includes like Blade Dance, Cloak and Dagger. Like there's the ones that work really well and the ones that work much less well, like Prepared counts as well. Potions can make it work, but it's just like much easier to make panache proc as Silent than it is as Ironclad or Defect or Watcher. So probably not true for Watcher actually, but Watcher like cares. And then Sadistic Nature is a little bit less likely to find a card that works with it, but when you do find a card that works with it, it's more powerful. So something like a Noxious Fumes, for example, with Sadistic Nature, just outputs tons and tons of damage. You don't need other stuff to go right in your hand for Crippling Cloud to make Sadistic Nature deal a bunch of damage, where you do need other stuff to go right in your hand for Cloak and Dagger to make Panache deal a bunch of damage. Stuff like that. So yeah, but basically both of these are pretty takeable, and because of that, choosing a rare colorless card is much more appealing on Silent than it is on other characters, where you're more looking at the Apotheosis, Hand of Greed, Master of Strategy sort of space. Violence is okay too. Yeah, Master of Strategy and Hand of Greed, Master of Strategy and Violence, I think, are like a little bit lower than Apotheosis and Hand of Greed, and I typically like Master of Strategy more than Violence because I typically like drawing the things that aren't attacks more than the things which are attacks. But you know, you can do some fun with Violence too. But yeah, specifically for Silent, these two are good, and so taking a rare colorless card is good. I do kind of hate it because it's such high variance. If you hit an Apotheosis from the Whale, it just kind of like solves the run for you a little bit. I'd say it's strong, not quite goated, but I think it's the strongest of the strong ones. Here, I'm gonna put one thing right there, purple, to show that it's like close. I have 30 minutes before I gotta go. And that's when the next thing starts, so I probably have more like 15 minutes. And there are a lot of rare relics, and I've been going for 2 hours and 18 minutes, plus pause time. I think it would be nice to get through the whale bonuses. How fucked is that? I've been going for like 2.5 hours, and I haven't finished talking about the whale bonuses yet. It's like we've talked about like cards and relics and things because we have to talk about the whale bonuses, so it's not as bad as it might seem. Anyway, I might not go quite as in depth, and we'll try to get through some rare relics. Birdface Urn I think is strong. I wouldn't call it goated because you don't start with a power, and is a little bit hard to get powers, and now I'm wondering, do I have... Is this right? What is that, 30 fights? Did I successfully click on all the powers? I don't know if this is correct or not. I wouldn't personally trust it. This was like December, May. I think that's all the powers successfully picked. So if we're looking at our Act 1 path, we see like 1 power 91% of the time. This is like kind of similar to Defect. Like I think 3 powers seen in the card rewards from an X fights is like about average. But you don't necessarily want all of these. Like you're not going to take every Caltrops you see, even if you have a Bird-faced Urn. It's just very possible to get Bird-faced Urn and not actually get anything that it works with. So it has huge potential in Act 1, but realistically, it isn't a Blood Vial yet, and might not be better than a Blood Vial until quite a long time from now. So I'm not going to say it's goated, even though like later in the game, Bird-faced Urn can be. Bird-faced Urn is a strong enough relic that it can like put you into a different lane of deck building than you were planning to be in, just because you happened to pick it up. Like the way Silent wins with powers is you make a larger deck, you play all your powers, you have cards which scale well off those powers. You could be going through Act 2 thinking, oh, I have like some good discard synergies going on right now. That's how I'm probably going to win the game, and then get one Bird-faced Urn and be like, oh, actually, let's start taking more commons because I'm going to want to take every power that I see offered now. That can happen. Caliper's pretty terrible from the whale. Not terrible overall on the character, but like it's like situationally strong on the character later. It's pretty bad. What did the architect say? Mechanical precision leads to greatness. The architect. Who is the architect? Captain's Wheel. Oh, I have a theory. Oh, I think these might be like self-insert characters. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. But Casey kind of seems like Ranwood. And I could see Anthony being like a Zoroth. Yeah. I don't know. Captain's Wheel's strong. Captain's Wheel does very nicely against Act 1 elites, which is a pretty big deal. It's like the first turn where Gremlinob hits you really hard. Captain's Wheel lines up with. Usually against Lagavulin, you can have Captain's Wheel line up with the first turn that Lagavulin attacks you as well. It does require you to start the fight a turn earlier than you have to, so like it's possible that you won't, but if you have a Captain's Wheel, probably you want to. Also, Captain's Wheel just is strong everywhere else in the run. It's just a good relic. It's just strong. Good relic. Champion Ballot and Ashes are not available on this character, and neither are all of these. Okay, this is going to make it take less time to do this. I just delete some rows. That's nice. Dead Branch should win you the run. If you get a Dead Branch from the whale, you should win the run. Can't tell you that you'll win the run 100% of the time, because 100%... I think people don't appreciate how, like, unrealistic 100% anything is. Like, if you ask me, am I 100% to win the run from here? Like, no. Like, there's a chance that the moon will teleport into my house and squash me. Like, that's how physics works. There are several other things that could happen that are more likely than that. But, you know, I think people who say 100% mean like more than 99% most of the time. And like, yeah, if you get Dead Branch from the whale, you're probably more than 95% to win the run. I don't know if I'd go all the way to 99%, but Silent does pretty well with Dead Branch with like Blade Dance and things. It does require some piloting. Dead Branch wants you to put things which scale all the cards into your deck, so it wants you to like take your footworks and things like that. It wants you to have relics which are reliable. So like it wants you to have an incense burner so that you have a guaranteed block on your turn where you're getting attacked for the most. Because it'll make a lot of output, but its output is variable. And the way that you lose is if that variable output doesn't line up nicely with what it needs to do on like a couple of hard turns in a row or something like that. Dead Branch isn't really going to lose until you get to Act 3 bosses at earliest, though, in my experience. Just, it's a very strong relic. Yeah, I don't know. Duvidol's strong. It's Vajra, and Vajra's strong. Plus-sized Helix is goated. Just really, really good. Gambling Chip is goated. Just really, really good. Ginger's okay. Iria is not okay. It's pretty bad. You just like, yeah, if it had one strength in it when you picked it up, and you could gain extra strength by lifting at rest sites, it would be a much better relic, and it would make more sense to me because it's like rare. So it should be like a Vajra but better in my head. But Gyria is instead like Vajra but worse, which is kind of bizarre. Would you like to spend a rest site to have a Vajra? No, not really. Probably not. Not on Silent. Not on this character. I'd like to use a rest site to rest, and then I'd like to use a rest site to upgrade Wraith form. Anyway, I think Ice Cream's strong on the character. We've got Malaise and Skewer as two really nice things to save up energy for. Like Ice Cream, Pendib, Skewer is a thing you can do. Ice Cream Malaise is also a thing you can do, which requires much less work and is pretty much just as capable of winning almost every fight in the game. So Ice Cream's good. Also nice for making sure you can play your strikes, because like it makes your turns where the enemy's not attacking you and you have no strikes in hand a lot less painful. So it's just kind of good on floor 1 already. Incense Burner is somewhere between strong and goated. It's very good. Lizard Tail's actually really strong. It's easy to look at Lizard Tail and think, like, this doesn't do anything, because you, like, win and it doesn't proc. Or if you're losing and it does proc, you continue to lose and finish losing. Lizard Tail is somewhat tricky to maximize, actually. The way that you maximize Lizard Tail is, let's say, like, as you go through Act 1, this is your health, and your health, like, gets lower. And this is like kind of ideally what you want to be doing with your health in Act 1. You spend your health to get stronger, but you don't want to get into this area because you're risking actually dying. And once you get into that area, all of a sudden you have to like start resting at campfires and using all your potions and being very defensive with your pathing and stuff. So you spend your health in Act 1 to get stronger, but then you don't want to get super low on health. That's bad. And so, like, realistically, how an act might actually look is like you take a lot of damage going through your fights, and then you get one rest in, and then you like take some more damage, and maybe you do one more rest, and then you fight the boss or something like that. Because every time you get below that like safety line, you have to start making conservative plays, which don't like get you as many relics or card rewards or whatever, but do keep you alive, and that's important. If you die, you lose, and if you don't die, you win eventually, if you continuously don't die for long enough. So with Lizard Tail, it's different. With Lizard Tail, you're like pretty happy to get all the way down here. And you're not trying to go to 0 health and proc the Lizard Tail. And you'll notice that like actually you can get through elite fights without taking damage like quite often. if you go to them with 2 HP left or whatever, like you don't necessarily die. You just sometimes die. You die often enough that you can't do that if you don't have a Lizard Tail. The Lizard Tail lets you path much more aggressively. It lets you rest less often. And a lot of the time, you'll get through the act and you'll still have a Lizard Tail active for Act 2, and you will have got an extra elite fight or something. And that's really strong. And then you can do the same thing in Act 2. That's what Lizard Tail does. It like allows you to lean into variance much more aggressively while you have it until it's consumed. It has a similar effect to Fairy in a Bottle, right? Where Fairy in a Bottle, if you die, you heal instead. Sure. But the fact that Lizard Tail puts you at 50% max HP instead of, I don't actually know what, is it 20%? Fairy in a Bottle. Oh, don't I have potions like on the Slay the Spire reference? I don't know. Maybe I don't. Fairy in a Bottle is 30%. Right. It feels a lot. It feels very relevant. You go to 50% HP instead of 30% HP. If you die with Lizard Tail, you're now in a situation where you can continue pathing aggressively, like you have enough health, you're above the danger threshold. Whereas if you die with Fairy in a Bottle, it's like disastrous. You're now in a really bad situation because you're often on like a dangerous path because you're trying to lean into this Fairy in a Bottle and you don't mind dying, right? And then you're still on a dangerous path and now you don't have enough health to be there. So the 50% versus 30% does matter. And it like kind of makes it so that you do want to path aggressively with Lizard Tail, whereas with Fairy in a Bottle, it doesn't usually change my pathing that strongly. There's also the fact that Lizard Tail doesn't take up a potion slot, which obviously is preferable to taking up a potion slot, so that's fine. I think I have to say that Mango's strong. Yeah, I think Mango's strong. 14 health is a lot of health. I've talked a lot about how like it's pretty good to have an extra 15 health in Act 1, and Mango giving you max HP instead of current HP only does matter. The fact that it's giving you current HP, so it kind of solves your Act 1 problem, and also it's giving you max HP, which is relevant later on in the game as Silent, like put together, is very good. Old Coin's very strong. Love an Old Coin from the Whale. Peace Pipe is unfortunately... I think I can call it situation. Here's the deal. If you get a Peace Pipe, there are card rewards you can be offered immediately afterwards, which will let you take advantage of it and let it be very good over the rest of the run. You don't get them that often. And if you don't get them, it's bad. So yeah, I think garbage situational is the right way to evaluate this probably. Also, Silent likely wants to rest at a campfire if we go to a campfire, and Silent has plenty of cards which are good to upgrade. So Silent is not struggling for things to do at campfires. Pocket Watch is very strong. Pocket Watch might be even stronger from the Whale than Dead Branch. I don't know. It's like up there though. Prayer Wheel is also really strong. Shovel is unfortunately quite bad. Stone Calendar is like solid. Stone Calendar is good in a Slime Boss Act, good in a Hexaghost Act, not great in the Guardian Act, and you can kind of forget it exists after Act 1 a lot of the time. A lot of the time I literally do forget it exists after Act 1. It'll do something in the Act 2 boss fight with some regularity. It actually can matter against the heart, but it's not that likely. It's not your favorite. The Specimen is so like, ugh. Ooh. Ooh. There are so many rare relics that are so good, and then the Specimen exists, and you're like, why? Why does it exist? Third Needle's very strong. 4 block a turn is good. Tingsha's quite strong, somewhere between strong and solid. 3 damage every time you draw your Survivor, and then you want your dagger throws, you want your acrobatics, you want to take prepared if you have Tingsha, that's for sure, and you might even if you don't. So I think it does pretty well from the Whale at a time where like you're pretty excited about damage. I'm probably not going to evaluate these again for like later in the game. We're just saying how good they are at the Whale, and it's going to remain that forever for most of them probably. I don't think I mean, there's a lot to talk about. I have other things to do in my life. Tori is mostly garbage. I think mostly garbage. The problem with Tori is you'll get through Act 1 and you'll look at it and it will have saved you 2 health. Yeah, that's the problem with Tori. I'm gonna say it's solid. It can be pretty good with weak. Put a Crippling Cloud in your deck, it makes it quite a bit stronger. It's probably a lot better at lower Ascension, actually. Something I haven't really thought about much because I play exclusively Ascension 20, but the fact that enemies which are weakened, for the most part, still attack you for more than 5 at Ascension 20 makes this quite a lot worse. It's good against Book of Stabbing in Act 2 if you weaken it and don't mind having 5 wounds in your deck or whatever. Next time you go through your draw pile, I mean, in the fight. Stuff bandages is goated. This is just one of the strongest relics on the character. It's very strong because acrobatics and calculated gamble are very strong, and yeah, if you have acrobatics and calculated gamble and you get a tough bandages, you are now also invincible. So that's kind of nice. It just does enough without those cards too to be strong, like very strong, even without them. Tungsten Rod is probably solid, probably a bit better than Tori, but kind of in the same range. I think Turnip is solid. Again, less winning based on dexterity, in my experience, on Silent ever since Wraithform changed. So not that incredible, but does okay in the beginning of Act 2 even. There are quite a few enemies which frail you there, and you're probably still hoping for your unupgraded basic defense to be playable cards in those spots, so it was okay. Unseasoned Up I can't say is purely garbage, I have to say it's situational garbage, because it's actually pretty good with Concentrate. Concentrate is an uncommon which you would like to be able to take because it does some really fun things late game sometimes, but definitely not every time. If you get an Unceasing Top, all of a sudden you have a reason to take it a bit earlier, and so, you know, that can play out well late game. You're probably not using Unceasing Top with it late game, that's not the strong thing. Probably like late game, your Concentrate is making your Malaise hit for 2 more or something like that, and that's just good. Or it's letting you play a big turn with Nightmare or something like that. The point is, though, that you got to put the Concentrate in your deck to begin with because you had an Unceasing Top, and then because you got to put it in your deck to begin with, later on in the game it gets to do fun things. You can also Concentrate or Reflex to draw some cards and do some card spam that way. And then Wing Boots. Ooh, I don't. Is Wing Boots strong on Silent? Silent doesn't get to go to every elite. I think Wing Boots might only be solid on Silent. Wing Boots is very hard to maximize, but like I feel very comfortable calling Wing Boots strong on Ironclad. I'm pretty sure that's what I said. Because Ironclad, I feel like, can just fight another elite in Act 1 with Wing Boots, like almost every time. And another elite doesn't just give you a relic, it also gives you more gold and a card reward with like an increased rare chance. So you're not just replacing your Wing Boots charge with a different relic, you're like getting more than that out of the stuff you're getting from that floor. And then, you know, you still have 2 charges left in Act 2. And you can use it to like jump to a campfire if you're in danger and stuff like that. You're going to have to do that a bit more with Silent. Silent's not as likely to get to use Wing Boots to get 2 or 3 more elites over the course of the run. But it's still okay. Kind of like, it has the value that Lizard Tail has, where it lets you go on a more dangerous path, which you might have to escape from. But it doesn't give you 30 health like Lizard Tail does, which, yeah, makes it a bit less exciting. I think my closed captions like suddenly broke. I guess they probably don't record on YouTube anyway. with that as like my brain deteriorates fully, I'm going to say that obtain a random rare relic is strong. Another one of the ones where there's a decent amount of variance. So if you have a path which, if you have an act where you can go ways that really benefit from a relic that's good at combats, that's great. If you have an act where you can go a way that lets you lift 3 times with a Gyrio or something, that's like, I mean, you'd rather have gotten a better relic, but at least you can do something with it. So the variability of the available paths for you make you more likely to click on this in the same way that they made you more likely to click on obtain a random rare card. And then max HP is solid. I don't know that I've clicked on this one very many times. The problem is that it doesn't pair with losing max health, so like the downside is always worse than I want, but yeah, if other stuff isn't good. You can like take 15 damage and gain a bunch of max HP, and it's like better than skipping slightly. You can buy a mango. I've done that before, lose all gold to get max HP. I don't hate it. Like the HP does go some distance toward getting you through Act 1, but definitely not my favorite. Okay, we made it through the whale bonuses. And I guess next recording session I can actually talk about some silent cards, which might be what you're watching the video for. So hopefully you'll enjoy that. All right, bye-bye. He's back. Honestly, it's been like a week and a half since I recorded the first 2.5 hours of this or whatever that was. So I'm not going to remember everything I said, but people keep bugging me, reminding me that I have to record the next session of this, and like every time that happens, a little thing in my mind off that's like, I will wait at least one more day before I do it. Because fucking leave creators alone, okay? We know that we want to make our content. Anyway, I appreciate the people reaching out and saying that they enjoyed the oh god, Zephyr, please tell me. Okay, let's talk about every silent card that silent has, yeah? Just a sec, I have to have a conversation with that apparently. Zephyr is a very sweet cat, and sometimes his dad sits in a chair and starts talking and then just keeps going for like 8 hours, and Zephyr doesn't get to like hang out with his dad. And I think he's like just barely smart enough to know that he doesn't like that all the time. So that's too bad. I have to talk about silent cards, which is more like structurally complex, I want to say, than talking about Ironclad cards. I think when you talk about Ironclad cards, you're looking at a card pool where like everything kind of goes with everything else, at least like to some extent. And I've talked about this quite a bit already. Ironclad is exhaust, so if you have chaff cards that aren't useful for your final strategy, exhaust them in the fight where you don't need them. It's fairly easy to like plug and play with different Ironclad cards. Uh, Silent doesn't have exhaust. Silent also has a lot of cards which don't communicate very well with each other. For example, Blade Dance and Catalyst. These two cards like don't play very well together. If you have both of those cards in your deck, fairly likely that in the fight that you're in right now, one of them is going to be slimed. Well, not a slimed because it doesn't exhaust. If it's like an injury or whatever. Like you don't want to play that card. Now that's not necessarily gonna run. Silent has a lot of card draw. Silent has cards like paired as well with like targeted discard. So if you have some cards in your deck that you don't play in a fight, don't have to play them. That's okay. Can make it work. But you don't want to have a ton of cards that are useless in every fight, right? You'd prefer not to. And I think that's more so true of Silent than of Glad. Why is this column? That's weird. This is better. I think so. Okay. The other issue with Silent is I think the character is very strong and very well balanced. Not on like a card by card level where every card is the same power level, but in a like strategy versus strategy level where like you can try to win with shivs, you can try to win with poison, you can try to win something else. There's a lot of stuff you can do, and sometimes the stuff you want to do is drastically different based on just like how floor one goes. A single relic can completely warp everything you're run. Talked about grand finale from Whale, where like actually make this work, and that may massively warp your run. And then at some point you might have an inflection point where you get out of it too. So that's hard. It's it's going to be hard to communicate everything about how to play by talking about the cards and how they're all tied grand strategy over the course of a run. Silent also has substantial capability for inflection points to exist in her run where her strategy changes. A very common one is just getting offered Catalyst. You can be offered Catalyst in a run where you have 0 poison, and it can be correct to take it because it is at that moment your best way of killing an upcoming boss. So you have like a burst and a blade dance, and you're fighting against like the champ, and you just don't have enough damage for stage 2 of the champ. You can see the champ fight is coming, and you get offered a Catalyst, and you have no poison. If your deck's not in danger of dying right now, taking a Catalyst as slimed is going to be almost certainly your best option out there card reward for solving the champ fight, because Burst Catalyst is so strong. Maybe you have well-laid plans as well, so you can put them together. All of these moving parts change the answer, right? And then at that point, you're hoping for a poison card or a poison potion or what have you, which isn't that hard to find. All right, so my web development career has kind of taken off since starting this series, but suppose you're like halfway through Act 2, so I thought this was like I just wrote some stuff. This might be what's left before the boss fight as you're going halfway through Act 2, and you have no poison in your deck, but you have a burst and a well-laid plans or something, right? And you're being offered Catalyst right now. I have Path 2 to compare it to, which has like more like a fuller act, 2/3 of an act or something. Maybe even 3/4. These were, at least on my first like overview, these are the ways to add poison to an enemy on Silent. And you are 85.56% to see one of those by the end of the act, which is like pretty high. This isn't counting poison potion or relics which apply poison. So like, yeah, even with very few floors left, this can be a pretty compelling way to address something like the fact that you don't have champ damage. And then looking at Path 2, which is more like a fuller act, you're basically 95% see poison card. It's not guaranteed, but very high likelihood that that's going to happen. So, inflection points are very available for Silent. In service of inflection points, a useful thing is to identify cards which can be useful and can open the door to a transition between strategies. For example, Poison Stab, not one of the better ones, but one I'll talk about briefly. Poison Stab can be used with a strategy that has like shivs and finisher in it. It is an attack which stacks finisher. It will proc your kunai or your ornament and or whatever. Is it a good card? No, I'm not saying take Poison Stab all the time. But what I am saying is that if your solution to early game damage, where you're like desperately trying to pick up an attack common to get through a fight or something like that, is Poison Stab for this run, that has opened the like flexion passage toward poison damage in late game in a way that taking something like Slice doesn't do. And that's actually quite valuable on Silent. And like I'm talking about Catalyst a bit because Catalyst is the most egregious part of this, but there's also a grander thing going on where poison damage is just better damage in longer fights than non-poison damage. When you play like Blade Dance Finisher, you deal a bunch of damage this turn. You like put your combo together, you got all the damage you're gonna get out of it. Boom, likely you kill an enemy. Can you scale that to do enough damage to win late game? Yeah, you can. And there are even ways to enable that. Like you can add Terror, you can add Phantasmal Killer. As you get retained, you get more reliable at playing it. Stuff like that. Cool. That's fine. That's cool. If you play a Bouncing Flask, on the other hand, Bouncing Flask is not that good in a hallway fight. You deal like 9 damage, maybe 12 if it's upgraded in one turn, and you deal it to like random targets, so you're not like getting closer to killing anything. If you play Bouncing Flask against the Slavers, it's a kind of an atrocious card. There are hallway fights where it's okay, longer hallway fights with single enemies. But if you play Bouncing Flask in a boss fight, and the boss fight's going to go for like 8 turns, then just by playing like the one card, you've dealt as much damage as Dance Finisher turn probably did. So there is already a pressure on a silent run to want to transition from some sort of damage that kills the early game enemies into poison damage for late game. And the way you basically like escape that pressure is either you find good enough poison damage early game that there's no transition, like you're just killing stuff with poison at the start, big deal, or you find something strong enough that it no longer becomes appealing to poison damage. Things which are strong enough to make it not appealing to transition to poison damage, well, can really kind of be anything. Like anything that deals enough damage to kill the bosses. Another contributor that you might not expect is just like having enough block. If you have enough block, your damage is no longer under pressure. So, for example, if you get enough Wraith forms, you can like just kill the enemy with Caltrops or something. Maybe that's a bit of an exaggeration, but so you can get enough block that you don't really need good damage anymore, at which point like whatever you had could very well be enough. You can get some sort of engine going on where you're like comboing a bunch of stuff or it or near it and making just tons and tons of output every turn. You can find relic interactions, something like a Tingsha deals a lot of damage and may make doing something like poison damage late game completely unnecessary. You can just build out the damage that you have in an impressive enough way. Like your grand finale might be paired with a nightmare, so you can play it 3 times, and a runic pair, so you can play it every turn. Lots of card removes. Or your finisher might be paired with a bunch of after images, so that shivs are not painful to play against Time Eater and the Heart, and maybe like 3 accuracies. So also the shivs just deal tons of damage, and you kill those enemies. This is the moving target of every silent run, in my opinion. It's driven by just like the mechanical rules engine thing where poison deals more damage than other stuff in a longer fight, and so you always have that inflection point where maybe you should be going into poison at some point because of the longer fights being easy that way, which you can like end up leaning into going into poison, or you can end up not needing this run because you find something else that is strong enough. But it's quite a compelling thing to try to do. And so a decent amount of the silent cards I'm going to talk about, my evaluation of them is going to be with regard to the fact that that is going on at a greater level on the character. I'm going to say, for example, the Crippling Cloud is quite good. Like, I think the strong card. And the reason I'm going to say the Crippling Cloud is good is that it is a card that's like pretty good in the Act 1 and Act 2 fights, which also opens the inflection point into poison without being particularly detrimental to other strategies. Too weak to all enemies is okay, even if you don't care about the poison damage. Stripping 2 artifact charges is okay, even if you don't care about the poison damage. The fact it exhausts means that it's less impactful for a deck which is trying to set up an infinite loop. And then if you do want to go into poison, this is a card that gives you poison. Like, this is actually enough. If you have Burst plus, Rippling Cloud plus, and Catalyst plus, you apply 128 poison to an enemy for 4 energy. That'll kill the heart. So, also, if you took Crippling Cloud and you're like, this card is fine, it's not incredible, I have other synergies right now, so it's kind of like not matching, whatever, etc., etc. If you took Crippling Cloud and then you got offered Catalyst on your way to Champ, well, now you no longer have that thing where it's like, oh, Catalyst could be my best solution for Champ, but like 5% of the time I am miss on poison, like problematic. And that mischance is definitely relevant. There's the mischance and the fact that it's a curse right now, right? When you get offered Catalyst with no poison in your deck. The mischance is bad, and the fact that it's slimed right now is also bad. And so both of those are going to make you not take it in situations where if you had a Crippling Cloud in your deck, you would get to take it, and you would get to just like very happily transition that inflection point into a deck with poison. So I think Crippling Clouds is just a very, very, very strong silent card for those reasons. Okay, let's talk about the cards from like a more like top to bottom way, because I think that's kind of fun. I think I've kind of said the like grander strategy stuff that I need to say. I'm immediately going to something else now. Interesting. Okay, because the first card to talk about is Acrobatics. Defend, Neutralize, Strike, Survivor. Fine. The things we can say about the Silent deck at the start of the run, it struggles to saturate 3 energy worth of damage. So if you could put a Predator in it, that would make it quite a lot better. Just now you could spend far more often. It has quite a lot of block, so that's cool. Not great against Gremlin Knob, but it does make it so it doesn't take very much damage in hallway fights. Silent does well against the easy hallway fights. You have this weird inflection point again, where right now you'd kind of like to remove a defend from it, but later on in the run you'd like all your strikes to be gone and possibly don't mind your defends if you get enough dexterity. Escape plans even, they're just interactions with skills that Silent has. So you've got that little weird thing where you can, depending on your act path and what's going on, go through an inflection point about which cards you want to remove. There's weird stuff going on with which card you want to upgrade as well, or you can upgrade Neutralize. You can upgrade Strike because you're very low on damage. I tend to prefer upgrading Neutralize. I don't know. That's something I might eventually be convinced to like try upgrading Strike, because I don't know. At some point I'm gonna like do math about this character. But I just kind of like the Neutralize upgrade at the moment. Oh, also worth noting, maybe, it's actually kind of important. We do apply weak and we discard a card with our starter deck. So, 2 things that does. 1, it makes the cards which apply weak slightly less good, which might kind of surprise you, because I feel like semantically they match Silent. So say you go to the first fight and you get offered a Sucker Punch at the end of it. I feel like semantically you look at this and you're like, oh, Silent is the character who likes to apply weak, so this is like a Silent card. So it's probably like pretty good and would make sense to add to my deck. But like rules mechanics wise, if an enemy is already weak and you apply weak to it again, it doesn't attack for less this turn. Like you're adding to the stack, so like a couple of turns or 3 turns from now it will attack for less, sure. But as of right now, that didn't actually do anything. So the fact that you already have weak in your deck most of the time makes weak less appealing to add more of. Pretty regular for me to go through a run and have like your neutralize at the start, and then like maybe one crippling cloud and one leg sweep, and that is the amount of weak that I add to the deck to have enemies weak at all times. Not that uncommon for me to only have neutralize and a crippling cloud either. Weak is just a thing which you like need to buy a certain amount of it, but you don't need more than that. Like, you're not going to get any benefit out of having more than 72 hot dogs or something. Strange metaphor, but I would actually just straight up say the sucker punch is bad. And because of the fact that Silent can exhaust cards, you're going to see that a lot more in like talking about Silent cards versus Ironclad cards, that like Silent's less effectual cards are worse to put in your deck than Ironclad's less effectual cards. If Ironclad puts a middling card into his deck, I guess kind of fine. Whatever, we'll get there. It doesn't stop Ironclad from going infinite. It doesn't stop Ironclad from scaling up. Ironclad has a lot of max HP and he has feed, so it doesn't necessarily put you at risk of dying on turn 2 and 3 in late game. Bad card in Ironclad deck is just kind of like fine, all right. I don't want it, but if it makes it so you don't die to Gremlin Knob, sure. If it makes it so you can fight another Gremlin Knob, still not risking death, then like even better, go for it. Not the case on Silent. Silent doesn't want to put bad cards in her deck as much as possible. So, say that those bad cards are bad. Okay, so we talked about the weak. The other thing to talk about, though, is the discard. We can discard a card with our starter deck. This is important because Silent has discard synergies. Silent's discard synergies are, let's see if I can pick them all on the first time through. We've got Sneaky Strike, we've got Eviscerate, we've got Reflex, we've got Tactician. Is that it, actually? And then we have like the cards which discard. Tough Bandages exists, but it is not a card. There are lots of like this sort of synergizes with discard kind of things. Like Endless Agony sort of synergizes with discard because when you draw it, you get an extra card in your hand, so you have an extra card to discard if that's what you want to do. Expertise sort of synergizes with discard because you can use the cards in your hand, so Expertise draws more cards. But yeah, I think those are like the payoffs for discard, and then like there are other cards which let you discard, like Calculated, a very good card. Acrobatics, Prepared, the Trade. I guess Unload and Storm of Steel. I'm not going to click on them though. I wouldn't recommend looking at those for your discard synergies. So I don't actually know if I got all of them, but Silent has this like very strong discard synergy package. To like think about how strong this is, imagine what a deck with a Prepared Plus that always discards Reflex and Tactician when it's played is doing. Prepared Plus, if it discards Reflex and Tactician, say you upgrade them, I think that's reasonable, is a card which draws 3 and gains 2 energy without exhaust and without like dealing 6 damage like Offering would. That's a pretty good card. And that's a thing that you can build in the game. There's no rule saying that you can't build a deck where you get to play Prepared and discard Reflex and Tactician with it. In fact, Prepared's a pretty inoffensive card to put in your deck, and it's a common. So if you're offered a Prepared in Act 1, I would generally say, like, if there's nothing else on offer that you'd prefer, yeah, like, take it. Live that dream. The other thing, say it's like solid, it's like, this is like a, I don't mind putting one of these in my deck in Act 1 kind of situation. This is not a, like, this is the best card in the world kind of situation. We are creating so many plies of things that I want to talk about where I have to talk about the most recent thing before I can get back to the thing that started the tangent. I think we're on like 3rd ply right now. Because as I say, like, I think you should like take a prepared if it's offered in Act 1 and there's nothing else that's strong adjacent to it. As I say that, a thing a thing that I want to say at the same time is I think Silent uses Snecko worse than the other, certainly other two real characters and possibly also Watcher. Watcher is kind of Watcher's a very well polished mod character, kind of. And so I do not typically care to keep Snecko available as a pickable boss relic as I go through Act 1 on Silent. It's also my belief that Silent just wins without needing boss relic output in a huge percentage of runs. So if you have to like skip your boss relic because you can't take Snecko and the other two are bad for some reason, like you can still win. And the fact that like a card like Prepared can become an offering that doesn't exhaust and doesn't deal damage is why. One of the reasons why. Another reason is that you can like use 4 energy and 3 cards to deal 100 damage course of 6 turns or whatever. So, actually, if you're using Bouncing Flask plus Catalyst, that's just 800 the course of 3 turns. You might think, like, how's that possible? Against the heart, it can only deal 200 damage per turn, but it deals damage at the start of the heart's turn. So, like, the first 200 goes before the heart's first turn. So it's kind of like you're dealing 0 with poison against enemies. I don't know. You can play with that in your brain and decide whether you agree or not. But yeah, poison will kill the heart before it like attacks you on turn. The heart it doesn't attack on turn 4, so this is irrelevant. Yeah, but it is also true. Anyway, irrelevant but true. Oh, and so Survivor. We were talking about Survivor. Good to discard a card, sure. Prepared can just become this very, very strong card. Prepared is also like quite useful in Silence Infinites because Silent has so much card draw and relatively little ability to exhaust cards. That her hands will just become clogged with cards. She's just going to hit 10 cards and not be able to do anything. And so when you're in situations like that, one good way to deal with it is by grabbing Concentrate. So you're gaining energy with your extra cards that you don't want in your hand. But Concentrate's an uncommon, and Concentrate is harder to make good outside of this exact situation. So, like, you're unlikely to just take a speculative Concentrate as you go through Act 1. Prepared lets you discard 2 cards. It's actually like, it upgrades to let you discard 2 cards instead of 1 card, right? That's a good thing. We like that. And it is very pickable going through Act 1. The card is fine. There are spots where you'd prefer not to have it. You could be confused by Snecko in Act 2. You could be fighting Gremlin by a skill. You could be against Chosen and have the debuff, which makes it so every time you play a skill or a power, you put a daze or drop out status on attack. But these are limited enough concerns. They are approachable with other cards or potions or relics. You can take a prepared in Act 1. And I think I'm taking prepared if there's nothing better than skip on floor 1, even. Like, I just add this to my starter deck on floor 1 if it's my card reward. Happy to. Okay. The first comment to talk about is acrobatics, so this is kind of why I had to talk all about the discard synergies. Acrobatics might be the best common in the game. I don't know. Here's the thing. Drawing 3 for 1 energy is very good, and discarding a card's an upside. So, for the Magic the Gathering players in the audience, we are looking at Ancestral Recall Plus at common. The availability of this card warps the character maybe more than the availability of Catalyst does. Kind of wild. I absolutely think that you like need to take acrobatics on floor 1 as Silent. Here's my like silent trajectory over the course of what, 8 years. Um, I started off playing silent. I was like, oh man, shivs and kunai are really cool. This was like way back when the balance of the game was different. So like the cards didn't need the same thing, right? Etc. 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 And then I was like, whoa, you can do this really cool thing where like you draw a lot of cards and go infinite on this character. That's pretty sweet. And then I think like my third or fourth month of playing Slay the Spire ever, I just tried to kill every enemy on turn one silent. And like if I didn't kill the final bosses on turn one, that was like a loss to me in my soul. Like the game could tell me I won, but in my soul, I was like, that deck wasn't cool enough. And that was just really fun for me. I am that kind of nerd. I have sleeved up vintage combo decks with turn one kills and just goldfished them by myself in my life. And that's who I am, and I own it. And so that was really fun for me. And then like Ascension 15 and Ascension 20 came out, and the Heart came out, and you were fighting 2 act bosses at the end of Act 3 instead of 1, and so Time Meter was not only more common, but also sometimes hidden. So like if you were trying to spam everything on turn 1 and you saw Time Meter at the start of Act 3, sure, you like start buying like other things and you have the entire act to do it. But if you don't see Time Meter until you actually the first boss and then fight the second one, what do? Like you can no longer just have that free feeling trying to build an infinite with no repercussions, because the entirety of the act you're like, oh, but there is a half a chance I beat Time Meter, so I kind of have to build stuff too. And it kind of like killed the ability to just carelessly do that, which a little tragic. It was never like the best possible way to be playing the character anyway, but it was very fun, and so I liked doing it, and it was pretty good as well. Silence historically just been well enough balanced that most of the things you can are pretty good, at least in the right circumstances. But then, like, Balance Patch 2.0 came out, and it buffed a lot of the discard cards, like Reflex, for example. Reflex is like strong but situational, I would say. Reflex started drawing one more card. It used to draw one less card than this, and now it draws one more. That's like a big difference, going from unupgraded Reflex drawing 1 to drawing 2. That's a huge deal. And then this is actually long enough ago that I don't remember, but I believe Eviscerate and Sneaky Strike both had damage buffs. These are both just strong cards. Even like hinges of purple on them. These are like Silent's best attacks for getting through early game, pretty much. And that's just because of their text, mostly. Like, that's not about the potential inflection point into discard synergies later on in the game, which is cool. It's cool that you can do that. But I think the reason that late game gets solved by discard synergies quite a lot of Silent is that Sneaky Strike and Eviscerate are so strong. And so, because of that, you'll take cards like Dagger Throw, which I'm going to say is solid. If Dagger, in the same way that like Poison Stab could be your like attack to get you through the early elites, and that opens up a stronger inflection point where you can pivot into poison. Dagger Throw can be your iffy attack in order to get you through the stuff at the start. And that opens up an inflection point in discard. And the discard inflection point is live way earlier because Sneaky Strike and Eviscerate are just good in Act 1 already. Like, you already want cards. It's not a situation like with Poison, where Poison becomes a compelling way to deal damage because of the nature of the length of fights in late game. No, Sneaky Strike and Eviscerate are already good. So when you take your Dagger Throw, I didn't like come into this with an ordering, but I think I might say Dagger Throw was like, okay, I'm kind of like making this up off the cuff, so forgive me if I change my mind later. But I would say like the top 3 ways to deal damage in Act 1 from your commons on Silent are probably Dagger Throw, Sneaky Strike, and Blade Dance. And of the three, Blade Dance might be the weakest in my estimation right now. Blade Dance is just like deal 12 for 1 with nothing more asked. I just think that the direction Blade Dance goes in Silence card pool as you go further into the run isn't that good. No, that is basically my issue with Blade Dance. It's worth noting, by the way, Blade Dance is definitely strong. I guess maybe I should say Dagger Throw is strong too. I'm hesitant to call it strong though, because like you don't want to take more than one. Like it's kind of the same with Sneaky Strike. Like you kind of want 2 of these, maybe. But the idea here is that you get enough damage into your deck to kill the enemies without having to take lots and lots of cards, so that you can like build out the deck for other things later on in the game, which are stronger for later fights. And that's like why Sneaky Strike is so compelling. Sneaky Strike's so compelling because you can play Acrobatics, and you can play like 2 Sneaky Strikes for 0 and deal 24 damage. And now your Acrobatics not only was Ancestral Recall, but also dealt 24 damage with 0 cost cards that you drew with. And then you have 2 energy left to do something else in your turn, even in Act 1. That's incredible. This is another reason why Prepared is good as well, because once you have a Prepared in your deck, Eviscerate becomes a very easy pick. If I'm offered Eviscerate with no support at all, if I get offered Eviscerate at the end of like the floor 1 fight, I'm very happy and I'm taking it. But I am doing so with the acknowledgement that it's kind of an awkward card right now. 3 energy is too much energy to spend on damage in most turns of Act 1. There are lots of turns of Act 1 where you want to deal damage with 2 energy. I'm assuming that you have 3 energy that you're not boss swapping. I've talked in the Ironclad video about how I don't really boss swap. I talked about it here. I don't think I did. I don't think it's even here. Boss swap. Yeah, I don't really boss swap. I don't think it's very good on Silent or on Ironclad, but also I don't do it. So, if other people think it's good, like, yeah, maybe. I don't know. I don't. I've done it enough to like play around with it, recognize that I think I can win without doing it, and I don't enjoy it, and I don't do it. So we're going through Act 1 on 3 energy. Usually, although like Silence got 7 cards in her opener, so if you get like 1 lantern to have 4 energy on turn 1, there's already a lot character. One of the reasons that energy relics become less good as you get better at the game, opinion, is that you get better at condensing the fight down to like what happens on turn 1. Get better at deck building, you just have more and more decks where like turn 1 fight, and so there's, if you have an extra energy on turn 2, like already won. Silence pretty good at condensing things down to turn 1 with +2 cards in a row, and lots of cards cost 0 and draw cards and stuff like that to make energy as well. Okay, anyway, 3 energy is too much energy to spend on damage in most turns of Act 1. Like, when you're getting attacked for 10, what you'd like to do is like play a Survivor and spend 2 energy on damage maybe, or play 2 defends and 1 energy on damage. You want to be able to do a good job of spending a variety of amounts of energy damage. Skewer is a really interesting card because Skewer gives you that ability very flexibly when it's drawn, which is a pretty valuable thing. And it used to be the case that I thought Skewer was a good pickup for Silent in Act 1 because of that. Because some turns I want to deal damage with 3, sometimes 2, sometimes 1, sometimes I don't want to deal damage, and Skewer is actually good on all of those turns. Even on the turns where I don't want to spend energy on damage, Skewer can be played to advance Ink Bottle or something like that, if that's a thing you want to do, or it can give you a block for after. I don't know, whatever. It's not at its best when you're spending 0 energy on damage, but like sometimes it comes up. If you have a Runic Pyramid and you need to clear your hand to draw 5 cards next turn, you can play it for 0. Skewer is kind of a cool card. I no longer think Skewer is very good. It's just like the other stuff got so much better that it just kind of becomes a dead card, which doesn't have relative value. I think Skewer is like pretty garbage now. Situational, because like, yeah, like Chemex and Necronomicon exist. Doesn't come up very often. Skewer, unfortunately, gets put on the top of the garbage heap because of character buffs over the course of time. So yeah, what happened with the discard synergies is the devs noticed that players like weren't taking the discard synergy space very often, and it wasn't performing very well looking at the data, and so they buffed it so that players would play it more, which is cool. You can do that. However, Spire is somewhat of a zero-sum game. And when you buff one thing, like, two things can happen. One is it can cause value to go away from another thing. The other thing is that the player win rate increases. And so buffing stuff like isn't, in my opinion, actually a very good solution. Like just uniformly buffing stuff. I think that targeting like a 50-ish% win rate for a game like this leads to the most fun and engaging runs for players. Now that win rates are like +%, there are so many runs where you're just buttons and your mind is off. It's kind of painful. But like I learned the game back when good play was winning 30 to 40%, and just didn't have a lot of runs where everything was free, and like every turn mattered a lot more than it does now. So I miss that a bit. The other thing that can happen though is that cards which do other things just stop being needed. And that's something that happened with Skewer when like a bunch of the other damage solutions got buffed to the point that you could very happily take them in Act 1. Isn't good anymore. So, rest in peace, Skewer. Okay. What was I up to? I was saying Acrobatics is very good. I was saying it enables Sneaky Strike and Eviscerate. I was saying Eviscerate's an awkward card because you don't want to spend 3 energy on it, but you have Survivor. So if you draw Survivor and Eviscerate in the same hand, you get to block 8 and deal 21 damage that turn. That's a very good Act 1 turn. That will generally be a turn worth playing unless you're in a situation where like damage doesn't matter, in which case you might want to block for 18 against some enemies. Or, yeah, I mean, no or really. That's basically what you want. So, I say like Survivor is pretty strong. This is actually a card that you like need to be Survivor strong. Neutralize is pretty solid, and like defend is situationally solid. Strike, garbage. The thing about strike is like, unless you get, why didn't I just trust her? I just did that. Oh, I unfroze the first row. The thing about strike is that unless you get terror or a strength relic or something, you don't even want strike to be how you're killing the like enemies in Act 1 with attacks. Like it just doesn't deal damage. Everything got buffed so much. Blade Dance hits for 12. Like, do I want to play 2 strikes or do I want to Acrobatics into a Blade Dance? They do the same amount of damage, but Acrobatics can also draw me Neutralize or Survivor or my other strong cards. Like, I'd rather Acrobatics into a Blade Dance. Get out of my sight, Strike. So, like, strikes come up. I guess strikes, like, can be solid very situationally. Strikes become relevant when you get a strike dummy. They can be okay if you get terror. They can damage there. They will often be the best card to play in your hand just because you're playing the starter deck plus a few cards that you added. So that's a thing. But Silent, I think, is hoping not only to add some damage to her deck, but also to add like enough damage to replace playing strikes quite a lot. And that's not that hard to do. If you like add an Acrobatics, a Blade Dance, and a Sneaky Strike to your deck, you're much of the way already, and it helps that Silent's got a lot of good block cards, so if you draw damage, play block on a lot of turns in the game. Anyway, cool. That's all great and all. Acrobatics is really good. Eviscerate's really good. Take a prepared, Eviscerate becomes better, and it's nice to take a prepared, but you'd like your Eviscerate to just be immediately murdering it for you. Yeah, that's all good. Okay. I haven't really even talked about what Acrobatics does later. Okay. So It's too big a thing to say. I can't tell you everything Acrobatics does later. Drawing 4 cards for 1 energy. Discarding a card interacts with all of the cards. Also a lot of relics. It does a lot of stuff. Some things that it does later, which are very, very strong. With Calculated Gamble, it like draws you your entire deck, basically. You go on turn 1, you draw 7 cards, you play an Acrobatics, now you have 9 cards in hand, one of them is a Calculated Gamble, you play it, you draw another 8 cards. You have already drawn 8 cards from draw pile. So if you have like a power that you need to get down on Act 1, or turn 1, sorry, or something like that, adding a Calculated Gamble and an Acrobatics to your deck, like all of a sudden you're doing that pretty well. We talked about Grand Finale a bit. That's like a niche case, but it is relevant. A big power to get in play in this way is well-laid plans. I don't think well-laid plans are strong, as I see a lot of people seem to think it is. That doesn't mean it's not strong. It's really strong. It gets counterfeited by Runic Pyramid in like a third of runs, something like that. You take Runic Pyramid, probably a third of your runs that reach endgame. It can be relevant before then, like it can be nice for boss fights and stuff before then. But I think the main reason that I don't think well-laid plans is as strong as other people who I see talking about well-laid plans is that like my solution space is more densely coagulating around things which don't actually need to retain cards every turn. So if you are trying to line a Piercing Whale up with the right enemy attack or something like that, well-laid plans is good. If you're trying to combo a Burst plus a Catalyst or a Burst plus a Nightmare and a Wraith form or something like that, well-laid plans is good. And it's good for me when I do those things, which are things that I do. Sure. On the other hand, a lot of the time, if you have enough poison density in your deck, you don't need well-laid plans anymore. Like, you do reach a point where like 1 liquid memories is now enough, and you don't need the well-laid plans card. So I'm not saying you don't like necessarily want it in your deck. I'm just saying like if it's offered in a shop in Act 1, you don't have to buy it. Like you can win without it. It's okay. And then another thing is if you end up in the discard synergy space, if that deck gets good enough, it doesn't need to retain cards. Like you just basically go infinite every turn from a starting hand of 5 cards, and it's not an issue. So, well-laid plans is very strong, but I wouldn't say it's like extremely, extremely strong. And I think as you get better at the character, it gets somewhat worse. Because you end up in more situations where your late game wins without it, and it isn't that good. Okay in early game. There are definitely situations where you can take it for early game, and if it's good for your early game situation, then sure. If like your Hexago solution is to burst a Bouncing Flask, then sure, take a well-laid plans, whatever. But yeah, I think over time, as I've gotten better at the game and I've looked for more and more like small places to gain edge, one of the places I look is the situations where I'm taking a card that isn't good right now. Can I take a card that is good right now instead and find a solution for the game that wins without having to take that card that isn't good right now? And honestly, that's how I enjoy playing the game. So even if that's wrong, like even if you're meant to buy a well-laid plans on floor 1 of the run because well-laid plans is so fun late game, like I'd rather just not. And if that's true, nerf well-laid plans. Like that's just like, I don't know. You're allowed to. We haven't solved the game. We don't know if you're meant to like buy well-laid plans on floor 7. We just don't know. We haven't solved the game. And if you spend your life in a solution space where you're like, yeah, I have to buy well-laid plans on floor 7, like you never learn any. It's an exaggeration. There's lots of stuff you can learn, but like it just kind of makes it hard to learn all of the ways that you can not having a well-laid plans in your deck, which you enumerate more and more fully in order to actually make your decision about whether or not to buy well-laid plans on floor 7. So anyway, Acrobatics can get you well-laid plans, which is cool because that sets you up for turn 2. A nice thing about having a really big turn 1 is that it can set you up for turn 2. Another really nice one to drop several of on turn 1 is Footwork. Footwork I also feel like I'm less reliant on as I get better at the character. Because again, there are just lots of ways to win without it. Um, it used to be that like getting 3 footworks was how Silent won, and okay, that is, I suppose, a thing that you're allowed to try to do. If we look at a sim of just like a somewhat reasonable, I don't, I, these are just kind of things. This isn't exactly what a silent run will be, but it is a thing that a silent run might be. Oh no, did it break? Oh, it's calculating very slowly because I did 5 million, very long path, I think. We're gonna have to wait. God, coding is fun, but also extremely stressful, and things just don't behave. We're expecting them to behave. Um, if we look at how many footworks we get from this path, we get at least one 67% of the time, but also like sometimes we get 3. Like 8.6% of the time we get 3 or more. And when that happens, like, yeah, like you're gonna win pretty easily with just lots of footwork. Sometimes you get 2. Also, if you get 1 footwork and 1 nightmare and you have like retains, you can combine them, then you have 4 like pretty much every fight, which is cool. That's enough to block for enough. And so there is a silent solution which centers around dexterity and cards which block well off dexterity, which are like backflip is 1, dodge and roll is 1, deflect does okay if you have a hard draw, and then defend, which like can become strong late game, and this is why basically. And sometimes it's possible to end up in this situation 100%. Let's just like have a leg sleeve, like doesn't scale quite as well with dexterity as the other ones because it costs 2 for only 1 dex scaling, but it still blocks for a lot. Like if you block like this with your cards, you're going to kill a lot of enemies. Cool. There are just a lot of ways to win without doing that. You can use like a ghost car to block and or a pierce spell or wraith form. That's easy. I should mention blur. Just because blur is certainly a card that you're pretty excited about. So like, yeah, I mean footwork's good. I'm pretty sure I take it on floor 1. That seems true. It's an uncommon. I don't like think about that much because you offered it that much, but I would take footwork if it was offered on floor 1. That seems true. Yeah. I don't know. You watch my video. Tell me. Um, but it's like a little bit less exciting than it would be to me. Getting to a malaise, like turn the enemy basically for stuff. If you draw 18 cards, you can do strong stuff. Another like strong one is just like a bouncing flask and catalyst thing. I would say the bouncing flask is like situationally strong because it's such bad damage in so many fights, but such good damage in other fights. It might even be situationally goated. I don't know. I'm gonna say strong. You don't really want to walk into the Darklings fight and like play 1 bouncing flask. It feels very bad, and then they attack you for 15. Like, what am I doing with my life? But you sure as hell want to walk into the Time Eater fight and play a bouncing flask, or the Hexaghost fight. Bouncing flask. Bouncing flask and Crippling Cloud are like the 2 poison uncommons that I'm most interested in adding to my deck in Act 1 to have that inflection point into Catalyst stuff for later on available to me. And of the 2, I would actually prefer Crippling Cloud. I'm also very happy to upgrade Crippling Cloud. It is a, I think, deceptively upgrade. Dealing 3 extra AoE damage every turn matters quite a lot in quite a lot of fights in the beginning of Act 2. The triple cultist fight, triple flying bird fight, slavers fight. There are a lot of pretty relevant fights. Even like the looter and mugger. There are a lot of quite relevant fights where an extra 3 damage per turn does a lot. 3 damage per turn is just a lot to get out of an upgrade, right? There aren't that many damage cards you can upgrade that deal 3 more damage per turn. Play them. That's a good upgrade. So I like the Crippling Cloud upgrade, and it's AoE. It's not even a single target. Okay, so we're like talking about which things I can calculate a gamble into. Sure, this character. It would be interesting to see like which pathways light up when I'm thinking about Silent, because everything's very interconnected, and some of it's that I've been playing the character for 8 years. Probably it's the character I've played most. But some of it is that the card pool is just interconnected. Then it just is interconnected. It's just a very beautifully designed character, in my opinion. Okay, if we are doing flipboard stuff, we want backflip. But if we're not, we kind of don't. I think backflip's like a solidly situational card. When I thought that Silent's solution was more centered around dexterity, I definitely thought backflip was very strong, but now I think it's more centered around acrobatics, basically. Just basically acrobatics, just the end. And you might think that backflip and acrobatics work well together because like feels like drawing more cards would be better. But actually what happens when you put backflip and acrobatics in the same deck is you hit max hand size, and backflips just like if you already have 10 cards and you have like another acrobatics in your deck that you want to play, in your hand rather, that you want to play, which happens a lot if you have like more than one acrobatics, backflips actually just defend at that point pretty much. Like the draw 2 on it doesn't matter, and the other output is defend. You don't want to be playing defend on that. So the way that backflip ends up in my Silent deck is, one, if I am very low on card draw and have some reason that I want it to start working. For example, if I have like a Sneaky Strike or an Eviscerate already, but I haven't found much support for it, and we're like getting toward the end of Act 1, backflip starts to look a little things so that I can like start thinking a little bit more about maybe concentrate, or I don't know exactly, but there's going to be something that I need to draw more cards for, and if I can't draw cards yet, backflip starts to get exciting, especially when I already have the cards. If I have a lot of dexterity, backflip becomes fine. If that's like my solution to the run, sure. Increasingly, again, not really solution to Silent. That's fine, whatever. Where else is back good? It's like nearly it. There's a very specific case where you're going infinite with like acrobatics and prepareds, generate block to survive the beat of death, in which case backflip is an A card to do that with sometimes. But again, it's not actually better than defend unless the card drawn it matters. So it's like there's a band of like that deck where like you're not drawing too many cards, but you're also not drawing too few cards, where backflip is like just perfectly matching, slotting in, doing the job there. If you're just drawing enough cards already, then like just take a deflect, right? But your other cards are better at drawing cards, deflect better at blocking because it causes 0 instead of 1. So just like that way instead. Or take a blur maybe, like you don't draw on your backflip, so get a different effect, which for some reason. Or get a dodge and roll. Just like block for more by a substantial amount with dodge and roll. Maybe do that. But backflip fits in sometimes. Bane's a really interesting card. He's not good. He's not good. But if you are taking your like inflection point, bouncing flask, and crippling cloud, and also a deadly stab, which like I'm not that heavily into like we need poison cards for transitioning late game. I would say both are like mostly bad. Situation garbage. They just don't damage compared to other things, and don't do enough. Is why. But if you have done those things, Bane's actually like pretty good. Dealing 7 damage twice
is a lot better than dealing 7 damage once. And 1 energy is not too much to pay for that. Bane's one of the cards that's like, it's a sneakily hard card to maximize, not because it's that hard to understand how to maximize. Like, maximize it by having the enemy be poisoned and then playing Bane against the enemy, but because, like, you don't have that much reason to think about maximizing it to begin. Like, there are situations where Bane would be good to pick up, where you will see a Bane and it will not even cross your mind that you should consider this card because it's just mostly a garbage common. And I think as you get better as a Bane player, like if we think about your ability to play just the card Bane the right way, or like the right way to play it is often to skip it, to clarify, but sometimes the right way to play it is take it. As you get better at playing Bane, I think you do start to recognize, like, oh, actually, this is a good situation to take Bane. And this is like, I think this is a grander philosophy that I have about Slay the Spire, which has brought me a great amount of joy from the game over time. And it's that, like, I don't think about Slay the Spire as, for the most part, I don't think about it in terms of like archetypes and big, like, formulaic kind of algorithmic solutions where it's like, well, you play Act 1 this way, and then you do this thing. For the purposes of a video like that, I am talking about stuff like that a decent amount because it's a useful way to communicate thoughts. But how I actually think about Slay the Spire more so, in my opinion, is like, I want to get really good at playing Bane. I want to just be the best at playing all out attack that I can be. Stuff like that. And these cards are not very good. Like, you're not going to win every silent run by taking Bane. That shouldn't be trying to do. But when I see a card reward, basically, I want to click each of the buttons the right amount of the time, and I feel good when I realize that I can click a button other than skip in a situation I didn't realize I could click a button other than skip. A lot of people ask me, it's a common new player question in Slay the Spire, like, what should my deck size be at the end of the run? And the answer is that, like, you should put a card in your deck every time it's correct to put a card into your deck. And if you can recognize those situations better and better and better, your deck will get bigger and bigger and bigger as, like, an end result at the end of the run. If you work out some strategy which requires skipping a lot, the deck size that you're aiming for at the end of the run might go down. So you might be like, wait a second, discard synergies with acrobatics, discarding tactician and reflex, and you have prepared and you have calculated gamble and stuff. These are really strong. And I can skip a lot of cards in order to do that thing, and then it wins a lot, and that's really cool. That's cool. And if you enjoy that, that's awesome. Cool. I feel sad when I work stuff like that out. And, like, sometimes I do. But I just kind of feel sad. It feels really sad to look at a card reward screen at the end of, like, the floor 2 fight and see your 3 cards there and be like, because of this new thing I've learned about the game, skip is actually better than a card that I used to take. That's sad. Sad. I want to take the card. I want to play my Bane. So Bane's an easy one to overlook, but it is another reason why you might want to take a deadly poison and a poison stab, that you have this Bane payoff. It's not the best payoff in the world. But if you also have, like, Crippling Cloud and Bouncing Flask, it can be nice. Silent is in a state at the beginning of the run where she just doesn't have enough attacks. So if you get offered only a Bane and, like, 2 blank cards at the end of the 4-1 fight, putting the Bane in your deck does make it better right now, even if it, like, you have no poison. Like, you would just add a strike to Silent starter deck to make Silent's deck better against Jorbs. Now, the length of time that you're happy to have a Bane in your deck for, like, is not going to be very long. Because strike does not remain a very good card for very long at all. But if you can get the proc going and get a double hit, this card does relevant things. So, some situations where I might take Bane, if I have a poison potion and my deck doesn't have a good Gremlin Absolution yet, and fighting an elite's an option coming up, or even a forced thing coming up, then like throw a Bane in the deck. Sure, why not? If I have like a poisoned stab and a crippling cloud already, or something like that, yeah, throw a Bane in the deck. If I have poison and I'm a little bit concerned about my Lagavulin damage, I might put a Bane in my deck. If I've like already fought sentries, so I know the next two elites do not have artifact charges, and I have poison, then like Bane's a little bit better. Bane primarily goes in your deck in Act 1. It is in this very unfortunate place in the synergy space where it is an upfront damage card which wants you to have poison in your deck, and the job postings for a card like that just are not very rich. Because if you have poison damage in your deck, you don't need an attack common that hits for 14 in Act 3. That's the point of poison damage, is that it scales just obscenely hard as you go later in the game. So Bane has this like very narrow window where you might have taken some poison and you might still need a damage common to get through some other fights where it is good. But it's very much like a it is situational but garbage overall. Also, like for Silent, even for these situational garbage cards, I'm still talking about them for like 5 minutes about how you can play them. The character is just it's just kind of a beautiful character. I like the way that it doesn't have enough damage at the start of the game because it makes every card pickable at the start of the game. You can pick all of the bad damage because it does make your deck better. Like, maybe you shouldn't, but you can make an argument for it because it definitely makes your deck better. Whereas with Ironclad, it's like hard to justify taking a bad damage card because like I have enough damage. And then you can take like even the pretty mediocre defensive cards or scaling cards just because defensive cards and scaling cards are very strong later in the run. And so if you're like going to say like, oh, I can actually get through this act okay, throw some defensive and scaling cards in my deck, sure. Do you actually take all the cards? No. Skip a lot of cards, but you can at least like kind of make arguments for everything when your deck is damage light at the start of the run, where I think all 3 other character decks are not damage light at the start of the run. Like, you need a little bit of damage, but not nearly as much more damage as Silent does. And for them, it's much harder by taking the bad damage cards. Like, I personally have a lot of trouble justifying taking bad damage cards on defect, unless it's Claw, which is very fun, and which I will never stop believing card. I'm signed up for Claw for the long haul, unfortunately. Yeah. Cloak and Dagger is pretty garbage. So here's the thing. We're gonna talk about Cloak and Dagger and Blade Dance at the same time because they're next to each other, I guess. Blade Dance deals 12 for 1 energy, and also lets you play 3 shivs. That's pretty good. Unless you're in a situation where playing 3 shivs has a downside, like against Time Eater or the Heart, but like, this is your 1 energy damage common. You don't need your 1 energy damage common to be good against Time Eater or the Heart. If that's your expectation of your 1 energy damage common, like, we're just going to be disappointed in life. Lower your expectations. Lower your expectations. Yeah. Just general life advice. I don't know. Yeah, like Blade Dance is going to deal 12 for 1 against lots of other stuff, and that's great. And I think it's easy to get carried away with Blade Dance because it does have the available synergies to win the entire run. It has accuracy, which was once kind of a just laughable card because it literally shivs deal more damage, and shivs don't even deal any damage. So like, why would you want this? Like, your shivs are back to proc after image, but like, why more damage? And then it turned out that like oh, if you like make the shiv cards have more shivs in them and you make accuracy buff them by more, then all of a sudden, yeah, that's pretty. I'm pretty sure that accuracy is up. Um, yeah, it can be compelling to take your blade dance and just win late game with your blade dance. I think that should not happen very often. I think it can happen sometimes, but personally, I'm very happy putting one cost attack commons into my deck to deal with Act 1, and also very happy, like, not attaching myself to their ability to win later on. Very happy with that. Sometimes you kind of linearly end up there. That's a concept that I like we could talk about a bit. Um, the ways that I can end up with poison damage at the end of the game as silent do not have to be linear. I can be dealing damage with other things and then be offered a poison card which is good enough to take, and then be offered a catalyst which is now already my best damage for Time Eater or something like that. And then I have a catalyst and I have a poison card, and now I'm just in poison synergies and take some other stuff, and you kill the heart with 8,000 poison on it when it dies. Something like that. Sure. That can happen, and that isn't linear. I wasn't building that over the course of the entire run. It just kind of like happened in chunks out of nowhere and ended up in point. The fact that we have acrobatics and calculated gamble helps a lot with that, because like I only need 3 or 4 cards in my deck total in order for that to happen, and it's easy for me to draw them in order to play them. Sure, cool. The way that I end up killing stuff with Blade Dance at the end of the run is linear. Like, I'm never like taking an accuracy with no shivs, really. I think I've done it in my life, but it's kind of unusual. The way that you would is if you just like Hexaghost scaling and get offered an accuracy, and you're like, well, a slimed is very likely to kill me in this fight, but a blade dance from the next 3 fights, now I have an out. And accuracy is like an inoffensive enough card for the situation I'm in for some reason. It's not a good situation to be in, taking an accuracy like that, but I have been in that. I'm not saying like try to be in that situation. Like, God no. Try your best and not to be. Um, I feel like websites like taking longer to simulate. I don't understand anything about websites. Like, when I click this, is it calculated on a server or on my hard drive? I don't know. Well, it wouldn't be on my hard drive, on my like CPU. It's in HTML. Does that mean that when I press this, I'm calculating anything on my machine? It does, right? Does it? I don't know. I just put it up on GitHub. Is GitHub gonna charge me at some point? I don't know how this works. Blade Dance, Cloak and Dagger, and Infinite Blades. These are our ways to make shivs, right? If you go through like this much stuff, you see one of these 90% of the time. Honestly, that's tough. What if we were like at that part of the run? To calculate again. I don't need 5 million thumbs. I don't know why I'm doing that. Like, just not necessary. All right. Yeah, even Hallway Elite. Is that right? You're probably seeing at least one of these is 57%. That seems kind of impossible, doesn't it? All right, let's think about this. I get to see 5.3 commons and 3.3 uncommons. There are 19 commons total, and I'm trying to see 2 of them. I feel like this is just wrong. But there's also an uncommon that I can see, and there are 3 of those. If I saw 9 commons and there's a pool of 19, and I'm trying to draw toward 2, that is around %. I'm on path 1, which is this. That's that right? I don't know if I believe that's right. Anyway, I'll maybe take a look at that this is a thing that happens when you make a calculator, I guess. It tells you results and then you have to actually believe them. Um, without replacement, trying to hit 2 things out of 19. We're drawing 3 times? Maybe. I don't know. Anyway, you can be in a situation like that, and accuracy like can be a thing that you can argue. Or maybe you have like one Shiv potion or something like that, and that's enough of a thing to flip the switch. Where like, okay, your accuracy is at least deal damage that's upcoming. So even if you don't find Shivs, it does something to keep you alive in this act. Something I haven't really talked about much, analyzing any of these cards so far, is I talked about a lot with the whale bonuses. Silent needs like 15 more health in Act 1, in my opinion. Now, I play the game fairly quickly, so my solutions for the game kind of have like taking an extra 5 to 10 damage from Act 1 baked in, which is like a weird thing that I'm okay with because that's like the reality of being a streamer and streaming entertaining runs of Slay the Spire is like I'm not going to sit and calculate every single thing in Act 1 and I'm okay with that. Um it's very weird when people are like, "Oh, look at Jorbs' results. This means he's that good at Slay the Spire." And it's like, dude, I'm like running an it's fucking weird. I really want people to results in Slay the Spire. But anyway, um yeah, you can just kind of like need a little bit more health going through Act 1 in Silent. And so sometimes you do just have to take cards which are kind of bad from a distance, which are currently necessary to stay alive. The character wins enough if you get through like the first half of Act 2 that it's worth it to put bad cards in your deck to stay alive sometimes. The better I've gotten at Silent, the better you get at like any character, the more you have to look at like a decision like, do I rest or upgrade right now? Or do I take a speculative card or a solid card right now and recognize that like the safer option has a very high win rate? And so the speculative option becomes less appealing. So a really simple example of that is before the Act 1 boss, a lot of the time you can like squeeze in one little upgrade and like survive the Act 1 boss fight on 2 HP and it just looks super cool and it feels really good. And then the next act you have an extra upgraded card and that's really valuable and whatever. Um, if you die a lot in Act 2, if you don't have that upgraded card, then that can be a really important thing to do. But if you just win Act 2 without upgrading the card anyway, like what are you doing with your life? Just like the game has enough variance in it that you're not always going to survive the boss fight at 2 HP. Like sometimes you will die. If you're regularly at like 1 HP at the end of the boss fight, that is a cause for concern because there is variability in how much damage you take. And so like if you're regularly at 1, you're also regularly at 0 or less. Um and so yeah, you know, as you get better at building your deck and not needing that upgrade as much, you end up resting a lot more. And so yeah, Silent takes a decent amount of fairly bad cards going through Act 1. It makes a decent amount of more defensive pathing choices and rested some campfires. These are things that Silent has to do and should do in order to win the run as often as possible. And that's all fine, for sure. Um, I don't even know what the point of talking about this is right now. I guess we were talking about how like you might take an accuracy when it's a really weird card, and like the reason for that is that in this exact situation, it saves you like 3 HP on average, and you just need that 3 HP. Uh, so yeah, that's a thing that you can, but definitely like minimizing variance becomes compelling as you become more favored to win. As a general rule in games, if you are heavily, heavily favored to win, you want to minimize variance to reduce the chance that you lose. Um, The most frustrating example of this that I can think of is in American football. Let's talk about American football for a second, because the Seahawks are like 2 games away from winning the Super Bowl. Go Seattle. I like Seattle's sports teams once every 5 years when they're uh, honestly they're pretty good most of the days, but like once every 5 years, like actually in playoffs with a that's exciting. Everybody gets excited wearing our shirts and stuff here in Seattle. Um, it's a nice feeling of community when your sports team is doing very well. I like it. Um, there's this thing in football where like if a team is ahead, they start performing worse in terms of points scored, and their opponents start performing better in terms scored. And it's kind of infuriating. You'll be watching the game, and it's like, oh, we have a massive lead, and then it's like, oh no, we're letting them catch up so much. Kind of like nerve wracking. You're worried that you're gonna lose, etc., etc., etc. Um, but like it's kind of deliberate. They're ahead by so much that they're deliberately playing in a defensive way so that they're not risking like a turnover or a massive passing play by the opponents. And this lets the opponent score, but not at a fast enough pace to catch up and win the game. Yeah. It's really fascinating to watch. And because, like, in the worst cases, they get it wrong. And then you're like, wow, we used to have a 20-point lead, and now we are 3 points ahead, and there are still 2 minutes left, and we may lose. Um, uh, yeah, which seems like it should be impossible, but like I think some coaches actually execute the wrong and lose with it. I don't know. It's interesting. Sometimes football is interesting. Yeah, in Slay the Spire though, you have a sort of similar thing going on a little bit, where like if you are 95% chance to win the run or something like that, it is actually a good idea to play very defensively around that 95% chance to win the run sometimes, instead of like making ambitious, risky plays, which could result in you dying. And because of that, there are these really tragic moments in Slay the Spire where like your deck's really strong, but you shouldn't fight the elite. You're just, oh man, but I want to fight the elite. I want a relic. So cool to have a relic, but it's like, well, if it's exactly Book of Stabbing and you draw your cards upside down, you actually will die here. It's really sad, but it's true. I tend to just fight the elite. Like fuck that noise, in my opinion. The elite are cool. But it's a thing. And yeah. Yeah. Because of that you can end up with these garbage cards in your silent deck, I guess, even though they're pretty garbage. Like you not take damage to die, and if you don't take damage to die and act on, you're in pretty good shape. I would say Dagger Spray is like the fourth best attack common behind Dagger Throw, Blade Dance, and Sneak Strike. It's strong. It just kind of synergizes with enough stuff. The birds fight at the start of Act 2, you get it half the time because there are 4 possible fights. Or there are 5. You might get it 40% of the time. My brain's escaped me right now. It's actually a really big deal. Um, those birds are hard to kill with attacks. They're hard to kill with Bouncing Flask. If you have a Crippling Cloud, it murders that fight, and that's kind of cool. The nice thing about Crippling Cloud. But if you don't have a solution to the fight, you can like take 30 damage from it, and if you do have a solution to the fight, it's often a very easy fight to take almost 0 damage in. And so having a solution to that fight can be a pretty big deal, and Dagger Spray is a decent one. If you hit the birds 4 times at Ascension 20, they'll stop flying and it will stun them for basically 2 turns, and Dagger Spray hits all of them twice. So all of a sudden you're very close to sinking at least 1. Blade Dance, also very good for that fight. It's a nice thing about Blade Dance. Blade Dance has lots of ways which it is better than usual because of the interactions cards. So I'm generally pretty happy to put a Dagger Spray in my deck. It's rare that I want to, but I have put 2 Dagger Sprays in my deck. It has some nice synergies with things like Akabeko just like any strength at all. It synergizes with the boot, which like, we all love when the boot can add 2 damage to a card. Um, synergize okay with an Venom, which is like a fairly maligned card in my like I'm the one maligning it in case that wasn't clear. I don't like Envenom very much, but Dagger Spray is good with Envenom, so that's cool. I don't know, it's like okay. It just kind of does enough damage in enough situations to be worth taking. There are lots of AoE fights in the game where if your deck's good enough, it can solve them with single target damage, and so AoE damage doesn't matter so much anymore. So like if your deck's really good, you don't need AoE damage against Reptimancer, for example. You'll just like kill Reptimancer with whatever. Often your deck doesn't need an AoE damage card against Reptimancer because it just like incidentally has AoE damage with Letter Opener or something like that. That's a thing that happens quite a lot too. And then there are also like really good AoE damage solutions. Like I would say 1,000 Cuts Plus is a card that is really good at dealing lots of AoE damage. So put that in play, deal lots of AoE damage, everything dies. Cool. As you get better at the game, though, and you're more able to win more runs, you start running into the runs where you're not super strong at killing AoE stuff. But you could still win the run if you got through the fight. And a card like Dagger Spray all of a sudden is pretty appealing to have. I'm actually pretty high on Cleave on Ironclad these days for like kind of a similar reason. Like I used to be very like into like the Whirlwind and the MLA where it's like, oh, these are payoff cards. They're like they solve AoE and that's really cool, but it's good to put them in your deck because they also just have a lot of potential for other situations later where you can do big things with them, and Cleave's just kind of unexciting. And like actually like I don't know, you can play a Cleave and it just kind of like it does enough for those fights to cross the inflection point from scary into very manageable, and that's fine. So um that's been my journey with AoE cards, and Dagger Spray fits into that journey in kind of a similar way. It is, I want to say, very disappointing that Dagger Spray makes Mad Gremlin, Angry Gremlin, attack you for 4 more. Like, this isn't actually a very good card in the Gremlin Gang fight, and that is tragic and makes it a far less exciting card. You still might play it in the Gremlin Gang fight though. Like it's not like it's terrible. If you had like an Akabek or something, oh boy. Deflect, I think, is I think I already talked about Deadly Poison. I should talk about it more, I guess. I didn't talk about Cloak and Dagger either. It just does less than Blade Dance, and also it's a bad block card. Like you take bad block cards if you have dexterity, go for it. But otherwise, like don't take bad block cards. You're fine. You have lots of block in your starter deck. Your defense can become enough to block with stuff like footwork as well, if that's how you're going to block for the remainder of the run. I don't know. Deadly Poison I will sometimes take. Deadly Poison's good, like specifically against what Hexaghost, Guardian, Lagavulin. It's okay against Gremlin Up if you draw it turn 1, but you just don't draw it turn 1 often enough for me to be excited about it against Gremlin Up. It is at least a damage card against Gremlin Up. If I take a Deadly Poison early, it's possibly because I already took a Crippling Cloud, and so I'm like, oh, well, yeah, I'm gonna kill stuff with poison this run. And the thing there is that Crippling Cloud is actually the card that's getting me through lots of fights, and the Deadly Poison is just kind of like the nail in the coffin for a fight like Lagavulin or Hexaghost, where by taking it as well, I no longer have to worry about dealing damage in other ways, really. And Poison Stab, which I kind of classified in the same way as Deadly Poison, but at a different moment, in a different way. Poison Stab kind of gets into Crippling Cloud from the other direction, where Poison Stab is like, if I'm offered it on floor 1 as a damage option and there's no other damage option, there's a decent chance I'll take it if my path is aggressive enough. This is somewhat of a philosophical belief. I don't want to click skip on floor one very much at all, because I think if that's the solution to the game should be rebalanced. I shouldn't change. I'm very stubborn in that way. But I really like strongly believe it. If you're regularly skipping the first card rewards of the run, like rebalance the game for yourself. It's a much better game if you're not doing that. So yeah, it's like my opinion. Yeah, so like you kind of get into poison step that way, and then you have poison, and then when you get your crippling cloud later, then like you're like, oh, well, I can upgrade my poison step maybe 2, and then Hexaghost isn't an issue. That's all cool. Sure, we talked about those. Deflect. I tend not to take deflect very often. You don't need more defense really in your starter deck. Sneaky Strike and Eviscerate are the best 0-cost cards, so if you're drawing a lot of cards, play Sneaky Strike and Eviscerate, not Deflect. You already have a Neutralize, so you already have a 0-cost defensive card in your deck. Deflect can be okay if you have a run which is energy constrained and blocking with like the dexterity relevant block cards, but that's not that common. So that's my deflect opinion. All right, took a little break there. Yeah. My struggle with all of these cards like deflect and dodge and roll, backflip, even blur, although blur to a lesser extent, is there are a lot of moving pieces in how strong these cards are. It's hard for me to summarize them for you that succinctly. You might wish that I could say like, yeah, you should always take like 2 dodge and rolls and a deflect and 3 footworks, and then that's how silent blocks. But the fact of the matter is that you just don't get dexterity often enough for that to be how you always block. That's problem 1. Problem 2 is you often have a different block solution, which is more complicated to understand, which is available to you. If you have like Nightmare Afterimage, that might be enough block for late game if you block right. If you have Wraithform, obviously, I'm sure, congratulations. If you have tough manages, yeah, you don't really need dexterity. You need calculated gambles. Calculated cards and stuff. But there are more and more and more kind of like fuzzy things, which it's no longer like one idea that's blocking enough for you. It's like a collection of things are now working to do it, and you have to understand how to get them over the finish line. For example, say you have like Anchor and Horncleat, Blur is pretty good because you might not be attacked for enough on turn 1 or 2 to consume that block, and so Blur can carry it over. And that much a block can actually take you a long way through a fight, especially if you're like dealing damage quite rapidly. Deck, whatever. An Incense Burner can do way more than you might think an Incense Burner can do. A Lizard Tail can do way more than a Lizard Tail can do. Like one successful way to win the game in Slay the Spire is you have enough HP that your HP stays above 0. Instead of stopping your HP from going down, you let your HP go down, but it just doesn't go down fast enough that you die. And this doesn't just interface with how you're blocking, it also interfaces with how you're dealing damage. So the more that you're passing an inflection point into either some sort of infinite loop where something like an abacus could make infinite block for you, dexterity if that's happening right, or into poison damage where you can like win a fight very rapidly by playing 3 cards in combination with each other. The more that you're successfully transitioning into something like that, the less you actually need to worry about these sorts of cards at all. So they sit at a very confusing place, Silence card pool, because in order to actually be good enough to win the run, you want to play lots of them per turn. So you either want to take lots of them or none of them. And I tend to err more toward the take none of them. side of the coin. I think that it's stronger, it opens up like way more infinites, and your combo's really good, and you don't need to add a bunch more block cards early game. You'd rather add damage because your deck starts off damage light. And there are good defensive relics in the game that you can get and stuff like that. So that's kind of how I feel about like all of these. There's like deflect, there's dodge and roll, there's blur, which again, blur does another thing as well. So it's a little bit less the case with blur. There's dash. Dash I would classify in this place. Like I will take a dash in order to like have a much better Gremlin Knob fight in particular. Sometimes if it's the best option, but there are better cards killing Gremlin Knob. Like the best way to kill Gremlin Knob is to not get 24, not to take 10 less damage when hit for 24. And so there are like potions and cards which can allow you to do that if you're solving that problem with dash. It's a thing you can do, but it's not like your happiest. And then there are some cards which kind of are strong enough that they bridge this problem a little bit. So Escape Plan, draw a card if it's skill, I block. This is a big like inflection passage in the character for me. I take Escape Plan quite high. The reason is if I go into like discard stuff, Escape Plan's an inoffensive card because it draws a card and costs 0. So in most fights, that's just doing pretty well. And it even can be a relevant combo piece. Like you may block in your discard cycle, and Escape Plan can be that thing. So that's pretty cool. But also, if I don't go into discard, and instead I am trying to win with dexterity, which can happen sometimes, the character does have access to night. That can just kind of happen out of nowhere. You have a nightmare in your deck and you get offered a footwork. That's another one of those things where you're not building increments, you are suddenly chunking all at once into that solution out of nowhere. Or at least you'd like to be able to, because you'd like to be able to have cards that scale off the dexterity, right? In that sort of situation, I'm taking an Escape Plan earlier in the run to make that transition a lot easier. So I like Escape Plan a lot. I wouldn't say it's like goated, but I think it's a strong card. Now, I don't usually like buy it from a shop. Escape Plan's a card. Sometimes I buy it from a shop. I buy it from a shop, it's like already good. But Escape Plan's a card kind of like Prepared, where you can take it over skipping in a situation where like the other cards aren't that exciting, and because you've taken it, a whole lot of solutions for in the game are now more appealing or available to you. Also, like it works very well with Letter Opener, which is very strong. It works quite well with Afterimage and Footwork. It just kind of works with a lot of things. It works with Grand Finale. I wish the Grand Finale was a larger part of the solution space on Silent than it is, but sometimes it is, and it's really so. I think that's. Oh, I was going to talk about Leg Sweep as well, because Leg Sweep's another one where like Leg Sweep doesn't scale as well as like Dodge and Roll with Footwork. It costs you 2 energy to get 1 bunch of block, which scales off dexterity. Whereas Dodge and Roll, it costs 1 energy to get 2 things of block, which scale off dexterity. So Dodge and Roll is doing like kind of 4 times as well as Leg Sweep, so scaling off dexterity, kind of. If you care about per energy instead of per card, which like arguably per card might be more important here anyway. But even per card is doing twice as good. The thing is that like Leg Sweep's a strong enough card to be good in your deck without dexterity. Leg Sweep can just go in your deck. You can just draw this on turn 2 of the Heart Fight and play it, and it's like pretty good. You want the enemy to be weak in that spot. The block that it makes, even if you don't have dexterity, is quite a lot. It's just like a pretty good card. And you'll play lots and lots of turns of Slay the Spire where Leg Sweep's good enough. It doesn't end up being that like super flashy go infinite kind of thing. It doesn't combo with Catalyst to instantly end the game, but it's good enough a lot of the time. Now, if you are reliant on Leg Sweep, there are lots of turns where you'll like take a bit of damage still, but you'll take substantially less damage than if you hadn't had the Leg Sweep. So, Leg Sweep's pretty solid. And yeah, leg sweep does then make dexterity more appealing for you. Also, that you have 6 cards in your starter deck which scale off dexterity. You have 5 defense, survivor. So, especially if you're not removing defend, dexterity as an option is a little bit more available. What am I even doing right now? Like, how am I down here? Talking about deflect, right? Okay. A wild experience. So we talked about deflect and dodge and roll a little bit. Flying knee. You know how I talked about how I really wanted to be like the best I could be at playing flying knee? Or at playing Bane rather. For whatever reason, the idea of being as good as I could be at playing flying knee does not appeal to me. I don't like it. The word knee looks wrong. What is the K doing here? The card isn't cool. It's it turns out this is not about strategy for me at all. I just don't like its vibe. I don't know. I like to call it flying Gani, I guess, and it's pretty bad. Flying Knee makes it into your deck sometimes. Sometimes you transform into it, but other times you just like need one more damage card early game and you have to take it. It's like it's pretty desperation hours though, in my opinion. If I'm taking a Flying Knee, I'm not excited about a Flying Knee by any stretch of the. And when it does, you end up in this. I'm gonna call it garbage overall. When it does, you end up in this situation where you are building something next turn, which Silent has a few cards that do that. Outmaneuver, the next card to talk about, does that. Predator draws more cards the next turn. Doppelganger draws more cards and gains more energy next turn. So you have this little synergy space built around that. It's really unclear what you can do with that that's good for the most part. So if outmaneuver is good, it's usually good because you're making every turn better. Like next turn you gain energy, cool. And what you do with that energy the next turn? Well, you draw and play outmaneuver again, so that after that you have more energy as well, and you just always have more energy. That's cool. That goes in like a deck that's kind of cycling a lot. Or outmaneuver is good if you have like a malaise and a well-laid plan. Like, okay, I want my malaise to hit really hard so I can win the time meter fight without taking damage. I'm gonna outmaneuver. Sure, that's all kind of fine. The problem is, like, you know how I was talking about as you like get better at the character, you compress fights into like the thing I do turn 1 wins the fight a lot of the time. Like that just kind of is true. These cards don't do anything on turn 1. So you can end up in like loops where they're good. You can end up in specific card combinations. Shouldn't overlook the value of those things. Like I would say that outmaneuver can be situationally solid. Flying just doesn't do enough. Like even in the situation where it's good, it's still pretty bad. You're spending 1 energy this turn to get 1 energy next turn. That's not as good. Wait, I just situation hard. That's not as good as spending 1 energy this turn to get 3 energy next turn, which like an outmaneuver plus can do for you. And the fact that you can upgrade outmaneuver for 1 more energy is a deal. I understand now why this was this one extended. How the spreadsheet works. Anyway, so that's all that. Yeah. Doppelganger. In contrast, I actually think is like kind of good. And Predator's kind of good as well. I think that having more cards next turn is a lot more strong than having more energy next turn. Having more energy next turn requires a way to utilize that energy, which on a 5-card hand is not guaranteed. So it kind of requires having like well-laid plans or runic pyramids set up already, or having a particular sort of deck which is kind of like always drawing a hand which can use this thing, or like having a good memories or something. There are ways to make it. Don't like you can't overlook all the ways to make it work. This is a large part of the game. People ask me like how do I go from 20% win rate to like 80% win rate? The answer is like 0.01 win rate at the time. 0.01 win rate at the time. 0.01% win rate at a time. God, numbers just broke my brain. Once you're at a point where you can like beat Ascension 20 like more than time in 10 or something like that, you're no longer, I don't imagine, like missing massive ideas like I should play block cards when I get attacked, or my deck should have some way to scale into late game. What you're missing is like every small idea still. And there are just kind of 8 years worth of small ideas in the game at this point for you to learn. So, I think like it's easy to kind of like bootstrap your way up by copying what a streamer does or something like that. And so you like see that a streamer has worked out this really strong strategy on silent and it works really well, and you watch their 6-hour-long video about silent, and then you're like, okay, cool, I understand silent. I can play silent now. I'm going to do what Jorbs says I should do. And you play silent and do what Jorbs says you should do. And you win like 60% or something on silent. And now you are one of the better silent players in the world. Like not one of the top 10, but one of the top like several thousand or whatever, sure. But you still haven't had an original thought about the character a single time. Maybe you have, but like if what you did was copy somebody else playing the character, like your aspirations as a player of the character, if you're doing that, are just to be worse than the person you were trying to copy, because you're trying to execute their strategy, but you're worse at it than they are. So yes, I would caution against that. Like, you have to work out every tiny thing, and in order to do that, you kind of have to work out how you are going to learn the tiny things by interacting with the actual game, not by just like copying somebody else's homework. It's hard. Hard to learn everything with Aspire. I think Piercing Whale might be good. I don't know. It's also it's frustrating to me when people just like are talking about how somebody plays the game as though it is the right way to play the game. Nobody's playing the game right yet or ever, and you just end up with a bunch of people coalescing around like saying that this person's way of playing the game is the right way to play, and like exploration of the game becomes really hard. I've talked about this more in other. I don't need to get into it here. It irritates it when people do it about my ways of playing the game. It irritates me when people do it about other people playing the game too. Piercing Whale. I still remember one of the like most disoriented moments of my life. A friend of mine, really good at strategy games, was playing Slay the Spire, and they said that they didn't like Piercing Whale and Silent because it was situational. And I am still confused. 8 years later. This was like when the game came out. But I was so confused because they were like so good at strategy games, and they were like, Slay the Spires, it's kind of situational. Like it's only good on the turns where the enemies like attack you lots of times. Otherwise, it's just like basically like a defend, which is like kind of true, right? But also, like this card blocks for like 20 for 1 energy on like half of the turns of the game, or something. The card's obscene. It's just a very, very hard. You don't need a ton of synergies to justify taking Piercing Whale. Like, basically, the way to get good at using Piercing Whale is to recognize the times where you can skip it because your deck's already good enough. Like, your default can just be, as long as my deck has enough damage such that putting another defensive card in my deck like killing me, As long as my deck isn't going to like die to Gremlin me after I fail to it 3 times, or die to Gremlin mob because I don't have the mob, or run out of damage against Hexaghost and get overcharged against and die to burns or whatever. As long as that's not the case, your default can just be like put Piercing Wail in the deck. It's very good. It's like Leg Sweep. Like Leg Sweep's a solid card to draw on a turn, which has nice like inflection point considerations. Except it's better than Leg Sweep and costs less and is common. So it's just like, yeah, okay, put it in the deck. Sure. It makes like almost every fight deal you less damage on average for almost the entire game. Almost, like not every, and not literally the entire game, and not in every situation, but like almost. It's a good card. Piercing Wail plays very nicely with like combo decks because it keeps you alive while you draw to your combo. It plays very nicely with infinite decks because it keeps you alive while you play the cards which exhaust or are powers to get them out of the way, and then it itself exhausts. So then you're down to like, you might start a fight with like 10 cards plus 10 cards which are either powers or have on them, something like that, and then you have to like powers and exhaust cards, and then you just have 10 cards left in your infinite. That kind of idea. So Piercing Wail fits really nicely into those cards that exhaust because the other ones. It plays very nicely in any deck with Retain because you can play it against the ×15 attack from the heart. I would be remiss not to mention that there are enemies who have phase shifts in the game who, on phase shifting, lose the regain strength buff that they would have. So one awakened one. Actually, it's a debuff. Right? Hold on. The debuff, right? Okay, the minutia of the game's rule system isn't that relevant here. Like, if Awakened one has 8 strength, and you play a Piercing Wail, now it has 2 strength, but it will gain 6 strength at the end of the turn, right? But if you kill phase 1 before it gets that 6 strength back, phase 2 will have forgotten that it's meant to get 6 strength back, so it will just have 2 strength instead of 8 strength, and that makes phase 2 of the Awakened one fight much easier. This works against Champ, although Champ doesn't always gain a lot of strength in phase 1. I think it works against Time Eater, pretty relevant. I feel like those are the situations where this is relevant. It's weird. Like, the part of my brain that understands how to do this with Piercing Wail is like so ingrained at this point that apparently I can't access it to talk about it anymore. So I don't know. I don't really like about this as I'm doing. Yeah. Piercing Wail is a pretty sweet card. It also kills artifact charges, which sometimes is good. Like, sometimes that's actually a bad thing. Against sentries, you would rather Piercing Wail made them attack you for 12 less on turn 2 than that it stripped their artifact charges usually, especially since sentries are probably still relying on attacks to deal damage anyway. Like, you probably have any cares that much about their artifact charges yet. You'll get to apply weak realize, but for the most part, the artifact charge doesn't matter yet. Early in one is silent. So that can be good or can be bad. It does kind of mean that, like, because Piercing Wail is so good against the Spire Spear on turn 2, where it attacks you ×4, you have kind of the opposite of weak, where Strength Down actually does kind of cascade in importance, because if it's important for you to get through the artifact charges in order to block on turn 2, then you do want more versions of ways to remove artifact charges. So you end up in like 2 local maxima, one where you're going to block on turn 2 something like, I don't know, Being Infinite or Wraith Form, Incense Burner, or something like that, in which case you don't care that much about stripping artifact charges because all the other fights strip artifact charges, it's okay. Slower. Or maybe your deck doesn't even. Or you're in a situation where you do actually want to block on turn with a Piercing Wail. So you do want to make sure that you can get charges, in which case, like, getting a Crippling Cloud to play on turn so that you can do or something like that becomes much more important. Yeah, that's all cool. Quick Slash is... I think I put it in the garbage as well. I don't even think Quick Slash is situational. Quick Slash is just a lot worse than Dagger Throw. Like, a lot worse. It deals 1 less damage, which is relevant. The difference between 8 and 9 damage, like, we're talking about numbers which matter for the part of the game where enemies have, like, 35 health. The difference between 8 and 9 is very relevant. And then by the time that numbers get big enough that it isn't relevant anymore, that part of the card doesn't matter anyway. The thing is that discard a card is an upside, not a downside. And it's a substantial upside, actually. Sneaky Strike, Eviscerate, Reflex, Tactician, right? Also just getting rid of the garbage in your hand so that you can draw more cards with Acrobatics. So Quick Slash is just a much worse Dagger Throw. It's almost strictly worse. It's one of the rare situations in Slay the Spire where you look at one card and you look at another card and they're being presented to you as though they should be on equal footing. Like, they're both common cards, they're both common attacks, and one of them just has, like, every single number is better. So the way you end up with Quick Slash is if you have to take a garbage attack common in order to survive Gremlin Up or something like that. And that's sad, but it can happen. Slice, also garbage, but at least it's situationally okay. Like, the way that you end up with Slice is you take an Acrobatics on floor 1, and then you don't have enough damage yet. So at that point, you're offered a Slice, and you have to take it, and you're not happy that you took it because it deals half as much damage as Sneaky Strike. Like, let's not mince words. Sneaky Strike and Slice both cost 0, hopefully, except that Sneaky Strike has much better synergies everywhere, except for, I guess, Wrist Blade. Congrats, Slice. And Sneaky Strike deals twice as much damage. So, yeah. There you go. There is some inflection point in Slay the Spire where balancing could be placed, where Slice and Sneaky Strike were strong cards. I actually think we might have been there a long time ago. Sneaky Strike used to deal less damage. The other discard payoff cards used to be worse. And so you had, like, Acrobatics or Prepared in your deck less often. And so, like, Slice dealing less damage than Strike felt appropriate. The amount more damage this Strike dealt felt appropriate for how hard it was to strike. But now, like, the discard stuff's just so good that the numbers are wrong. Like, Sneaky Strike should probably 10 and Slice should deal 7 or something, and then the cards would be about similar strength, something like that. I don't know. I just made that up on the spot out of deep recesses of my brain. Who knows if I'm, but that's kind of like where my intuition says. I talked about the commons. It only took 2 hours. We did talk about a bunch of uncommons on the way, but good grief, that is not many cards that I talked about, actually. Hours later, we've talked about 19 cards. It's, like, kind of worth noting that Silent has 19 commons. Yes. If we look at our... is this called a web app? I don't know. We can look at, like, common, uncommon, and rares of the different characters. So Ironclad has 20 commons and 38 uncommons. Silent has 19 commons and 33 commons. That means that Silent's uncommons are, like, individually common than Ironclad's uncommons are. Are these numbers right, by the way? 52, 60, 71. Sounds right. 72. That sounds probably right. I wonder if, like, one saying, I don't know. So, I don't know. It's possible that some cards are missing from this. I haven't actually fully checked it. It's a very flawed program. But we will just take what it says at face value and choose to believe it's true, I guess. So Silent has the smallest uncommon pool in the game, which means that her uncommons are a bit more common to see than other characters' uncommons are. And I think has the largest, no, second largest? Whatever. I think now is a good time for me to go have my lunch because I'm clearly losing. We can talk more about this after I've had some food. We'll start getting into the uncommon stuff. All right. He's back. Had food. Now instead of like hungry, insane Steven, you got food comas. So I don't know. Uncommons, huh? Yeah, overall so far, I think the grander points have been about Silent having a lot of cards that she doesn't want in her deck. You have to take some of them. Just because these cards say garbage doesn't mean you don't have to take them sometimes in order to like get through your Gremlin up fight and act whatever. It might be ideal not to be forced into an elite, but sometimes you are forced into it, right? So you gotta do it sometimes. Big inflection point on the character, which I haven't addressed, is like, say there is an elite and you can take a bad card in order to fight it, but you could skip it instead. Should you fight it or not? That is one of the hardest inflection points to understand in the game. On Ironclad, I would say you should fight it. I think Ironclad is far enough to the side of like put some bad cards into your deck to fight the elites in Act 1 that I feel pretty comfortable saying that that is how I would approach that situation as Ironclad. But I might be wrong. I might be wrong. I, as a human, am very much on the side of put the bad cards in your deck and fight the elite, because I think that's the more complex system and the more interesting one to try to solve. I think the better we get at Slay the Spire, the more and more and more true it will be that's correct. I think if you look at a solution to Slay the Spire, which is like, I play defensively in Act 1, avoid the elites, I like build for a strategy which has very good output. Those can be very satisfying and very successful with Spire. Probably the most outsized one that I can remember in the history of Slay the Spire was playing Watcher by like going heavily into card removes, trying to skip lots of cards, trying to get a rush down, Calm entry, Wrath entry, just go with that. And there was a time where like the Watcher world record streak was by pursuing that strategy almost exclusively, and that was a very successful way to play Watcher. But then we played more Watcher and found that we got Watcher to a point where you could win more with it. So that's fine. Possibly Watcher was already a point where people could win more with it doing a different thing and just like people playing Watcher, because Watcher's history is also marred by the fact that most people don't enjoy playing the character because like it's a very information sparse character to play because you get feedback that what very often at all because you just it's frustrating to watch her. Anyway, there are like microcosmic, like lesser instances of that in strategies all over Slay the Spire, everywhere, including in my own strategies, where like just the thing I'm saying where I'm like, I don't want to take the cards that improve my deck on floor 1 very much. I would rather skip them. Or I'm saying, I think this card's really good in late game, so it's worth it to get on floor 1, even though it's not good 1. When I'm saying stuff like that, I am communicating an inefficiency to you. which could theoretically be made more efficient. Like, I'm saying I'm doing something that's wrong right now because I perceive a benefit that's greater than how wrong it is right now. Or I'm saying, well, yeah, I'm saying that in two different directions. And in theory, a lot of the time, as you get better at the game, you should be able to find a way to do something better right now because you can play later better as well. And so the benefit from doing something wrong right now makes later less bad. Um, a very, very, very like broad example. If you can only work out how to win by blocking with footwork, you'll take footwork floor 1 every time. But if you work out that you can block with a Wraith form, or you can infinite, or you can attack which is so fast that it doesn't need to block really, all of a sudden you don't have to take footwork on floor 1, and so now you can take like a good card or something like that. And because you worked out that thing about your different solutions late game, now you can play floor 1 in a way that's even better. And typically, just because of the rules of the game, like, the most locally optimized thing you could theoretically ever do is to always make the play that's the best right now. However, also because of the rules of the game, there is some lenience in them. Sometimes you should make the play that's best for an act from now because right now is okay. Make the play that's best for floors from now because right now is okay. And the tension point there, the reason that you're doing it, is it like 3 floors from now or an act from now isn't okay. You haven't worked out enough ways to make it okay to make the variance in the game irrelevant yet. Like, if you're offered a card that would be really good for the Act 2 boss fight, if you know like 17 million ways to beat the Act 2 boss fight, you don't have to even consider that card if the Act 2 boss fight is 10 floors from now, right? Like, who cares? Know how to beat it. You'll never fail to find a way to beat it. But if you're offered a card that's good for the Act 2 boss fight and you don't understand many ways to beat the Act 2 boss, then you do have to heavily consider taking it, even if it's floors away. And sometimes in Slay the Spire, we have numbers that are like 95% kind of range, right? Like, you're offered a catalyst for the Act 2 boss fight, and you know you already have a burst, and you have a well-laid plan situation earlier. In the rest of the act, you might have 95% chance to find poison. And so you can take that catalyst and have 95% chance for the boss fight, except that you're worse right now, and 5% of the time you miss. And these are all like little numbers all over the place. If you are very confident that you can beat the boss fight another way, enough to do better than the damage you're taking right now and the 5% chance you miss, between now and the actual boss fight, you don't have to take the card anymore. And so by getting better at understanding the space between how to beat the boss, you've changed how you're taking the card, and the way you've changed how you're taking the card is you're no longer taking the card that's good 10 floors from now, you're doing the thing that's good right now because 10 floors from now, more able to solve between them. This is a very, very, very long way of saying, like, if you think about the strongest you can get by the end of like floor 6 of a run of Slay the Spire, it's going to be like put some decent commons in your deck and kill an elite to get Relic. And if you're not playing the first 6 floors of a Slay the Spire run like that regularly, it is like, because you have some sort of strategy that is about not getting as strong as possible as quickly as possible, because by being a little bit weaker right now, you're getting something later that matters to you. But I just think as you get better at the game, and better and better and better, like forever and ever and ever, it seems likely to me that the thing where you're as strong as possible 6 floors from now, on floor 6, is going to like eventually outpace a strategy which isn't as strong as possible on floor 6. Which isn't as strong as possible on floor 6, but has easier collection points strong later. I can just say it using the language that I've been using throughout the video. So, that is one of the hardest things to think about in Slay the Spire. As a Slay the Spire player, I don't actually like talking a huge amount about strategy like this. It's kind of stressful to. Apparently, we're going to go into this a little bit. It's been stressful for me for like 4 years to talk about strategy in Slay the Spire because a dude, a very large channel, would pull up my strategy posts for Slay the Spire and tell his followers to bully me, and like I got doxxed, I got assaulted, I got harassed at work. My girlfriend got stalker messages, I got stalker messages. Um, People just like started saying subreddit if I posted on the subreddit, assaulted me or posted my home address. Like it was really fucking bad. And it's gotten like a little bit better now, but like when Trump dies, Trump's followers will still be alive. um, and I'm in that like after space now where um while I don't get actively harassed at work anymore, a lot of the people in the Spire space are people who did harass me at work or contributed harassed at work or silently supported harassing me at work or just didn't speak out against that happening. And that's kind of shitty and rough and stressful. And so I don't like talking about the strategy of Slay the Spire that much. And part of what that does is when you have a really interesting inflection point like this one in Slay the Spire, um, it's just like really stressful and unappealing for me to invest deeply in it. Like I don't really want to spend 3 hours trying to play through the first 6 floors of a silent run to try to work out exactly where I should be, exactly how I can save every hit point, um, in order to try to make that work. And I'm at a point of understanding with silent where I need that level of stuff to improve further, because those two branching options, the like take the catalyst now, miss 5% of the time, take more damage, or look for the solution to the boss fight over the next 10 floors. Working out which one of those is better gets harder and harder and harder the closer you get to the actual breakpoint, where one flips from being better to being worse. Um, Depending on which side you approach from, you'll get closer and closer and closer. Like if you think I should just take Catalyst on floor 1 because it's so strong and it'll be useful for the Act 2 boss fight, so I'm just going to take it on floor 1. You'll slowly realize, like, oh, wait, I'm taking a lot of damage when I take Catalyst on floor 1. Maybe I'll start taking it on floor 6, or floor 8, or floor 10, or floor 12. And you get closer and closer and closer, but eventually you'll start to get to a point where you're like, yeah, like, I've started taking Catalyst on, like, floor 18 for the decks which need help with the Act 2 boss fight. And, I'm using round numbers, like very simply stated to simplify. Obviously, it's more complex, but like this kind of idea. It's like, well, we're starting to get to a point where like it feels like it's really close, and I can't tell. Should I go further? So you have this anchoring effect where because you started at floor 1, you end up at like, I don't know, floor 18 or something, and you're like, I don't really want to go further than that. Whereas if you go the other way, if you're like, I never take Catalyst, like with no poison in my deck, that's weird, or with little poison in my deck, or I never take Catalyst to do the Act 2 boss fight. That's just not relevant. And then you're like, wait a second, Catalyst actually is kind of boss fight. So you take it against the Act 2 boss a couple of times. And you're like, oh, wow, yeah, Catalyst is a good card. And then you're like, starting to think, oh, well, in order to beat the Act 2 boss fight, I should like maybe take it even a little bit before the Act 2 boss fight. Like maybe I'm going to take it 4 floors, or 5 floors, 6 floors, 4. And you reach a point where you're like, oh, this is starting to get really close. And so you like stop taking Catalyst with no poison in your deck already around about this point. Now the other, like you don't have the calculation power to like solve, and so you end up, depending on which side you started, you end up in this like zone around the right solution where you just need a lot of calculation and thought and repetition and stuff in order to solve the rest. And nobody ever solves the rest. Like that isn't a thing that happens in our lifetime. Slay the Spire is too complicated. If anyone ever claims to have solved Slay the Spire, they just like don't understand what they're talking about. um, like no, they haven't. That's not what. Um, they might mean like they win a lot, or they've reached a strategy they're really comfortable with, or something like that. Those are things that they could mean, but they haven't solved Slay the Spire. That's too hard. That's too complicated. That's We've had chess computers which can beat humans at chess for like 20 years or whatever, and they keep on getting better and better and better and better, but every year we build one that beats the last one. Every single year. Because we haven't solved chess. And those chess computers are so much better than any human is. And they're playing chess, which is like 3 orders of magnitude less complicated than Slay the Spire or something like that. Chess is much, 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 much less complicated than Slay the Spire. So, nobody's solving Slay the Spire ever. What we are doing is we're getting good at finding those bracket points where it's like, ooh, this is really close. And we need a lot of analysis and stuff to go inside those points to work out what's right inside there, or get closer to what's right in there. Like, we're never going to exactly what's right. And I just haven't enjoyed doing that very much because, like, talking about strategy is tremendously stressful for me now, and I get harassed when I do it. So, that kind of sucks, and is a sad thing about Silent, and means that I haven't invested as much as I would like to in a question like, should I take an extra damage common in order to fight a floor 6 elite on this character, or should I dodge it? However, having said all of those things, having not invested as much thought as I want to and stuff like that, I think the answer on Ironclad is like close to definitely yes. And I think the answer on Silent is yes, somewhat barely, but I think I'm there. Like, I think I can play Silent well enough that that is true for me at this point. So, I have not talked about a single Silent in common yet, but this was kind of like a broader point I wanted to make about, I don't know, like the philosophy of improving at games almost. The like way we conduct ourselves in a community where we talk about games, the impossibility of ever actually working everything out. I think it's interesting, and like little personal disclosure and slight sadness. Still love the game, but like, I don't know, I cannot engage like heavily analytical Slay the Spire in any way more really. Except by myself, which I'm doing here. That works. So, all that said, all out attack I think is like, the weird thing about all out attack is okay, so I said Dagger Spray was strong, but right from the start, because all out attack is like an uncommon, I'm being unfair to it. When I look at Dagger Spray, I'm like, yeah, you get offered this on floor 1. It's okay to take. It fits into what you need from an attack common. That's why I'm saying it's strong. I'm not saying it's strong because like on Act 3 you should take it. Like, no, absolutely not. That's not what strong means. The way that it is strong is very different from the way that like footwork is strong. They're different types of strong. Maybe I should just say it's solid. I don't know. Yeah, I'm kind of immediately being unfair to all out attack because it's an uncommon. You like don't see it on floor 1 as often, and so I'm saying it's just like solid, which like, yeah, I don't know. It feels right. It feels like it is. One way you could maybe think about it is like, how much does this card contribute to Silent winning runs of Slay the Spire? And so Dagger Spray gets a higher rating because it gets offered early more often, and so it can contribute more. That is a way you could think about it, I guess. I'm going to stand by my rating. It's also weird because all out attack just straight up deals more damage. Like 4 times 2 is 8, and 10 is more than 8. So there you go. I do, in my experience, find that discarding a card at random is a downside overall. But it's like only just barely. It depends on how reliant you are on retain and how reliant you are on like nightmare sorts of combos. Because it can actually lose you a run entirely if you're like reliant on Nightmare Wraith form and you play your all out attack and discard Nightmare or Wraith form and then can't compare them with the other. You might say like, well, why not just not play it? That's a great question. You could just not play it, and often that'll work fine, but I don't know, sometimes you do actually need your attack to deal with the summons in the Awakened One fight or something like that. Beat Reptimancer daggers, things like that. So sometimes you do kind of want to be able to play it.
Yeah, we don't have to talk about all attack a ton more. Backstab, I think, is strong. Here, I guess, is what I'll say about backstab. Backstab is a very efficient way to get closer to having enough damage for all the stuff in Act 1. Doesn't get you all the way there, but it gets you closer. It also is pretty relevant in Act 2. Like, there are a lot of fights, Gremlin Leader and Slavers in particular, where this card is definitely a card that you want in your opening hand. So that is all cool. There is a weird other thing to consider with backstab, though, which is that putting an attack in your opening hand is especially bad for late game stuff. Most of the late game fights, you are not going to burst the enemies down with attack damage. Most of them you're going to like try to survive by putting your defensive stuff in play, or if you're going to burst them down, you're going to do it with a catalyst or something like that. And so an innate attack does have a like very measurable downside in late game. And like I want to make clear, like, it loses you the game sometimes. Like, not all the time or anything, but like not 1% of the time either. Like, having one less card and it's basically an innate curse in your opening hand against the heart makes your deck worse against the heart. How much worse depends on exactly which deck you've built and stuff like that. I think backstabs... A nice thing about backstab is that backstab makes it so you can get more relics by fighting more elites, and I do think that the decks with more relics in them are less hurt by the fact that they have an innate backstab in their hand. On the flip side, though, the decks which don't fight a lot of elites and like go more toward card removes and engine building, I think are hurt more by having a backstab in their opening hand. They have fewer relics to fall back on if they get a bad turn 1 and 2 Act 4 fights. And so losing one of those opening hand slots does matter more. Now, that doesn't mean you shouldn't take backstab necessarily. What it might mean is that you might want to remove backstab over a strike some of the time. Or over like a defend if your strikes are already gone or something like that. And definitely every now and then I will take a backstab through most of the run and then remove it toward the end of the game. Because even though it exhausts, even though it costs 0 and deals like decent damage, it can still be a worse card than something like a strike or a defend because it's guaranteed to be at the top of your deck, whereas the strike and defend on average will be halfway through your deck. So yeah, something to pay attention to. Different decks care about that more than others or less than others. So it's really a deck dependent kind of situation. Caltrops is a sad card. Caltrops used to be a very compelling card to take because you needed help against multi-attacking enemies. Book of Stabbing is a very scary enemy, etc. And Caltrops was a way to deal good damage in those fights. And the game has just gotten to a point where you have stronger solutions, like almost always. So Caltrops, I think, is pretty bad now. It's possible to take it, for sure. It can deal a lot of damage to the heart. That's kind of nice. It deals a lot of damage in longer fights just in general. And there are enemies which it deals a lot of damage to, like birds in Act 2 and stuff like that. You definitely can take it. I should try taking Caltrops more than I do. Like, maybe it's okay. It's just so bad in, like, so many fights. An interesting card to compare it to is Crippling Cloud, maybe, since Caltrops does kind of deal AoE damage, right? But it deals less damage than Crippling Cloud and doesn't weaken enemies. Kind of painful. It also deals the damage after they attack instead of before they attack. I might be too hard on it. It says like situational. I'm not really sure what the situation is. You can take Caltrops like against Hexaghost, I guess, but I'd rather have a Bouncing Flask. Oh. I don't know. Not my favorite card, and not one that I take very often, so I'm kind of like second guessing myself because I just don't take it very often. But the reason I don't take it very often is it seems terrible every time I take it. So that's why. Yeah. Catalyst is a goated card. It's so strong that it becomes a strategic consideration about the entirety of how you play the character, changes the evaluations of other cards substantially, stuff like that. So, Catalyst is a massive standout. Catalyst is so strong that it makes Blade Dance better. Like, think about that. Blade Dance, like, one of its weaknesses is it can be a little bit tricky for Blade Dance to kill Time Eater and the Heart. And there are lots of ways to just make Blade Dance beat Time Eater and the Heart. It's not like you can't do that. It's just like you do need a little bit of help. Some percentage of the time you're going to fail to find that. But Catalyst is so strong that, like, if you're doing a run like that and you're failing to find a way for Blade Dance to beat the Heart, you can just take a Catalyst and a Bouncing Flask, and now it doesn't matter. You, like, got to play the first 2.5 acts with Blade Dance, and now you are beating Time Eater and the Heart. No problem, just you're not using Blade Dance anymore. So, Catalyst is very good in that. Okay. I think Choke's solid. Choke does a lot of damage, is the thing. Silent does need like a 2-cost attack early on in the run, and Choke is definitely a 2-cost attack, and there are just a lot of ways to make it do a lot more damage than it might look like it's going to do. It's good with like Prepared, it's good with Blade Dance, it's good with Acrobatics into 0-cost cards of some sort. The debuff deals damage through shield, so if you're against a shielded enemy, you can just kill it using Choke, which is kind of cool. I think probably the simplest way to heuristically evaluate this card is like it's just kind of a 2-cost attack that deals lots of damage, and you don't have to think much about like, can it be an engine card late game? Are the synergies really good? Is it going to push me into taking Blade Dance over other things? Like, maybe, yeah, sure, like some of these things might happen sometimes, but for the most part, I think you just evaluate this as a 2-cost attack that deals lots of damage, and that goes in your deck on floor 1, and you're pretty happy about it. Unless something weird is going on. Concentrate is definitely situationally strong, I would say. If you're going to go for discard synergy on Silent, you are going to want some way to make energy, and I think Concentrate might be like the third best one, maybe. I think the best ones are Tactician and Sundial. Those are both great. And maybe Concentrate after that. I mean, Adrenaline is awesome, but Adrenaline also has Exhaust. I don't typically take a Concentrate until it has become good in my deck. Like, I'm not usually building a discard thing and thinking, oh, I need potentially to have energy for this thing, so I'll take a Concentrate now in case the shell comes together later. There's too much of a possibility for your deck to end up just being Burst Catalyst or Nightmare Wraith form for me to feel like that's correct. So Concentrate doesn't usually go into the deck until I actually have the discard stuff going, at which point I will take it. And one of the reasons for that is that if you have a discard deck, which is drawing lots of cards and making lots of energy and spamming things and whatever, Tactician is a better way to make energy than Concentrate. It just requires 1 card to make 2 energy instead of requiring 3 cards to make 2 energy, and those decks do kind of live and die by their ability to draw cards, so it's not like you can't get to a point where Concentrate works, but it is like maybe 2 or 3 more card draw cards into the deck before it gets there, kind of idea. Is that a why? That might just be why. Yeah, like mostly it's that. There are definitely situations where Concentrate can be better. One of the most fun ways to play Concentrate is with Unceasing Top. Not a relic which is good every time you get it, for sure, but
Like, I'm pretty sure I have purchased concentrate on Season Top in a shop, like as the two things I was buying out of that shop in the last couple of months. And like it did really well. It drew like 20 cards over the course of the run and eventually got overtaken by other things which were much stronger, but it got me through the next like 15 floors very well. Being able to concentrate and have a bunch of energy and then just draw a bunch of cards with unceasing top and kill stuff. Concentrate's also good with the X cost stuff like malaise, mostly malaise. Malaise is mostly the X cost thing that you're excited to dump a bunch of energy into on silent. When I talked about outmaneuver, I didn't mention ice cream. And sometimes people mention ice cream in connection with outmaneuver. Like, yeah, I like outmaneuver with ice cream because, like, that way I'm guaranteed to abuse the energy. I don't like outmaneuver with ice cream that much. I think this turn matters, right? So if you're using outmaneuver, you don't get energy this turn. You're hoping to be able to spend it next turn. Cool, that would be the dream. If you're relying on ice cream to let you spend that energy, you're not using it for another 2 turns. That is so long. That's a very, very, very long time. On the flip side, though, I do think ice cream makes concentrate much better. It doesn't stop you from spending the energy this turn. You like still have the ability to spend the energy this turn, but it fixes one of the major fail cases of concentrate, which is when you draw it with not enough cards to discard in order to do something useful with it this turn. And so you like can now play the other cards in your hand and then play concentrate to end your turn, and you'll have 2 extra energy on the next turn, which that does make the card much better. So ice cream definitely nice with concentrate. I don't think it is as exciting without maneuver. That might be somewhat how I'm building my decks, but like, yeah, I'm not generally finding that ice cream outmaneuver ends up being great. Okay. Cool. Crippling Cloud, we already spoke about. I talked about how like it's just a pretty good card. It kills a lot of fights which are kind of hard. It basically, rather than saying it kills fights which are hard, I think the useful and probably more correct way to think is like it decreases the amount of damage that you will take in those fights. And you can think about that in terms of average, which is what a lot of people like to do. But I try to think about it in terms of distribution. So if I have my pen on my desk, I don't know, my desk is always there. Somewhere there's a pen. But if you think about like, if you think about like damage taken in a fight, and like 0 or 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, let's say you can do that. And then you think about the probability of that happening. I don't know what these are. Let's say they're all 0.1 because up that way. And you think about your win rate after that happens. This is the really hard part. Maybe I'm like 90% to win the run if I take 0 damage in this fight, and if I take 10 damage, I'm only like 60% to win the run. And let's, again, in service of this being like relatively a lot, let's just do it like this. Yeah. Let's just say it like linearly take down. This is not true. This is a toy game, basically. I'm just showing you how to analyze the thing. So what we care about here is the probability times the win rate, and then we want to sum them. So win rate. Is this? Fill them all in, sum them. We end up with a 71.5% chance to win the run out of this fight based on this distribution of damage taken. Cool. Because win rate isn't actually linear, you can't just average here. In order to average, I could say like every time I take 5, And so I have a 65% win rate. That's kind of what collapsing the distribution into an average does. And that's a common way that people simplify distributions for thinking about. But I just want to like show you what gets lost in doing so. We went from 71.5% chance of winning. Wait. Oh, I have 1 point. All right, we have to take this off. That's why. 67.5. The average would be 4.5, 67.5. So in that case, it works. Sure. But let's say that like your win rate isn't linear. Let's say that if you take 9 damage, you're actually in a lot of danger. Like let's say you have a 30% win rate, take 9 damage. Whereas if you take like 0 through 4 damage, you're like pretty good. Like your win rate isn't going down very much. Okay? But the problem is like once you get down here, you're like really getting low and you're starting to be in a lot of danger. You might even like, it might even be the case that you only have, I don't know, 7 health left. So maybe like all of these are zeros. Perhaps. This is kind of the most extreme case. So in this distribution of damage, I get a probability of winning at 54.4% coming out of the fight. But if I just looked at what happens if I take 4.5 damage, which is the average damage taken from this fight, I'd get that I have like somewhere between 58 and 80% chance, which is wrong. It's incorrect. This is what you're losing by like simplifying into average damage taken in a fight. And rather than simplifying in a different way, you can absolutely, and I think should be, you can think about just the distribution of what damage you take. If you're against Gremlin up, for example, this is a simple distribution to think about. If you get attacked on turn 3, you probably take something like 30 damage. If you only get attacked on turn 2, you probably take something like 8 damage. Very simple. And then you can think about like, okay, what's the probability of each of those things happening? And what's my chance to win based on happening, etc. And you can do that for the other fights in the game too. So when I'm talking about like a card being good in a fight, what I mean is that it's improving the distribution of damage taken in the fight, actually. Sometimes it's also good because it's letting me set up my relics, which increases my probability of win rate, because there are actually things other than damage taken which influence win rate as fight, right? So relic setup. Say we got like 2 relics set up versus 1 relic setup, and both of them had 0 damage taken. Maybe that changes my win rate. Maybe like it's a 5% like that, which my overall. So it's not even the damage taken distribution, it's like the fight lead distribution. All of the things about the games as you leave, right? As much as possible. And so Crippling Cloud tends to be just good in fights at helping you do that. It just is. It doesn't like solve the game or anything. It makes you better at winning the fight. Cool. Yeah, I think that's kind of like most of what I have to say about Crippling Cloud. I think Crippling Cloud's a very, very hard. Like, I would almost give it purple. I'm gonna give it like splashes of purple because it's, if you put a Crippling Cloud Plus in your silent deck and then you just like play it, like if you do like anything else, almost every fight in the first 2 acts of the game is over. It's an incredibly good card. Compare it to Dash, right? Dash deals 10 damage and blocks 10. Cool. Crippling Cloud deals like over the course of let's say like 4 turns. If you upgrade it, we're gonna upgrade it and we're gonna give it 4 turns to tick. It's not like that unreasonable, I don't think. Crippling Cloud deals 22 AoE damage and reduces incoming damage by like, I don't know, 20. How much is 2? Right? That's a lot more than what Dash does. And then also it Catalyst, incredibly strong card. So Dash is okay. One of those cards that you can take for Gremlin Knob. If you're ever stuck in a Snecko silent run, which like I don't recommend, Dash does okay there. Snecko silent runs tend to be more about having big numbers on a few cards than about like all the synergy space that I've been integrating, because a lot of the synergy space that I've been integrating stops working, unfortunately. On the bright side, leg sweep gets a bit better. So for a few years we had that. Bullet time can be very good with Snecko though. There are some other Nightmare Wraithful still works fine. So it's not like Snecko can't win. It's just like on a character where the cards I have said are best so far cost 1, 1, 0, 1. Snecko is somewhat restricting your synergy space and your ability to use this character's card pool to win. It's kind of getting in the way. I think Distraction is pretty garbage. I am willing to someday change my opinion of that, but I'm not ready to do that, I guess. If you look at Silence skills, man, I absolutely know how to write this. This thing is like that. Equals filter. Range. This. Condition. Equals skill. Don't. Yeah, I don't know. Oh well. If only I knew how to do that. Let me work it out. Alright. I was not far off at all. I just had to follow my condition range. Anyway. These are our skills. These ones don't actually work because you can generate basic skills. Oh my god. I should not delete them. Let's hide these. Alright. Anyway. There are enough of these which I think are garbage that it's hard to be excited about Distraction. If we think about like, let's try to color code these. It's kind of a like interesting way to approach it. So first I'm color coding by card draw. We'll call card draw like pure blue. Let's color code by damage. Or right? First is kind of every. Like a red. Got the block cards, Cloak and Dagger block, but I already called it damage. Not much of either. I'm gonna call Malaise block here. Green. If we look at like big like engine sort of cards, which don't necessarily even alchemize. It has the healing tag. Pretty sure that's true, right? Yeah, that's true. You can't like sit and fight with nil forever trying to get alchemized to get your perfect potions. I guess we should look at energy maybe. Oh, this is card draw as well. Energy, 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 and card draw. Like yellow. And then like your kind of big engine sorts of things, some of which don't work very well. Can be orange. Goated cards can be purple. Relations piercing. Well, you were just in a different category from everything else apparently. One of the issues with Distraction is if you look at this, skills can do a lot of different things. And Distraction costs 1 energy. And I certainly don't play this character as a character with a lot of energy. Free to just hang with. I tend to win on silent because I spend the energy that I have on very, 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 very strong things, either going infinite or making the enemy have 8,000 poison or making it so I'm undamageable, are a few examples of things I spend energy on as silent. If I'm going to spend lots of energy on like okay cards, decent chance I'm using a bullet time to make them all cost 0 as well. Like this character has a lot of ways to cheat energy. I don't personally think the character needs 4 energy per turn at all to win. I think it's like pretty normal for this character to want to win on 3 energy and to be able to build to win on 3 energy. Just my personal experience with the character. So, spending 1 energy to get like something, but you don't really know what it is. And then a lot of the stuff is like not that good. Like if we look at the card stuff I've done so far, like not a lot of these are not very the cards that I'm looking at. Yeah, I'm not really saying it. That said, sometimes you take a distraction because this fight is getting a nightmare for a burst. Distraction can get a burst, and if you don't take distraction, you're like skipping, and well, rest in peace. There are definitely cards which are such a big deal that like 10% chance to get one of them bigger deal than having a pretty bad card more for the situation. That's that. And the second is strong. I mentioned briefly that it kind of has discard synergies where you're generating 2 cards, which lets you discard an extra card, like kind of like drawing an extra card. Sagony. Adding a copy of it to your. Mostly, you just play Endless Agony as a 0 cost deal 8 damage sort of card, which double synergizes with all the playing card types of thing. Mostly what you double center strength as well, that kind of thing. Sometimes you definitely leave in your deck for the second time through your deck, but it's not that common. Times are like if you're discarding it, calculated gamble, sure. If you're against like Time Eater or the Heart and playing it is unappealing enough, sure. If you're against Lagavulin, every now and then you'll want to play it so you have more copies of it, or after Lagavulin has woken up. That definitely happens. If you're against Guardian, you can try to fill your deck with Endless Agonies for the phases of the Guardian fight where you want to deal more damage, and try to have fewer Endless Agonies in your deck for the part where it has 4 sharp hide. Mostly, you just play it twice when you draw it. I think that's most what you do. And deal 0 is enough to make it strong, and the fact that it is a damage card which exhausts also makes it strong, because having a damage card which exhausts means you are like 1 step closer to escaping Act 1.5. Say Act 1. The first half of Act 2 are pretty important, with a deck that's like angling towards some sort of discard engine, or having exhaust written on your card is a big deal on a character who cannot easily target exhaust her cards. Talked about Escape Plan. Talked about Eviscerate. Expertise is situationally solid. There's a kind of straightforward 2-card combo, Expertise plus Concentrate, which I don't take either card often enough to really abuse. On the other hand, I take Acrobatics on floor 1. So this is why the place that I'm at in my like silent solution right now or whatever doesn't value Expertise very highly, is that for the most part I can already draw up to having 6 or 7 cards in my hand anyway. If I were taking Concentrate more highly, and if I was taking Acrobatics lower, then Expertise would be a more appealing card, but I'm not doing either of those things. A thing that I like about my solution is that it's good with Runic Pyramid, whereas Expertise is garbage with Runic Pyramid. There's some argument for like Runic Pyramid wins the game anyway, so maybe take the things which are good without Runic Pyramid, but I just don't think to begin with Expertise and Concentrate as a solution space are very appealing. They're too awkward to put together.
unless you get both of them at the same time, and even then you have to draw them both in the same hand. Um, so the fact that I don't even think they're like better than just having acrobatics, like acrobatics tactician is the like 2-card combo that I'm trying to prioritize drafting. You can try to prioritize drafting concentrate expertise, or you can try to prioritize drafting acrobatics tactician, but I don't really think prioritize drafting both in the same run. You might end up with both as a consequence of how the run evolves, and it could be good. But the way that acrobatics discard engines look, they usually have 10 cards in hand, so expertise doesn't do very much. Whereas the way the concentrate discard engines look sometimes has few enough cards in hand for expertise to do well. But honestly, like, if you get a good concentrate discard engine going, it also has too many cards in hand for expertise. So I don't know. I'm I'm very hesitant to say that card draw isn't good, which is maybe why I don't think expertise is good, because I'm taking enough card draw that it just doesn't do very much a lot of the time. Yeah, and I think I left hanging the point about Runic Pyramid, where like my tendency is not to think I need things which are strong when I don't get Runic Pyramid. My tendency is again to like kind of be thinking about it in a distribution sort of way. Like if things are kind of equally strong, other things not considered, and then you can get Runic Pyramid and you do click on it almost every time you see it, you should probably take the thing that's strong with Runic Pyramid instead of the thing that isn't strong with Runic Pyramid, being as though you're getting Runic Pyramid so often. Yeah. That's kind of my expertise thing. I could talk about expertise for so much longer. I should probably mention that with Grand Finale, I know I already mentioned this when talking about Grand Finale, but with Grand Finale, expertise is a much better card because the value of being able to choose how many cards you draw becomes very strong. So that's kind of how I get into expertise, I think, is probably with the Grand Finale or occasionally with something else weird that's going on. Like you're just very limited on card draw. Sometimes you will take an expertise to get your card draw going, but I would caution against leaning on it as a default source of card draw because the band of decks which care about card draw, which like expertise, is just like pretty limited, really. Um, you need a deck that doesn't have enough card draw so that expertise can actually work, but is built to need card draw. Which like, how did that happen? Probably something went wrong. This isn't something that you're aiming for all the time. Finisher's strong. Finisher is just good enough to take on floor 1 without any synergies. It is okay for a card to deal 6 for 1 in the Silence starter deck. Like, again, I've mentioned a couple of times, like, you just kind of do want another strike. It would make your first few fights better. So Finisher's fine to take on floor 1. And then it isn't hard for you to make it very good. Blade Dance, obviously, is probably the simplest combo, but Endless Agony is also very strong. Backstab works nicely with Finisher because your starting hand is larger, more likely to have Finisher in it. You've got your potions, which give you more attacks, and it works very nicely with a lot of relics, like Pen, for example. Any strength scaling works nicely with it. You can definitely end up with Phantasmal Killer Finisher sorts of things. It can happen. You have the ability to gain cards so that you can set up your next turn. I do not tend to end up there very often because it's like usually still just worse than killing with poison. And like even if you have Finisher and Blade Dance, the amount of effort it is to take that and make it as good as it is with like Phantasmal Killer and stuff, like Phantasmal Killers are rare. Catalyst is an uncommon. You need Catalyst and like other poison card. There are common ones. Like it's just like Catalyst is very character warping. But yeah, Finisher can be very good. It can end up being strong enough for late game damage. It has a tendency not, in my experience, because other options are just more easily accessible. Interesting thing about Finisher that you start to notice if you play enough Silent. Finisher doesn't work that well with Runic. Runic Pyramid So as you go through Act 2 with Runic Pyramid, you won't have a 4th energy per turn because you took a Runic Pyramid at the end of Act 1, right? You have 3 energy per turn. Silent tends to have a lot of cards that cost 1 energy. Like, you've got a lot of basic cards, 5 defense, 5 strike. Survivor at least discards another card, but it's hard for Silent to play enough cards to not be stuck with 10 cards in hand at the start of turn with Runic Pyramid as you go through Act 2. And if you're stuck with 10 cards in hand, Blade Dance doesn't work. So let's say you have 10 cards in hand and you have Finisher, Blade Dance, and you have 3 energy. You play Blade Dance 1, you only get 1 Shiv. Play the Shiv, you play Blade Dance 2, you only get 2 Shivs. Play 2 Shivs, you play the Finisher, it only actually hits for 18 damage plus the 12 from the Shivs. So that's pretty awkward. But this is like, there's so much minutia in the game, and this is like, I guess a thing that happens enough that I feel like I should point it out, but also like there's kind of an expectation that you work these things out for yourself. I don't know. I'll tell you this one. You can play a Blade Dance the turn prior and just hold the Shivs in hand. And if you do not realize that and make that play, like Finisher is going to be a lot worse with Runic Pyramid than it will be if you do make that play. Because what happens if you play a Blade Dance the turn before is you end up with a starting hand with 3 Shivs in it and your Finisher and 6 other cards. So you can play the 3 Shivs for 0 each, and then you play like another Blade Dance and play another 3 Shivs, and then you have 1 more energy to play like another attack, and then you finish her for 7. And now, instead of dealing 30 damage, you have dealt somewhere in the vicinity of 72, something. A lot more damage. So, just a thing to look out for. Flechettes. A long time ago, Flechettes was called Yetis by someone, and I think it's a good name, so I call it Yetis. Flechettes is okay. Here's the thing about Flechettes. It's mostly bad. Bad, actually. It's like situationally okay, and it's really fun when it is. You don't want Flechettes to be good. But if you have a deck that doesn't have enough damage, so it needs a damage card, you would like Flechettes to be good in that deck. The best way to do this is to have lots of skills which allow you to like play Burst Catalyst kind of things. You don't need Flechettes there because you have Burst Catalyst, right? But if you don't have enough damage, you still want to have a lot of skills that like are building a good shell. They're building toward like a discard engine or some sort of combo thing with Nightmare or something like that. And so if you don't have enough damage and you desperately need a card that like can kill Reptimancer or maybe even Penda to kill a Slaver or something like that, Flechettes can actually fit the bill there. It happens rarely, but it does sometimes come up. Flechettes is one of the very rare 1-cost attack cards, which is situationally good, not in Act. Because like this card's not good in Act 1. Don't take this card in Act 1. You'd like it to be good in Act 1, but it isn't, basically. I think a really important point there is, like, this is a situation where average output versus output distribution matters a lot. You need your Act 1 attacks to, like, actually deal damage to Gremlin or whatever. And Flechettes just doesn't reliably deal damage. It's a card where, like, if you have an Acrobatics on a Flechettes, sometimes it will be really good for 1 turn in Act 1. That's cool. It has great, like, upper output potential, but the floor of this card is very, very, very low. You draw Strike, Ascender's Bane, Flechettes defend, like, pretty easy hand to draw. That is worse than a strike. So yeah, you can't really rely on it in Act 1. The place that you're more relying on it is actually in like Act 2 and 3, the rare times that it's good, and then is that you haven't found other damage. Even Act 4. Like if you end up with an Envenom for whatever reason, you can absolutely be using Flechettes in Act 4 as like a apply 8 poison and deal 64 damage or whatever sort of card. That's too much. 48 damage. The card. It's upgraded. I don't know, maybe you have strength. Footwork we spoke about. I feel like I could definitely talk for like 10 hours about only footwork and like the things around footwork, but like basically footwork. One very important thing to think about footwork, which I've mentioned before, but maybe could go more into detail on, is if you're playing a deck which is like kind of fair, sort of, like it doesn't win with a combo or an infinite or whatever, it just kind of wins by playing the rank and file cards and having them have enough output to get you there. You want to have powers to make those cards better. Footwork's kind of an excellent example. This just makes it so like dodge and roll does more. If your deck's going to win by playing dodge and roll, that's okay. It is an honest living. Sometimes that's the best thing you get. Um, you're going to want some footworks and other cards like footwork in order to help your dodge and rolls and your blade dancers and whatever other cards you're playing actually have enough output. Um, in order to do that, though, you do kind of want a higher density of non-power cards in your deck. So, like, sometimes I'll have like a 50 card silent deck or whatever, and it kind of looks weird to someone who doesn't understand this concept. But the cool thing about a 50 card silent deck is like, one, you have like relics and potions. So like, yeah, you can draw a really bad hand if you have 50 cards. You can draw like your 5 worst cards. That's bad, but it doesn't happen often. And if you have like one potion to get you through that turn, it doesn't really matter. It's not a big deal. We're talking about like a 1% kind of concern, not a thing that's coming up in 30% of runs or anything like that. It's very rare for a 50 card deck to actually draw a really bad hand in that way. And you have like well laid plans and stuff like that to make sure that you have what you need for next turn kind of stuff too, right? The thing that you're getting out of a 50 card deck is you can put like 20 powers in it or something like that. You're not going to get offered 20 powers, but probably more realistically, you can put like 10 powers in it. And that way, every 5 cards you draw, on average, you get 1 power to put in play, and you get 4 other playable cards that you can do something with. And every turn, you like put another power in play, and your cards just do more and more and more over the course of the first like 10 turns of the fight. I'm simplifying a decent amount. Uh, Ideally, you want to be putting your powers in play faster than that on the turns where you're not being attacked and stuff like this. But it is generally true, in my opinion, that if your deck is getting to a point where just like playing dodge and roll and backflip and stuff is good enough to win, you do actually want a decent density of cards in the deck so that you're not just like drawing a hand of 5 footworks and being like, oh, I guess I take 67 because the hand doesn't do anything. Which is a lot more likely to happen if your deck has like 10 scaling powers and 8 other cards. You'll just draw hands that have very little that they can do. So that's one of the places that this character can end up. It's very far away from discard synergy. It's not that far away from catalyst combos or wraithform combos, because if you have 50 cards, you can absolutely fit like a bouncing flask and a catalyst into those 50 cards. And if you have well-laid plans, you can put them together. Or like a liquid memories lets you draw one. Like if you draw catalyst first, and you have to draw a bouncing flask before you can play catalyst, you can play the bouncing flask and then use memories on catalyst while something like that. Sure, whatever. So it's in kind of a weird space. It takes you away from infinites a lot, but not all the way. You can go infinite with like a 40 card silent deck, and it's not that hard. Um, the commons that you can be putting into your deck to make it 40 cards can be lots of acrobatics and prepareds, and have reflexes and tacticians, and you have calculated gambles. You can have powers like tools to trade and afterimage and well-laid plans. And a deck of that size can actually just kind of end up infinite, or at least like arbitrarily large, where it's not actually a guaranteed infinite, but chances are good enough to play cards pretty much forever. like if you got the worst possible shuffle, it would end, but the worst possible shuffle is just very unlikely to happen situation. So yeah, I don't know. That's the thing that I think a lot about these powers. The more kind of garbage cards that you put in your deck at the start, the easier it is to then also take a card like Footwork. And there's like a reinforcing loop going on here where, like, if you took 2 copies of Blade Dance and a Cloak and Dagger, then all of a sudden accuracy and footwork start to look really good in them because you have those more copies of Blade Dance and more copies of footwork, and you end up with like a bunch of cards that all kind of synergize together and are in the same semantic space and scale off each other and stuff, and you have a deck. There is no solution to this, unfortunately. I'm not going to tell you how to play the game because I don't know and nobody does. But that is one of the lines that you can go down, silent. And what I can tell you is that there are runs where you will win if you do that, or you won't win if you do a different thing. Now, you might not be able to identify that ahead of time. And even if you did identify it ahead of time, it might not be true of your ability to pilot the character that actually works out. But in like the silent solution space, there is a reason to put lots of powers in your deck and to support those with a large density of okay value cards to keep you alive on the turns that you're putting the powers into the deck. Like, there is a rule-based reason why that can be strong. And when there's a rules-based reason why something can be strong, if enough of the die rolls in the game go a certain way, it will be the strongest thing to do. Broadly. I'm sure if you take what I just said to an absolute extreme, it stops making sense, but broadly speaking. It looks just very bad. The problem with Heel Hook, it's presumably designed as a like counterpiece to Dropkick, right? Like Dropkick deals damage and draws a card when an enemy's vulnerable. Heel Hook deals damage, draws a card, gains an energy when the enemy's weak. They do the same thing, but for vulnerable versus weak. Okay, here are the issues. 1, Ironclad has strength scaling and Silent doesn't, for the most part, outside of like relics and things. This makes it so dealing damage with a 1-cost attack is more appealing. 2, Ironclad has vulnerable on the enemy, whereas Silent has weak. Vulnerable makes it so the enemy takes more damage from an attack. Weak doesn't. So you also have that. 3, Ironclad has exhaust, like Burning Pact, Fiendfire, things like that. So a dropkick plus a dual wield can just be an infinite if you have like also got a True Grit. Like, you can have a 30-card deck of Ironclad cards. If you have a True Grit, a dropkick, and a dual wield in your deck, and like a Thunderclap or your starter Bash, you are eventually going to be able to make that deck deal infinite damage. Eventually. Obviously, Ironclad can get faster at that and like get Fiend Fires and Offerings and stuff and start doing it on earlier turns and maybe not have 30 cards to begin with and stuff. Sure. But like, even if you do have 30 cards and all you have is a True Grit, like, you eventually do get there on Ironclad. That might be how you beat Awakened One. I don't know. So Silent doesn't have that. Silent doesn't do that. The way that Silent goes infinite is with other things. Heel Hook just like doesn't. There's no reason to care, basically. Like, even on Ironclad, Ironclad's infinites don't necessarily want dropkick. Ironclad has lots of ways to go infinite and deal infinite damage without needing a dropkick. Dropkick's like a card you can add that makes the infinite a little bit easier, a little bit more accessible and stuff like that. Heel Hook doesn't really make silence infinites more accessible because you don't have dual wield and you don't have exhaust, so you still need to have a package of cards which like draw infinitely, excluding the Heel Hook on silent pretty much, like, for the most part. And Heel Hook is like much worse at dealing damage than Dropkick is. Of course, if you have Infinity times 5, it works fine compared to Infinity times 8 or whatever. But there are all the situations where you're not infinite. Look,
deals less damage than Dropkick would. So he looks pretty bad. Maybe literal unplayable. This might be the first card I'm saying is literal. I'm gonna say it's garbage / literal unplayable. I can't remember the last time I like happily really. Kind of weird that I was saying like, oh yeah, I tried really hard to make. I don't know. I also just don't actually in enemies that much on silent, and some of the harder fights have artifact charges too. I don't know. Infinite Blades is like okay. It's just like scaling damage power. It's hard to. Saying Infinite Blades is okay. Shouldn't I also say Caltrops is okay? I don't know. The thing is, Infinite Blades does have some connection to other synergy packages. It does get stronger with accuracy. It does make finisher better. It does scale with strength. Proc shurikens. It does proc after image. It does work with Phantasmal Killer. Like, Infinite Blades does have ways to be stronger than Caltrops does, but it's like just as slow as Caltrops and deals without synergy even less damage. So it's really not my like favorite power, but yeah, like we take one early on in the game if it's offered, and I don't have enough scaling for the boss fight. I think like okay against Lagavulin. Actually better against Lagavulin than Caltrops. I think it is, right? It depends on the situation, but usually. Masterful Stab's fine. I don't know if I would call Masterful Stab strong. I think this one I'll call solid. It's okay. There isn't that much to say about Masterful Stab that I didn't say about other okay attacks. This thing costs additional energy for each time you lose HP this combat. Like, it's largely fake. Like, it largely doesn't matter. You will hit enemies before you take damage on silent an awfully large amount of the time. And in the fights where you are going to take a lot of damage on silent, you don't really need an attack that deals 12. Like, that's not really the problem. There may not even be a problem, right? Like, you walk into the time meter fight, you expect to take 30 damage from something, maybe. And that's okay. You don't need your solution to the run to not take 30 damage time meter. Like, you have some health and take some damage. On turn 1, when it hits you for 32, you don't have to panic and play every block card. You can be like, okay, 1 leg sweep, take 10, but okay, play some powers as well. And then Masterful Stab costs more, but like, it just doesn't matter. Didn't need to play Masterful Stab against Time Meter. So, there are some places where it is kind of painful. Book of Stabbing can get out of control in situations where you really want Masterful Stab to hit. Slaver's Fight, you can get hit like twice on turn 1, and all of a sudden Masterful Stab isn't working for the fight anymore. There are some issues with it, but for the most part, it's just kind of an okay attack, which you put in your deck if you need. And in Act 1, in particular, the elites are pretty generous. They don't deal that much damage to you on turn 1. So really play it for 0 or 1. And also in Act 1, often your deck doesn't have the ability to saturate 3 energy with damage anyway, so if Masterful Stab costs 2, like sometimes you just play it for 2. It's okay. Noxious Fumes is a bit weird one. I like Noxious Fumes a lot. It's probably solid. Like, I want to call Noxious Fumes strong, but I think it's solid. Noxious Fumes deals a comparable damage to Infinite Blades in Act 1. They don't deal the same amount of damage, but they deal kind of like in the same range of damage. I'd say Noxious Fumes is like a little bit better against Lagavulin. I like Noxious Fumes a lot against Slime Boss and Exeghost and Guardian. So that's one of the reasons that I take it a lot in Act 1. All three of those fights. I've heard people like try to convince me that poison damage is bad against Slime Boss, and like that kind of is true. Maybe this is one of the reasons I like Noxious Fumes so much. One of the issues that Silent has is that Slime Boss acts push her into solutions which are unpleasant. The solutions that I've been talking about that I really like for Act 1 for Silent because of how they synergize with stuff later don't like Slime Boss very much. It's harder to acrobatics into a sneaky strike when you have 5 slimes draw pile. And it's harder to match up Blade Dance and Finisher when you have 5 slimes in your draw pile and stuff like this. And then the other stuff like Bouncing Flask and Crippling Cloud, well, this Slime Boss splits and cleanses it all halfway through the fight. So the solutions that work better for Slime Boss are things that you don't really like doing. Like Skewer Plus is kind of good against Slime Boss, but I do not want that card in my deck very much. Just having good density of 1-cost attacks is pretty good in Slime Boss, but I want lots of 1-cost attacks in my deck. So one of the really nice things about Noxious Fumes is you upgrade a Noxious Fumes, it starts dealing damage very quickly and pretty heavily after the Slime Boss splits. I tend to think of Noxious Fumes about 50 damage in a fight. Noxious Fumes 50 damage for 1, which gives you a lot of room to do a lot of other things with your deck in an act which would have been dominated by trying to solve the Slime Boss problem. Lean into I also find that Fumes rewards me for building a deck which is good later. Fumes does very well with Piercing Whale. Fumes does obviously very well with Catalyst. It does very well with other poison damage. It does well with Malaise. It kind of synergizes with the stuff which is strongest. So I like it because of that. I don't know. I think it's very easy to underestimate how good Silent is at stalling for a large amount of time, even in some of the most threatening fights. Like, you might think Noxious Fumes Plus is a bad card against stabbing because even if you play it on turn 1, you have to kill you by turn 4 or 5. But Silent, even like without Wraith form, can sometimes take Book of Stabbing to turn 7 or if you got Piercing Whales and Leg Sweeps, like, you do okay there. If you have a Malaise, you take it to like turn 12, like, no big deal. Don't worry about it. So, yeah, Fume does okay. Silent has this issue sometimes against Gremlin Leader where like something like a Crippling Cloud deals a lot of damage to the summons and then they die, but then Gremlin Leader summons again. And so you need like something to deal with the new summons. And you can have a large density of attacks in order to do that. But I find that it Fumes Plus really well in that situation. Because even if you don't have that many attacks, just having to deal like somewhere between 6 and 15 plus damage to clear the gremlins every time they're summoned makes a really big difference. Also, while you're killing the gremlins, Gremlin Leader's dying. So, I don't know. It would be interesting to take a long, hard look at Caltrops. Because the main thing I'm thinking about here is like, what does Fumes do Caltrops is so bad at that I think that Caltrops is terrible? Maybe my issue is about Caltrops. I think it's like the cleansing artifacts, the dealing damage before you get attacked, the combo with Catalyst, the fact that it's much better against Slime Boss. Yeah, I think all of these just the good card. I'm gonna say it's strong. I'm gonna say it's strong. There's like If you play Silent in a way that kills enemies very rapidly, Noxious Fumes is a pretty bad card. And I might be like as far as it is imaginable to be toward the like, no, actually we can just chill out in this fight for a long time. It's okay. Side of playing Silent. This probably contributes to me liking as much as I do. I'm sure you could go further, but like, I don't know. When I'm thinking about what Fumes does in a fight, I am thinking about it dealing like 15 damage to an enemy eventually on the same turn because it's stacked up that much. And that's just where I'm at. It's good against Champ. Like, it's just kind of good against everything that's really hard for Silent. Has good synergies, clears artifacts, is a one-cost power, so it's just like a scaling card for that deck that gets you as a power. It removes itself, so if you're doing discard synergies, it gets out of the way. Yeah, I like Noxious. I've liked it for a very long time. Riddle with Holes is like one of those decks that you have to take sometimes, but you combos with the boot, combos with strength, combos in quotation marks with an. It's like it's easy to get excited about Riddle Hole with Holes with Envenom, and then like it actually just hits the same number of times as a Blade Dance Plus, basically, and Blade Dance Plus is a one-cost common. So, you know, bit of a letdown there. But sometimes you need it. I guess I skipped over Predator and Reflex because I talked about them before. Predator I like a lot. Predator I sometimes even take in Act 3. Card draw is very good. Damage is very good. I don't often. Act 3 mostly I take in Act 1, but like sometimes in Act 3, if you have one of those larger decks which like wants to be able to play a lot of block cards on some turns, Predator is a good damage card to put into that deck. It like will clear a dagger against Reptimancer and it will set you up with a good amount of block for the next turn, drawing you 2 cards and getting to a Piercing Wail or something like that. Does okay. Does okay with Snecko if you ever happen to be in Snecko, which again, like, don't force yourself to do that, please. Does okay with Necronomicon. Kind of a weird one. Very out there. Don't get Necronomicon very often, but good one with it. Does okay with Patinob. It's like just kind of okay. Reflex, I would estimate I get into spaces where Reflex is appealing in like 30 to 40% of Silent runs, maybe. That is really estimate though. I'm just kind of making. If you have enough acrobatics, especially if you have a concentrate, Reflex is good. One of the issues with Reflex is that you have enough acrobatics, you really need Tactician and Reflex that much, so it's just kind of the card to pair with acrobatics. Card draw plus energy. Card draw plus card draw. That doesn't work great, but it pairs well with Prepared. It goes in my deck a like decent chunk. I've definitely played Silent in a way where I was trying to make Reflex good every time, and that felt like. I think there are definitely Silent runs where you try to make Reflex. And some of those Silent runs even like go near that, but Reflex doesn't fit into that because acrobatics is common. And so card draw is an issue for you when you're doing Silent Infinite. Setup is like situationally solid. Setup is like kind of the 4th best energy option for a discard infinite. You want to upgrade it, but it actually does make you energy. Play a 0-cost card, you put something like acrobatics on top of your deck and play acrobatics. This is just like going to be an infinite with Reflex or something like that, even if you don't have energy gain. So, you know, you can make it work. Sometimes you can also make it work in like a value sort of way. A forbidden technique, which you will only hear about here, or other people talk about it, but costing 0 until played. A lot of the times it Slay the Spire changes the cost of one of your cards, it's until the end of the turn, but this is until played. A lot of the time it's either like for the rest of the fight or until end of turn. This is until played, which is like uncommon. I don't think many cards do that. Which means you can make something cost 0 and then not play it the next time you draw it, and it will still cost 0 later. So against Champ, for example, Champ gets very dangerous in the second half of the fight and is one of the more challenging fights in Slay the Spire for Silent. Silent's very capable of trivializing the fight, but it's at the end of Act 2, so you don't have as long to get that stuff which will trivialize it as you do for fights. And if you don't trivialize it, it is pretty tricky. Sometimes you can just kind of outvalue it, just like play enough cards that you get there. Sometimes you can find a potion which solves it for you, but you need to be paying attention to that fight, and don't necessarily need to be paying attention to other fights because of how dangerous Champ gets in Phase 2 and the fact that Champ cleanses all poison at the start of Phase 2. So like if your scaling damage is poison, that works fine for Collector, Automaton, but not as well Champ. Yeah. So one way you can do things against Champ is you can set up like 3 or 4 different cards so that when you split into Phase 2, deck's just quite a lot better and faster. I've done that before. It was very, very weird. This is a thing that is like probably more likely to happen if you take a distraction for some weird reason and then end up with a setup in your deck for specifically the Champ fight, or if you use a skill potion and end up with a setup or something like that. But again, like the difference between 20% and 80% is 0.1. Yeah, and that's one of the ways you can. I think Tacticians. I think Tactician's the best way for Silent to gain energy. I think it's a better way for Silent to gain energy. Relics, honestly. Lantern might be the way for Silent to gain energy, but like Tactician's very, very, very far up there. I do not think that every Silent run needs a Tactician though, because I don't think Silent needs energy a lot of the time. Like you just don't need to Nightmare Wraith form, you don't need energy to just bounce Catalyst, you can do these things without. Okay, Adrenaline's probably the best way to gain energy on the character actually, but Tactician's very good. So, if you would like to spend energy on something, like play a big malaise, or if your strategy is built around playing lots of one-cost cards, either as a, or just for value with powers or something like that, Tactician does very, very well, and I'm very excited to have one, and yeah, I just better than trait and outmaneuver at doing thing. Certainly, there are situations where Concentrate's better than Tactician. The situation where you're low on card draw, sorry, where you're high on card. But I don't think they are as common as the situations where Tactician is better than Concentrate. So to go for the Acrobatics plus Tactician solution, I think I've talked about before. Terror is strong. It just deals a lot of damage. Later on in the run, it exhausts, removes an artifact charge. Sometimes they're about vulnerable, but even if you don't, it can be useful for some reason. Yeah, Terror is good. I don't feel like I've talked at all about upgrades on the character yet, because you do want to like upgrade at campfires sometimes. I have talked a bit about like how Silent could use another 15 health to get through Act 1. One of the ways to solve that is instead of going for campfires and upgrade a few cards, another way to solve it is to campfires and rest and then go to elites. And those two different solutions result in very different decks. One of them is a deck with relics and more cards which aren't upgraded, whereas the other one is a deck with fewer cards but a few strong upgraded and it doesn't have relics. Yeah, that's very complicated to work out which thing you're meant to do. I'm not gonna pretend to have solved the game for you. What I will say is if I'm going for like the more cards and more elites and more relics sorts of things, I tend to upgrade for energy and card draw. If I'm doing that thing, basically like the numbers on my cards in terms of like the damage they deal or the block that they gain are not going to make me enough health to be worth upgrading over just resting at the campfire. So if I'm looking at my act and I want to fight like 3 elites in Act 1, 4 elites in Act 1, I don't know. And so I'm thinking like, oh, I should take like a backstab in order to fight more elites. I'm going to take a backstab. But then when I go to the campfire, I'm not going to be like, oh, now I should like upgrade my dagger spray in order to deal even more damage to elites. What I'm tending to do instead is if I need health, I'm going to rest. And then I will like take another damage card. Like I'll take a dash or something from the... So I'll have one more solid card for fighting elites. And that's the way that I kind of like stabilize. Or the relics will get Ironclad damage or something like that. I have tended to find that in runs where I'm fighting lots of elite, it is better to like take another card or two and not be upgrading damage block. So like that means I'm like not really thinking, oh well, upgrade neutralize because it will be good in these future fights. What I'm thinking, oh well, like go to another hallway fight, get another card removed, or get another card reward, sorry, take another damage card, go to the campfire and rest, and then fight my elite. That has tended to be how about that. Whereas if I'm not going to lots of elites and am upgrading, oh sorry, I left one bit out of that. So if I am going to a campfire in that sort of situation and I am upgrading, I'm going to tend to upgrade for energy or card draw because these things become very important numbers later on in the game. And I'm solving the stuff earlier on in the game by like taking the cards or by resting. When you're getting a lot of relics and you're taking extra cards, upgrading a card to deal a bit more damage or block for is not as valuable as resting. Maybe that's the statement that I'm making. That statement sound like a coherent statement? No, probably. Maybe. You're just too likely to counterfeit your upgrade with something like a relic which deals damage. Or relic blocks. Like, okay, so you like... Or another card. It's better. It's another... It's like you upgrade your neutralize, but then you fight an elite, which means you get another card reward, and the card reward is more likely to be an uncommon because it's an elite fight, and you get offered a leg sweep. Now your neutralize upgrade is kind of worthless. Or you upgrade your dagger sprays, so you can deal a little bit more damage to the end of the sentries fight, but then you get a mercury hourglass from the fight, and now your dagger spray is kind of worth it. It just happens often enough that it feels like resting is better in those lines. Not always, but like as a tendency. This is all, we're talking about this space, right? We're talking about the space where like depending on which side you approach it from, you get close enough and then it starts getting fuzzy. So none of this is like hard and fast always true. If you're tending instead to get through Act 1, either because it's overall how you tend to play or because this act demands it, if you're tending instead to get through Act 1 by going to like more campfires and stuff, keep in mind all of this from the beginning is because Silent doesn't have quite enough health to get through Act 1 fighting ever without like resting or pathing defense, right? Just don't have quite enough health, so you have to do something somewhere. So if the thing you do somewhere is you take an easier path, which like has more campfires on it and fewer fights, you don't need to rest then because you're not going to all the fights. So you do get to have upgrades. And in those situations, I actually do find that upgrading for the like damage numbers and stuff on the cards is more. You're not getting as many relics, which are likely to counterfeit the damage number. Like upgrading a crippling cloud becomes really important because you're more likely to draw it faster because your deck's not getting large because you're not seeing as many card reward screens. And because you don't have as many other ways to cover the damage for you. Like you're less likely to get a damage relic because you're getting few relics. So those are kind of the two ways that I'm thinking of upgrades as I go through Act 1. Terror is kind of a cool upgrade because Terror is simultaneously a good upgrade for late game and a good output upgrade. It is good for your exhaust card, which you want to get out of your deck to cost 0 later on in the game. That is good. And it's also good for it to cost 0 now, because it lets you play another attack the turn you play it. Draw Terror in your opener with 3 attacks. You want to play all 3 attacks. So Terror is a relatively common upgrade for me. I think it's easy to see a card exhausts and think, oh, it's not worth upgrading because I only get to play it once, but like, so many of the solutions to the game are not going to involve playing your cards multiple times, and solutions to the game which do involve you playing your cards multiple times often don't even require them to be upgraded, really, or require like 2 or 3 upgrades total, which you can get later. I don't know. I think Terror is a pretty good. So we're into rare cards now. Cool. I talked about rare cards at Whale already. I have no recollection whatsoever of what I said. However, I'm pretty sure I said that 1,000 Cuts was pretty good. It also kind of rewards you for building a deck that I think is pretty good. Really, there are like 3 types of decks that I think 1,000 Cuts is really good in. The decks which put all their powers down really quickly, the decks which defend for a long time, and the decks which go like card spam or get close to it. Like 1,000 Cuts is good in all 3 of those. So I just think 1,000 Cuts fits very nicely in lots of different things. Adrenaline is incredible. This card's just doing more stuff on turn. After Image is strong, it's a good defensive power. Sometimes if you have an Orichalcum or something, it is really making After Image worse and can cause you to want to take a different card instead of After Image. But I'm not sure how often it makes you want to skip Image. After Image is pretty good. Card spam later on in the game. It also works fine for other sorts of strategies. Like, even if you're only playing 4 cards per turn, After Image is still okay. You don't need this card to have its perfect, best possible thing. If you have like a 50 card deck and you throw an After Image in there and just makes 4 blocks for you a turn, like, yeah, that's sure. Alchemize is strong at floor 1, but I think I talked a bit at Whale about how I just don't think this card's that good later. Like, I think it's okay. It's solid. I talked about how that was because of my situational solutions to the game already. All the time, I think I talked about there's like one thing that you can do. There are 2 things you can do. One of them is pretty bad, like get Snecko Eye and then use bullet time. I don't think Snecko Eye has like a cap, which isn't that hard to reach. There isn't much flexibility in how you play it. You take the cards with a lot of output. You take the cards which combo really well together. You draw 7 cards a turn, and you hope that they cost low enough to win you the run. But the problem is that like Snecko Eye like cuts out a huge amount of the card pool. Blade Dance all of a sudden is barely a playable card because you have a Snecko Eye kind of ideas, right? There are some very obvious synergies like Bullet Time and Nightmare and like the very expensive cards, but a lot of them are like rares or uncommons and you just don't get them that often. So Snecko Eye has this cap where it's not that hard to reach the cap. You do the things which are obviously good with Snecko Eye and you kind of get there, but it's very hard to push. Like, you'll get very close to the cap very quickly, and then it's kind of hard to push all the way to the cap, but then you're at the cap. And the cap for Snecko Eye is lower than the cap for... Honestly, it's lower than the cap for Skip. Silent can skip first boss relic and have a higher win rate than if Silent takes Snecko Eye after playing Act 1, not knowing that she will get a Snecko Eye. It's possible that if you knew you would get a Snecko Eye at the end of Act 1, that is no longer true, because you could spend the entirety of Act 1 taking all the stuff that's good with Snecko Eye too, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure. But like, boss relic is not that important. Silent. Like, Runic Pyramid is very easily the best one in my opinion, and that the character has well-laid plans. like, like do the math on that. Boss relics are just not that vital on this character. It's possible that Pandora's Box is actually better than Runic Pyramid on Silent on aggregate. Yes. 10 starting basics makes Pandora's Box pretty exciting. So yeah, bullet time's like fine. It does the Snecko thing, and then the other thing it does is just the like you have a medium-sized deck which has good value cards in it, and try to play them every turn, which is like the fifth archetypal solution to Silent late game that I've mentioned, I feel like, and is another strong one. And I'm not even sure if I've talked about it almost at all. But this character is just very well balanced, and there are lots of different things you can do, and if you do them well, you will do well. It's such a cool character. Um, so yeah, one thing that you can do to win late game of Silent is you can have like acrobatics into bullet time and then play like 7 good cards every turn kind of ideas. And if you build your deck in a disciplined way, you can set it up so that it does that early enough in the boss fights and with enough output in the boss fights that you fights. It's a pretty satisfying way to win. It's kind of like sometimes when I have Frost Orb set up with defect and I'm just like pressing end turn and the enemy's dying to bronze scales or something, like I think about how that's very similar to having an infinite. Like it kind of is an infinite. If the enemy's not scaling and I outblock them every turn and they take damage every time I press end turn, I'm basically like having an infinite that's press end turn. It's like the unfinite or something. Like it is infinite, but I don't play any cards, so it doesn't like feel like it's infinite. Um and bullet time kind of feels like that too, where like bullet time decks can set up such that they do the same thing every turn and it has enough output that it solves every turn in the game and it's consistent enough that you actually do it every turn. And it's kind of the same as having all your frost orbs in play. There are, I guess, a few more tricky things, like because you're playing cards, Time Eater will advance the clock kind of things, but like it's kind of cool. If statuses get put in your deck, all of a sudden it stops working against like Nemesis, that too, like, you know, it's a bit more tricky. Um, I don't think that building for that is like the most successful way to play most runs of Silent. I don't end up building for it very often. Building for it kind of requires taking bullet time early-ish in the game, and that's not something that I am wont to do. And not to do that. I don't think that bullet time is one of the best ways for Silent to gain energy. I think that Tactician is. Um, so I don't know. Maybe we say it's like situationally solid, actually, in my opinion. But like, I get it. Get I get the way that you win with it late game, and I don't think that it's. I don't know. I guess maybe it's possible I don't understand some inflection points to get there. Like maybe if you have Predator, it takes you there more easily. Something I could think about more. That'd be kind of cool if like you take Predator on floor 1 and you're immediately thinking, oh, set up a bullet time. It's just like it's a rare. Well, like you can't even. It's a lot. It's a lot to ask that you like play Act 1 in a way that support this. Um, Compared to something like playing Act 1 and 2 however the hell you want and then getting one catalyst and being like, oh, I win with poison. It's easy. so, you know, there's that. Burst is only solid from Whale, but like very quickly becomes strong. I've been doing it where like for the cards which I think chain for the course of a run, I'm putting them different ways they change. Except I didn't do that for any of the commons. I completely forgot, but you'll have to forgive me. I think I was talking about it. You can work out that a 1-cost attack common that I say is garbage situational in Act 1 is just straight up garbage in Act 2. Probably, like, you can work that out on your own. Corpse Explosion's quite strong. I'm gonna say something that's gonna blow your mind, or maybe. Like, Corpse Explosion is probably slightly worse than Crippling Cloud.
Um, yeah, yeah, I said it. I don't know. That is my opinion. The number of fights in the game where corpse explosion is like meaningfully better than crippling cloud is not high. Act 4 elites sometimes. Reptimancer, decent amount of the time. Gremlin leader sometimes. But it doesn't weaken stuff. So like you're competing with crippling cloud also blocking for 20 or something. Um which is a lot to compete with. I think overall they both end up being very strong cards. But I think the default of someone who's like newer to Slay the Spire, and even some people who have played a lot of Slay the Spire, is to think, oh, Corpse Explosion, like shiny, rare, blows up, number says 560 or whatever, and then look at Crippling Cloud and be like, oh, exhausts and deals 4. uh, um, but if you think about actually like what they do in fights, like if you think about the 3 birds fight at the start of Act 2, there are 2 different ones, right? There's a 3 cultists fight and a 3 flying birds fight. Um, both cards are very good in both fights. Corpse Explosion kills a bit faster because you'll target one down and when it dies, all the rest will die. So that's nice. But it doesn't weaken the enemies. So you save health by it not taking as many turns for everything to die, but you lose health by the enemies attacking you for more while you're killing them. And in the end, you end up like about the same-ish. And then Corpse Explosion does an exhaust, which is it can be good and bad. Um, like it's good against Champ because you want to keep on stacking poison up against Champ, but if you end up building discard infinite, it's bad because you'd rather your poison card get out of the way. So yeah, I don't know. I certainly take Corpse Explosion when it's offered. Like it's a very strong card. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying Crippling Cloud is maybe like a lot better than you think it is if you think Corpse Explosion's awesome and Crippling Cloud is like not that good. Crippling Cloud is very, very good. And I think if you think about how it plays in fights where Corpse Explosion's good, like if you think about it for a bit, you'll like probably start to see like, oh, whoa, it does all. Um, but yeah, that is my Corpse Explosion versus Crippling Cloud comparison. Did I like very strong early? You do need damage. It deals 13 for 1, is a lot. It's AoE. After that, it's like solid because it exhausts, which is also good. Your attack to exhaust and get out of the way of whatever engine you have for late game, assuming that you're playing a deck which plays more than one draw pile. Doppelganger, I think, is just pretty strong all the way through. I mentioned when talking about Doppelganger that it's a pretty good upgrade. I remember getting +1 card and +1 energy out of an upgrade. It's like it's almost like adding an adrenaline to your deck. Not really. On the turn it's strong, but almost. Venom's pretty bad. I've talked a bit about like how flechettes can be good with it. If you get a Snecko eye, it's okay. I guess we can say it's like becomes situational. You'll put it in your deck to get through a boss fight and a little gross about it, but Glass Knife is strong and it's solid. And actually it's garbage because unlike that, not exhaust, so it stays in your deck looking uglier and uglier every time you draw it. Finale is like okay from the whale, and then situationally strong, and then weirdly, as you get to end game, it becomes bad again. Solids, somewhere between solid and bad. Um, the amount of work that you're doing to support Grand Finale is worth doing in Act 2, where playing Grand Finale like kills the enemies. Cool, worth it. Once you get to Act 4, playing Grand Finale no longer kills the enemies. So the amount of work that you're doing to make it work is no longer anywhere near compelling. You can still win with it, but again, Catalyst. Why not just get offered Catalyst and then all the cards you've been using to play Grand Finale every turn to instead play Catalyst once and the fight's over?
Oh, Catalyst is hard. Malaise is like only solid and active strong. And even extremely strong. It's like it's close. You want to have one malaise in your deck a lot of the time. The second, important, and some decks can get by without one. But malaise is just like a single card for a weekend one and time meter and a lot of the heart fight and often sometimes the Act 4 Elite fight as well. So those are a lot of hard fights I just mentioned. Also the champ is made a lot easier with malaise. Book of Stabbing is made a lot easier with malaise. That one's more solid. The champ's kind of Collector is fine against Automaton, Guardian, Hexaghost. Like you just like list the hard fights in the game. The chances are pretty good that malaise is quite strong there. Nightmare, I think I talked a lot about, I think Nightmare might have been the first time that I talked about how I don't really take cards that aren't yet as much anymore. I don't remember if I mentioned this, but like playing on Ironclad, I kind of take the thing that's good in the next 3 floors. That's like my norm. Ironclad, I play so fight focused that like I keep on just building my deck for 3 floors from now. And Ironclad's card pool is such that that results in winning a hell of a lot of the time. And like with caveats, like if you by building your deck for what's important 3 floors from now, get to a point where your deck's really strong, and then you can start taking like the stuff that's good like well. Cool. Silent, I build more like what's good 8 floors from now. Like I'm looking further ahead. I'm not taking stuff that's good right now as much. I have more interest in pursuing synergies as we go, more interest in like, oh, this has a like dangling completion port for a 2-card combo that could be really strong later. I care more about that stuff. And so I am thinking about like later this will be really good, but not to an extent where I'm taking a Nightmare on floor 1. Nightmare tends to be a card where like if I take it in Act 2, that's how I'm thinking. Like I'll take it in Act 2 thinking this isn't good, but could be good later. Sometimes it's like actually your solution to Act 2 boss fights. And then by the time you get to like Act 3, Nightmare's almost always strong. You definitely end up with decks which don't need it. That's one of the like struggles taking a card like Nightmare. It's like you take it on floor 1, your deck is miserable about having it for the entirety of Act 1, then you get to like Act 3. Your deck's good enough that you just don't need your Nightmare. Have I done what has it all been for? And like, I don't know, like Limp Bizkit starts to play and it starts raining. And I'll look up at the sky. Play Nightmare on like a dot general is just want to feel something. I think Phantasmal Killer is pretty bad. I think Phantasmal Killer is like solid, and then it gets situational really quickly, and then it becomes garbage. So here's the deal: you can deal late game damage with Phantasmal Killer. It is possible. It is so much work on a character who just has access to so many like 1-cost powers that deal damage and catalysts which deal damage, and so much block which makes it irrelevant to deal damage to begin with. Like you need, it's another situation where you need like a very narrow band to make this worth pursuing, and even if you pursue it, it like the thing it does isn't that strong. Like okay, so you set up your awesome combo turn and you kill the heart. No, you can only deal 200 damage per turn against the heart. It didn't even do anything. Like, it's just okay. Okay. Phantasmal Killer does alright with Eviscerate and Sneaky Strike starts because you have attacks which you're going to keep playing for pretty much the entire game of starts. So I do like it a bit more there. It feels like garbage situational. The issue is the way I'd like to make those starts stronger is by putting more acrobatics and tacticians into the deck, so I can just play the cards twice as often instead of making it so they deal twice as much damage when played. And so, as one killer like what here?
Storm of Steel goes from garbage rapidly to playable. Um, Storm of Steel is an okay card if you have Dead Branch. I think I mentioned that when I talked about Storm of Steel last time. That is the only polite thing I can say about Storm of Steel, so I have to stop talking now. Try not to talk about things if I have nothing nice to say. The trade is like solid into wrong-ish. The trade is a weird one. I've mentioned several times the idea of compressing the game into turn one and making sure that the thing on turn one wins the fight. Like you can't always do that. Some silent decks like do several turns to get to a point where they're winning the fight. But like that's a little bit more scary because then like you have to draw the right of cards when you get attacked for 67 or 45 or whatever. And you know, it's just like a little. Those a trade doesn't like win you the fight on turn one, but it does make like turn 2, 3, 4 a lot safer. And so if you have a good turn one, such that you can put tools of the trade into play on it, it is fairly often worth doing. It also is nice that it makes your discard sorts of things better and more consistent. It's a good card for aiming for the middle. And if the middle's strong enough to win, it's an okay place to aim. So, Tools of the Trade does not aim for going infinite on turn one, but at least it aims for something which is good enough to win late game, and that's actually all you don't need infinite. So, I don't think it's great in Act 1 because your turn 1's not good enough yet, and like the payoffs aren't there yet, but I don't hate it in Act 1. It's like okay. It does make it easier to take sneaky strikes and eviscerates and ruthlesses and tacticians and all of this stuff. And if you put it on play on turn 1, a lot of the time it does make you take less damage from the rest of the fight. But yeah, then later on, your turn 1 often does get to a point where it's strong enough that this is worth doing, and it often gets to a point where it's strong enough before you have everything solved in the run, and so it's not a bad thing to choose to unload strong for a very small amount of time while dealing 14 damage is okay, and then it's solid, and very similar to Glass Knife. It's weird to me how many people like ask me all the time why Glass Knife is rare, and then when I play or am offered unload, they're like, "Oh, unload." Like, this card's just like the same card as Glass Knife but worse. So why do you think it's Glass Knife is rare but not mention unload? I guess lots of people also ask why unload is rare. It's fair. The reason is that like there should be some rare attacks on characters, and these are the rare attacks on characters. That's fine. Whatever. I have now spoken about whale bonuses and all of the cards, and I guess a lot of common relics for starting with, and a lot of rare relics. But I haven't talked about boss relics, or shop relics, or special relics, or uncommon relics. And I haven't talked about events at all, and I haven't talked about enemies, which I didn't even bother putting in this spreadsheet. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a little break, and then I'm going to tackle some uncommon relics, and we'll talk about them. And then I'll kind of see how I'm feeling, because I know this video is like in the 6 or 7 hour range right now, and I think 10 hours is the most I can upload as one video on YouTube, so probably time to start winding it down. We'll try to at least get through the relics. We'll see how we do. Okay, here we go. I'm on the clock. I looked at it and I have like, what, 3.5 hours. I don't think I'm gonna go far. Kind of done talking. I feel like I've said a lot. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. I want to talk about some relics. I know I talked about the common relics a decent chunk, because I talked about them from the whale, and the same with the rare relics. In fact, it looks like I talked about the rolls. There, I'm not going to talk more about it. I think I probably said most of what there was. I will say Ring of the Snake is very, very hard to run.
I have, in the limited amount of times that I have tried out boss swapping, Silent has always struck me as the character you boss swap on. Like, seem like a good. Drawing 2 more cards in turn. So, let's talk about some uncommon relic melody. Minus the ones. Alright. Blue Candle. Blue Candle's garbage. There are situations where Blue Candle becomes okay. I guess I could call it situational. The situations are kind of rare. Perhaps the most common is when you have a cursed key as your energy relic. Candle makes it substantially more interesting to open a chest. Another is when you get Mind Bloom in Act 3, Blue Candle makes it substantially more appealing to take normalities in gold. Both of those are like useful and come up sometimes. But overall, if Blue Candle was removed from the relic pool, like overall win rate would go up. Like you don't, this is not an above average relic to get almost ever. So that's Blue Candle. You don't have to think that much about maximizing Blue Candle because it mostly doesn't have value, unfortunately. Kind of thing to say. Largely true. One of the few things it does that is very strong is it can make a Writhe a bag of prep with Centennial Puzzle. So if you have a Writhe and you have Centennial Puzzle and you can play the Writhe on turn 1 cards from Centennial Puzzle. That's good. It's also very convoluted, and it's a little bit sad for that to be one of the strongest things that Blue Candle can do. On Ironclad, Blue Candle has some cool stuff with Necronomicurse, which is another one of the things that happens very rarely. You do not get curse very often, especially not if you're bottled relics. Putting an attack in your opener isn't that good. So bottled flame, that good. Now, it is possible to pick it up. An example would be pick it up in Bottled Predator. Fine. Defect has some attacks which are much more valuable to put in your opening hand, like attacks which channel orbs, for example, because that way you can get your scaling or compile driver in your opener because cards. Silent does not have a ton of attacks that she really wants. Ironclad can like put a whirlwind in the opening hand and get away with it, like okay. But yeah, Silent really doesn't have tons of great bottles. If you do have a good bottle, you'll probably be able to work it out in the moment. I guess we have to call it situation. Everything in the game. Like if you have 3 shivs in your opener and you have a finish in your deck and you get offered a bottle flame, sure, like bottle the finish. Sure. But do I need to tell you that? Like you can probably work that out. This is another relic where like you don't have to think that hard about maximizing it because the top end of its potential isn't very high. And also you'll probably be able to work out where that is if you just think a bit while you're playing your run. The things that it does are pretty obvious. Maybe the problem is not as obvious, so maybe that's a valuable thing to point out. Like, putting an attack in your opening hand, for all the reasons that Bag of Prep is really, really strong, putting an attack in your opening hand means that it is in the way of all of the things that Bag of Prep can do. In most of the later fights of the game, you're not really looking to play a ton of attacks on turn 1. That's not really what you're doing to solve the fight. You're looking to play like acrobatics and calculated gamble and a bunch of powers and a well-laid plan and adrenaline. None of these are attacks. So, yeah, it's kind of like putting a Writhe. Not exactly. A little bit. Bottled Lightning tends to be strong. Good targets for Bottled Lightning, Adrenaline, Acrobatics, Calculated Gamble, also Malaise. Doppelganger's not terrible, especially if you have like something such that turn 1 is predictably not a turn where you have to spend a lot of energy. Doppelganger has the downside of like not doing anything until next turn. So like you'd rather play Adrenaline and Calculated Gamble and play Powers than play Doppelganger. But if you had to do the first thing, Terror is a good bottle. I feel like in general, like to think about the situation with these bottles, your stuff mostly a bottle of Blur if you had an anchor, hard draw stuff. There are situations where bottling Nightmare is very strong. You don't necessarily need to have a different thing bottled that you want to always hit with it, but it's worth noting that After Image upgrades to be innate, as does Infinite Blades. I think After Image is it than Blades usually, but you can guarantee those. But it's more like Nightmare is something that you want to get going quickly in the fight, and your turn one hand has 2 extra cards in it, so you put it in your turn one hand. Better use of it. Crippling Cloud's pretty good. I Crippling Cloud a lot. And so yeah, bottling stuff's good. Well, bottling the stuff that's good. Bottle Tornado also good. If we're talking about powers instead of skills, ooh. Not really. Silence. Kind of surprised by that. So, most of these bottles, because you want your powers in play early and turn ones you, the player, where you have more stuff, anchor, lantern work, and the enemies are not attacking you for that much, especially toward the end of the game. I would say I'd be pretty happy to bottle any of these. Wreath form situationally, if you have like orange pellets or something, or like a well or a runic wraith form, not terrible to bottle. With Runic Pyramid, you like have it in your. You don't usually actually want fights. Stop it. Yeah, bottle tornado. Darkstone Periapt is pretty bad. Darkstone Periapt can do fine. It's a bit better than. Silent could use a bit more max HP sometimes. Some Silent decks don't have turn 2 and 3 of the 4 fights, and just having a bit more max HP is nice. Max HP is not a free way on Silent at all. There are some late game decks which don't care about their max HP at all, but there are other decks which you can get to late game with, which can win 5 more max HP. Like, you will sometimes lose 8, which comes down to 1 HP. It is possible on the character. Common, not that common, but like max HP is nice. Max HP is also kind of sustained because it means that you heal for more at the end of the act. It means rest of the campfire, so sustain's also kind of. Eternal Feather is very strong. Sustain is good. Character needs a little bit more health in Act 1. The character doesn't have innate sustain anywhere. Silent, I think more than any other character, I take Upgrade All like quite frequently. Because like one her decks, if they're entirely upgraded, very commonly almost any fights. That. At least. And 2, she doesn't have innate sustain anywhere in her kit anyway. So like sometimes you are looking at like, well, anyway, might as well upgrade all my cards. So yeah, but Eternal Feather, like, it does sometimes become irrelevant late game because your deck is just so strong that it's not taking damage anyway, and that's a thing to recognize with Silence Sustain Relics. But there are plenty of runs like kind of in them which are winnable damage and Eternal. I also think with the play I play Silent, like I take a lot of damage in Act 1, very, very, very common. Like and then I take a good chunk of damage in the first half of Act 2, and there's often like just some point where I turn a corner, like I get one good relic or something like that, and it flips the switch, and then I just don't take damage anymore for the entire rest of and I'm not even exaggerating, like that is the most extreme case, but there are absolutely runs where I take damage, health never down, entire second half silent. So yeah, like that does happen sometimes, not always, but I think that that is what it's meant to feel like if you're building toward the strong things on silent. So if you are never having that happen, like probably you are missing quite a few situations where you could build something very, very, very strong and settling for something more mid. Just like a little thing. Keep an eye out for to diagnose. Last time I made tier lists, I didn't put toxic egg in upper tier, and a lot of people were like, I think they deserve to be in the upper tier, and I don't know. I think they're like the second highest tier. I don't think they're good. I think toxic egg is better than frozen egg probably because you see more skills and because silence skill based strategies are strong. You get the thing is, where do you get it? It's definitely somewhere between purple and green. My like tendency is to call it more green. Where do you get it such that it's really strong is the trick with toxic egg. Because if you get it early in the run, you're like on low health, you're in danger of dying, you need to like rest at a campfire and stuff. It doesn't do anything, right? Like it's not like a thread and needle or something. It doesn't make the fights deal damage until you actually start getting upgraded skills in your deck, which takes a while. So these relics with like ramp up value on silent have this big issue where silent already a lot of the time ramps up to a point where she is just unassailable, and it doesn't take that long for that to happen. So you have to like pick them up at a very specific time for them to resign. You have to pick toxic egg up like after you've stabilized in Act 1 and your health is okay, but before you're so strong when no matter what. And like there is a space there where you can find it, but it's not like maybe broad as people think. Um Here's the thing, like the upgrades on a lot of skills don't matter that much. That's something for you to dwell on. The ones that give more energy or more card draw can be like very good, but also you can just like take another skill to do that, or you can get them at a campfire. Having an upgraded dodge and roll or something like that, like nah. If upgraded dodge and roll is a good card in your deck, chances are pretty good that it would have been a skip if it weren't upgraded, and upgrading it like brings it just barely above a skip. So it's like just barely pickable, but like it's not great. And then you're in like a different solution space which you're less familiar with. And maybe you're gonna make more like bad plays because your deck is taking more skills than you're used to. I don't know. I think frozen egg is solidly green. I don't think purple. You just don't see enough. You don't see enough powers. If you take like every power, 500,000. Take every power for the entire run. We just saw that there aren't actually that many powers total. What are the powers? We have, oh, they're all, right? It's every power Silent has. We expect to see 9 total on average, 9.4 total on average through an entire run, including from shops, which always have one guaranteed, right? Path 2, did I wonder? This one's 10.3, so like around 10. But that's from the entire run that includes powers you don't really want to take. Like, you're not necessarily taking Accuracy Plus or Caltrops Plus or Infinite Blades Plus or Envenom Plus. That's like
just half the powers. I took we're down to 6.1. There's actually a measurable chance of seeing 0 at this point, which is kind of wild. Yeah, so you just like, this is like kind of a similar value to Warpaint or something. It's not like the strongest relic in the game. It's like Warpaint-ish levels of strong. Silent with Courier does get to buy out the power pile pretty heavily, which is cool. Not quite as heavily as Defect with Courier does. If Defect gets Courier and goes to a shop, you can just like buy every power and it generally just kind of wins. Silent's not quite that blasé about buying powers, but if you're building a deck with like solid block cards and stuff, you can buy a lot of powers for it. But yeah, overall, like Frozen Egg, like it's good. Not like incredible. Gremlin Horn's good. Gremlin Horn is easy to overlook, but he's just very good at most of the hard fights in the game. Get to late, so it'll save you a lot of health, like fight damage distribution. Horncleat is somewhere between strong and just straight up purple. This is the best of the boat relics. Turn 2 is a very important turn to block for. Blocking for 14 is great. Captain's Wheel, not blocking until turn 3. It's just like, it's kind of a bit slow. Captain's Wheel does well in Act 1, because it matches Gremlin, Nob, Lagavulin, and Slime Boss very well. But Horncleat, I think, is overall the best one. Anchor is a little bit less important on Silent, as is of 2 extra cards in turn 1, and a lot of the other relics in 1. You're not every, like, you can even think about Ink Bottle. Like, Ink Bottle sort of does something on turn 1 because you can set it up to do something on turn 1, right? Same with Nunchaku. So, there are more relics than you might expect that are having value on turn 1, but not necessarily on turn 2. So, Horncleat does pretty well. I think Ink Bottle's like somewhere between solid and strong. If you are card spamming as Silent, it's unlikely that card draw is an issue for you. The one place that it is like quite strong is when you're reliant on blade dances, which again, I don't think that's an incredible place to be. So I would just kind of rather not be there. Happy to take a blade dance early, less happy if my deck continues to grow into that blade dance remaining good for the entire run. Yeah, Kunai's solid. Kunai used to be like the best relic in the game for Silent. That's just okay. There are just better ways to block than Dexterity. It takes a long time to stack it up. The dream with Kunai is for Blade Dance to become as good as Footwork, but it just like actually isn't. Like the fact that Footwork plus blocks or adds 3 Dexterity, whereas Blade Dance only adds 1, is very against something like the Heart or Time Eater. So Kunai is if you happened to have like 3 Cloak and Dagger plus in your deck already, Kunai would be strong. But I do not personally end up in that situation very often. It's just solid. Like it's slightly worse than Oddly Smoothstone, I would say. Oddly Smoothstone gives you 30 throughout the entire fight, no questions asked, whereas Kunai, like, you have to actually work to make it happen, and I just cannot remember the last time that I had a run where I won because I was scaling decks with Kunai in late game. That's just like not the cards that are strong in late game, so it's very weird to end up relying on them. Could theoretically end up in that situation, but it would just be very hard to get to that situation because the cards you would have to take would be so strange. Thoripna is strong, 5 AoE damage. My Russian friend once sent me an audio recording of him saying Matryoshka or something because I say it wrong, and I have said it wrong again. But the basic thing that did was make it so I feel self-conscious every time I say it wrong now instead of actually teaching me how to say it. Anyway, it's like solid. It doesn't do anything, right? But it does give you 2 relics eventually.
really. Meat on the Bone's very, very. Um, if you look at what sustain relics do and compare it to what Meat on the Bone does, this just sustains more than the other sustain relics. So, thank you, Meat on the Bone, for your service. Yeah, just really good. If you got a Meat on the Bone in Act 1, it changes the run a lot because you no longer have to worry about not having enough health, so you end up going to lots of fights, which solution is built more around having lots of cards than having specific upgraded cards, which takes you more toward the having a 50 card deck with lots of powers in it. It takes you away from the like centering your strategy on a few upgraded things. Although another thing that happens when you see lots of card rewards is you can find bouncing classic burst catalyst kind of idea form. So you can also end up doing that like as well. You get to do both is the thing. You get to like build toward a 40 card deck, and if all you get is footworks, you win with footworks, and if all you get poison, you win poison, and like if you get neither, you probably win still too because this character is really strong. RS is strong. You just need a bit of damage, and this does a lot of damage. It's really easy to get how much damage 3 damage to all enemies is. Molten Egg is like solid for a very small part of the run, and then garbage. Silent just isn't a character that wins with attack. Not much at all. Mummified Hand is very strong. The problem is like it's a bit situational because you do need the powers, right? Say it's like goated situational. But yeah, when it goes off, it lets you dump a ton of powers into play very, very quickly. Something that I'm noticing as I read through this is a lot of the really strong relics are excited about you having like a pretty large deck, which like, yeah, I mean, that matches a thing that I understand, but it's interesting to see it as I go through here. Like Meat on the Bone gives you more card rewards, makes it so fights are better for you. So you end up building a deck with more cards in it because of Meat on the Bone. Mummified Hand makes it so you want to have more powers, so you take more powers, and if you're taking more powers, you want to have more cards to support getting those powers into play, so you end up with a larger deck. It's a nice, like, it really makes you feel like Slay the Spire was designed by some intelligent creator when when you when you see the way that these synergies line up sometimes where like the stuff the elites require you to take more cards, but the rewards that the elites give you make you happier to have more cards, and then you get into like a local maximum over there. Whereas if you don't go that way and campfires and you don't have the relics, you end up with a strategy which doesn't need as many relics, but and has fewer cards. And so the relics which benefit from having lots of cards like don't enter that strategy because you get as many relics, and it's like, yeah, I don't think that was in the design notes of Slay the Spire. I have chatted with Anthony about games a decent amount. I don't think he did that one deliberately. I think that kind of emerged naturally from the structure of the game, but it's really cool that it happens. Maybe he did deliberately do it. I don't know. Maybe I'll ask him sometimes. Maybe he just rolls strong. Unfortunately, counterfeits bag of preparation, but like dealing 12 damage and spamming 3 shivs on turn 1 is pretty cool. It does all sorts of cool things for you. Ornamental Fan is like somewhere between solid and strong, maybe even strong. I don't know. I'm not sure. It's weird to like say Kunai is worse than Ornamental Fan because that is so against what I thought about the game a long time ago. But we're not a long time ago anymore. And yeah, this just makes more block than Kunai, I think. Just straight up. In the late game solutions that you tend to end up in playing Silent, in my opinion, Ninja Scroll makes more block than Kunai does. Better. I think Pentagraph is strong. Yeah, it gives you the health for like the act and stuff like that. I do think it's not at its best on Silent. Silent has a lot of decks which crush late game. so the extra healing for the gauntlet isn't very useful. And in early game, I think she has more trouble with the like hallways and elites in Act 1 and 2 than she does with the bosses, with the exception of maybe Slime Boss. So having said that, I'm trying to think of who it would be better on. Maybe Defect? I don't know. I'm not sure if that's true. It might be that it's just like on the weaker side of strong, rather than the higher side of strong. But I do think it's strong. And I'll give it like a little. The issue is just that it doesn't help you get through the hallways and elites, right? You have a heal after the boss fight, so a lot of your heal gets counterfeited as well. Say you walk into the boss fight at 1 HP, which is like the best possible situation for Pentagraph or whatever, yeah? And you're fighting Guardian. So you heal to 26, and then you beat Guardian, and you take like 5 because it's Guardian and you're silent. Your 25 heal didn't really matter that much in that situation. I guess it saved you from resting, because you probably would have rested, you know? But if you walk into Guardian at like 15, heal 25, and then take 5, you wouldn't have rested anyway. Then your heal just like did a lot less because you would have healed a bunch of that max, much of that missing at the start of the next act anyway. Paper Crane is kind of obscene. It is wild how much more 40% is than 25%. Like, when you read this relic, it doesn't immediately seem like it would make the enemies attack for 0, but for some reason, when you weaken enemies and you have Paper Crane, they attack for 0. I don't really know what it is. It's probably a testament to how well the game is balanced, to be honest. Like, the game is balanced such that at max difficulty, a lot of the like middling decks can make a bit less block than the enemies attack for every turn fairly easily. And so when you get it so that the enemies attack for like 15% of 75, 75 divided by 15 is 20%, right? So the enemies start attacking you for 20% less. All of a sudden, you just never take damage because, for the most part, every turn you were blocking for at least percent of what the enemies were attacking for because the game is well balanced. So you're never taking damage again. Yeah, maybe something like that. I think pair is solid. XHP isn't nothing. The fact that you gain 10 health when you pick it up, like current HP, is also really nice. I would rather have a question card than a frozen egg, but I'd rather have a toxic egg than a question card, I think. Something like that. Anyway, question card is very strong. If you think that the eggs are strong, you should definitely think the question card is strong. And if you think that the eggs are strong, you should also definitely think the Buster Crown is really bad. And for the 1 millionth time since the game came out, like, Buster Crown doesn't become good if you have question card. If you have question card, you want to go to lots of fights, get your better than usual card rewards, and build something very, very, very strong to win the game with, which is probably strong enough that it doesn't need 1 more energy per turn. If you take Busted Crown because you have question card, now all of a sudden your fight rewards are worse than usual. And you're getting like 1 extra energy per turn. Like, for what? Just like, I don't know. Just play Wraith form or something. Get a Wraith form because you see twice as many cards, and then play it. It costs 3. It doesn't cost 4. You can use liquid memories and it'll cost 0. I think Shuriken might be situationally solid. Like, I kind of think that Shuriken's better than I. His strength is better than dexterity in the part of the run where playing attacks is relevant. Neither of them's incredible. I said Kunai was solid and said Shuriken was situationally solid, though, so I maybe my opinions about Kunai and Shuriken aren't quite lined up properly yet. They're both in a like compartment of the Slay the Spire game tree, the silent game tree, that I don't spend that much time in. I pick up a Shuriken and look at it and I'm like, well, I don't have any attacks on my deck, so that doesn't do an awfully large amount of time. Sometimes I'll have a Blade Dance and a finisher, sure, and then, oh, this is cool. But an awfully large amount, no, an awfully large amount of the time I get like Noxious Fumes and or Crippling Cloud and or Bouncing Scan or like a Predator or something, and like have kind of sorted my Act 1 damage. Or like Sneaky Strike or Eviscerate, where like the damage numbers on those cards is a strength for them to kill it. So Singing Bowl. Somewhere in the like solid to strong range. It doesn't make you health as quickly as pair, but it can make more health. Just say it's solid. It's fine. It's another one that makes card rewards slightly better, which is nice. Nice to get relics that make hallway fights better, because I think it's somewhat hard to make question marks better, but like the dream, I guess, is to make hallway fights good enough to take for the entire run, because that implies that you're getting like good stuff with good value in it. Whereas question marks are kind of like stable in how good they are. There are a few things that change the question mark. So if you're having to go to question marks and campfires and that's like your run, like your high point is a lot lower than if you're getting to go to hallway fights because you figured out how to make hallway fights good for you. Like a good hallway fight is like you have a wheel and a toxic egg or something, and like you just go to hallway fights and you have a on the bone. And like the floors are incredible. Whereas a good question mark is like you hope you don't get hit for 28 and maybe you get Mind Bloom once, and that's like kind of what your question marks do. Apparitions are an interesting unsilent. Maybe I have to look at the question marks as well. Oh no, we're gonna run out of time. Strike Dummy's strong at the start of the game. Garbage very quickly for that, but it is strong at the start. It's particularly strong because it lets you skip crappy attacks at the start of the run. Even more than some of the other damage relics do. So the fact that your strikes now deal a bunch of damage is nice. Whereas like if you get like an Akabeko, it's like, okay, cool, but also I'm gonna take like, I can't even remember what the card's called. A Riddle with Holes. I'm gonna put a Riddle with Holes in my deck now because I have an Akabeko, and then I have just this terrible Riddle with Holes in my deck for the rest of the run, right? Whereas if you get Strike Dummy, it's like, oh, okay, I already have the strikes, so that's cool. I don't have to add cards. You will, if I get a Strike Dummy, I'm still gonna add some more damage to my deck. Like strikes alone are not gonna get me through Act 2, but they'll do a good chunk of damage for me for most of Act 1. Sundial is like situationally strong, I guess. The thing about Sundial is that when it pops off, it looks like it's the strongest thing in the world, but like the reality is, on Silent at least, it's about as good as a Tactician even when it goes off. So like you're sitting there and you're like, whoa, Sundial is making me infinity things, but then also it turns out actually like an unupgraded common could do based on all of the stuff you did. Like all of the other stuff you did, most of the work, and Sundial is pumping off because of that. So, but it is strong. It's worth like buying at a merchant sometimes if your run is going in that direction. Like it can be a pretty good relic. I think Sundial's best on Defect and Ironclad, be my assumption. And Silent, so Silent doesn't use it quite as well. Silent does go infinite, does shuffle, draw pile over and over again, but tends to have an easier time making energy while doing so than Ironclad and Defect do. All three characters can make energy without Sundial, and all three characters can have runs with Sundial to make energy. All fine, but I think the other two, Watcher, I guess, the other two lean on Sundial a little bit more commonly. I think the Courier's strong. Shops are good. They let you. Shops have a lot of skill expression. So do fights. Fight skill expression is like playing the right cards at the right times, saving potions, which you would have used if you weren't as good as you are now, kinds of things. That's where fight skill expression is. You like end the act with 10 more health because you played better and you have 1 more potion, which wasted if you weren't as good. Shop skill expression is just like click the right button in the shop, which is very hard. One of the inadequacies of tier lists for Slay the Spire, and this has always been the case, is that a garbage card can be better than one of the best cards in the game. The situation is right. And shops give you the most ability to choose different things out of any floor in the game because you have all the rewards at the same time. I guess maybe library does more rewards at the same time, but shops are on different axes, right? We're comparing the value of a relic to a rare card. We're comparing the value of a potion and a card remove to uncommon or something like that. And that's hard to do. So the better you get at the game, the more you're able to get value out of shops by clicking on the right thing while you're in the shops, and the more you'll win. And so I think career gets like better the better you are. You get to buy stuff in the shop, and you also get to recognize situations where it's like, oh, this deck really could use like 4 powers. It's gonna click on 4 powers, or something like that. Yeah, that's the career. I think White Beast Statue is like massively overhyped based on how other people talk about White Beast Statue when I get it on like my stream. Like people get so excited about White Beast Statue and they're like, oh my god, all this White Beast Statue value. Oh my god, you're so lucky to get White Beast Statue. Like, you already get potions from combats. the combats already drop potions. White Beast Statue is like great if you have to use a potion in every combat, but like you don't. You can have a potion belt with good potions in it without needing White Beast Statue, and like, yeah, so this might be a thing with like getting better at the game too, like getting to a point where your deck which doesn't need potions, right, and can hold potions for the situations which you see are coming where you need potions. I don't know. Okay, I got through uncommon relics in not that long. Again, I've talked about common relics and rare relics from the whales, so I'm not going to go over the second time, I don't think. Let's talk about some boss relics. Relics are fun to talk about. I don't believe I talked about boss relics at all on Ironclad, so I might just leave those in and talk about them now, because I'm feeling talky today, I guess. A little bit weird to put them in a silent video. But I've never claimed not to be weird. I don't know. Alright, boss relics. So, in my opinion, the best 2 relics, best 2 boss relics are Pandora's Box and Pyramid. It is my opinion that you should play Slay the Spire such that you can like take and benefit from these boss relics because they have so much value. So that means like don't go so heavy on card remove in Act 1 that Pandora's Box isn't giving you value anymore, because like likely the second best boss relic you're now taking instead of Pandora's Box because you like got 4 card removes in Act 1 or something is much weaker than Pandora's Box transforming extra cards would have been. That makes much sense. But same with Runic Pyramid. Like, as I'm getting toward the end of Act 1 in particular, it becomes increasingly important to me to make sure that my deck can take Runic Pyramid. So if I'm looking at a lot of high energy cards, not a great amount of block, I'm going to be stuck with basics in my hand. Particularly concerning for Silent, who starts with 12 cards in starter deck, right? I'll sometimes like I've even like taken a speculative concentrate. Like, I just want to make sure that I can take Runic Pyramid and win the run with it. And it is such a massive like value loss, I guess, to be offered Runic Pyramid at the end of Act 1 and not be able to win with it. This is not what you want. I wonder what the runes say. I'm always fascinated by the flavor text on Relics when I go through these docs second time. Like, really interesting. I know so little about the the lore of Slay the Spire. I wonder if we'll find out what the runes are on the Runic Pyramid. Maybe that will be like an ARG. Slay the Spire 2 comes out. How cool would that be? Anyway, these 2 are really good.
You don't have to worry that much about the worst possible Pandora's box transform because you're not going to get it. You do have to worry a little bit about like the 10th percentile Pandora's box transform because you will get that sometimes. The way that you kind of angle things to make Pandora's box a little bit more pickable is like you take a leg sweep and a piercing whale, kind of. Like the big fail case for Pandora's box is if you get 0 defense whatsoever out of it. And so you do want to have like a couple of decent defensive cards which aren't going to transform away in your deck when you take it. Fortunately with Silent you have Survivor and Neutralize, so the worst case for Silent is still not that bad. Transforming into no damage is not really a thing that happens because you kind of always take damage cards in Act 1. So you're always going to have some damage, even if you get rid of all of your strikes. In fact, I think I've been saying, like, I don't really want to use my strikes in Act 1 as Silent a lot of the time. Like, I'm trying to get better cards than that to play as cards. So, that's not as much of a concern. But transforming all of your defend cards and not getting any back is a little bit iffy sometimes, and I think I've lost a run because of that in my life. I'm pretty sure that's true. On Silent, I feel like that's happened. Like it can happen. If you want to mitigate it like almost entirely, you basically just need like one leg sweep, and it's don't always get offered like, you know. Fail case with Runic Pyramid is, to be honest, my fail case with Runic Pyramid is that I try to fight 4 elites in Act 2, even though I have Runic Pyramid. So I've been talking a lot about how like if you have like 95% to win or whatever, you should path more defensively and like defend that chance to win. But a lot of my Runic Pyramid losses are because I get Runic Pyramid and I'm like, wonder if I can fight 5 elites still. And I can't. And usually one of the time I like lose to the first one too. It's a fun game. It was fun. I don't know. I just don't really like pathing around elites very much, but if your deck can't handle elite and you get a Runic Pyramid, you like should path around the elite, and Runic Pyramid's a strong enough boss relic that you could then hold to in the game, despite not having gotten your relics from Act 2 kind of thing. So, you know, it's just that push and pull of risk reward. Watch your deck. Understanding how much risk you need to take and trying to get your deck to do something, considering how strong it will be if you just continue to progress in a more safe manner through the Spire. Because with Runic Pyramid, you're going to be very, very strong if you play another 25 floors without dying, no matter what the floors are, pretty much. As long as you don't die, you're going to get some stuff that makes you win. So yeah, I'm saying it's a shortcut. It's a shortcut to say like that. You don't always win with Runic Pyramid. You win with Runic Pyramid if you play safely, like a lot of the time, but not always. It is possible to lose with Runic Pyramid 100%. That's a shortcut to say that like you kind of always do. It's not actually a shortcut I like very much, because if you don't recognize that Runic Pyramid still has a chance of losing, you collapse your analysis state for the game. Like if I think once I get Runic Pyramid, everything I do wins, the thought I was just talking about like, well, sometimes I want to make sure that I win with Runic Pyramid, so sometimes I even like take a concentrate in Act 1 or something like that. That thought no longer exists. But that is an important thought. Like, you do want to like, Runic Pyramid can lose. You do need to build a deck which can win with Runic Pyramid. It happens that that's a pretty good Silent deck, even if you don't get Runic Pyramid. This is fairly painless. But you can't like go through Act 1 building a deck that would be great if you got Snecko Eye and then be like, oh, Runic Pyramid, I'll just take it in auto win. And you have, I don't know, a Predator in your hand and sweep and basics, and like, wait a second, this deck isn't very good. So, I don't know. Shouldn't overemphasize stuff as much. Anyway, those are kind of the easy ones. Honestly, the boss relics are fairly well balanced and not that important for Silent. 1 energy per turn is not that important. like Lantern is not that much worse than Fourth Energy on Silent. If you win with Dexterity a lot, Fourth Energy is more important. But I don't win Dexterity that much, so it's not that important. And so if like the upside on all of these all of, oh my god, there are a lot of energy relics. If the upside on all of those is kind of like whatever, like these are all solid at least. I'm gonna say they're all solid, and then I'm gonna like have to go back because some of them are a lot more solid than others. Boom, 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 boom. So all those are like, yeah, we have to say like, okay, the upside on them. How about that? The upside on them is solid. Downside on some of them is really bad. Downside on Busted Crown and Ectoplasm, bad. The downside on Runic Dome can be quite bad. The downside on Sozu and Velvet Joker can be very bad. So some of these are like pretty hard to take because of their downside. But like even the top end of reward for these is just 1 energy per turn. And that isn't that much. If your fights are like 4 or 5 turns long, and you can upgrade for +1 energy on cards, like the upside of these is like getting like a war paint twice or something like that. Like targeted well, but like it's not that high. And in terms of like your limitations as a deck, it is possible to have a run where your limitation as a deck is playing 4 energy worth of cards and winning. Like you can play like your dodge and rolls and footworks and stuff and win. You can play your first catalyst bouncing flasks and win, although I'd argue that works on 3 energy. You can do stuff like that. But the actual limitation of the character is like infinite energy per turn. And you can just like take a tactician and have 5 energy per turn without needing a boss relic. So these upsides are just not that substantial. And so if the upside of those relics isn't that substantial, then you can look at like the other things, and like Snecko is pretty terrible on Silent. Like there are situations where it's good, but I'm not gonna bother that. We're being a little bit more a little bit meaner in our analysis of boss relics on Silent, because we have to compare them to Runic Pyramid and Pandora's Box, and also we had to beat an entire act to get these, so we're expecting a lot. Pull it together. But they're all just kind of like, I don't know, it's not like the other ones have incredible things. So my favorite is probably Astrolabe. Astrolabe's pretty good. And then like Black Star and Fusion Hammer kind of go hand in hand. Oh, sorry, not Fusion. Slaver's Collar and Coffee Dripper, actually. These all kind of occupy a comparable space where it's like, these are relics that are good if your deck's already good. Like if you don't need any help in a hallway fight whatsoever, Slaver's Collar and Black Star are good. If you can fight the elites, Black Star and Slaver's Collar are good. If you are not going to need to rest next act, Coffee Dripper is good. So that's all cool. But that's not like good if your deck's bad. If your deck's bad, these are like not so incredible. Calling Bell can be okay. The issue with Calling Bell is it wants you to have already gone toward a larger deck in Act 1. Like I've been saying, like relics tend to like decks with more cards in them, and you're also putting a curse in your deck, which is less painful if your deck has more cards in it. So if you're there, it's okay, but eh. Also, the decks with more cards in them genuinely do want an energy relic more. A lot of this analysis of energy relics is based on the idea that your deck is like 25 cards, discarding Tactician every turn kind of things, which is not that hard to do. Or like, I don't know, Night form, than just playing Wraith form and stuff. mind also that there are lots of non-relics that give energy. Like, Nightmaring a Wraith form works a lot better if you have a Mummified hand, for example, where you can just play all of your Wraith forms and they'll cost 0 next turn or whatever. Lantern is very, very good. Happy Flower is good. Like, Happy Flower is, I don't know, half a boss relic or something. But not one of the good boss relics. that's the tricky thing. So I like Astrolabe. I think silent cards are really good. I think upgraded silent cards are really good, and I also think silent strikes are kind of atrocious. I like that a good amount. I'll definitely sometimes take an empty cage. I think empty cage is like solid. There are times where it's strong. There are times where it's like the best thing you can, be honest. Hovering kite's kind of just the discard commons, which makes it a little better. I have played runs where Ring of the Serpent is okay, but it's like pretty bad. The problem with Ring of the Serpent is that you draw one less card on turn 1. Places your +2 draw on turn 1. So on turn 1, you've drawn one less card, and then on turn 2, you're at net neutral, and then on turn 3, Ring of the Serpent makes us draw one more card total, and then from then on, you're drawing one additional card. But like, that's a lot of turns to see any positive value, and you're getting negative value in the first turn. That's kind of rough. Sacred Bark can be solid. Both it can like blow up elite fights for you in Act 2, and it can like give you an extra intangible from a Ghost in Jar. But yeah, like generally speaking, I just don't think fourth energy is very important on Silent. I think you can build around it, and like a lot of these boss relics don't fourth energy. And even the stuff which like does something different, like is not much stronger. So Runic Pyramid and Pandora's Box are big things to target. Astrolabe's okay. And then like usually you'll find something that's fine. I think Tiny House is actually like okay. Like I'm certain that I've taken Tiny House over like mid relics. Max HP by 5 isn't terrible. A potion for the start of Act 2 isn't terrible. 50 gold for shop isn't terrible. A card reward is not terrible at all. It's like just kind of adds up to being something. Ironclad specific boss relics, Black Blood, Mark of Pain, and Cube. Really the only thing strong here is Cube. Runic Cube plus Bloodletting is make your own offering that doesn't exhaust, and that's excellent. So Ironclad sometimes struggles with card draw, and Runic Cube can do that, but like mostly take the other two, so playable. Like situation strong. Definitely worth picking up Bloodletting in Act 1 as Ironclad, in my opinion. So, those are my silent boss relics. Oh, and Wristblade, which like, so Wristblade can be strong. If it's strong, you'll notice, right? Like you'll have two blades. Like, oh, Wristblade. It's not hard to work out that Wristblade's strong, I don't think. Oh, I'm honestly really excited for this video to be done. So we'll do shop relics, I guess. We'll finish the relics, but I don't think I'm gonna do a lot of events or fight. Done. The only events I can think of that would be worth talking about are maybe the Apparitions event, where I think the important thing with Apparitions is they're very strong in like the smaller deck, which turns into the invincible thing, and not anywhere near as strong in the larger deck, which turns into the moderate thing. So if you're like building a 25 card infinite and you get an Apparitions event, like pretty good chance you take it. You're building a 40 card, play lots of footworks, and you get the Apparitions event, pretty good chance you don't take it. Deck dependent and also current age dependent, because if you're like already at half health, there's a pretty good chance that you take Apparitions just to get you through Act 2, because they're like pretty good, and you're not current age, you're already at half health. Don't usually do bites as silent, but it does happen sometimes in my life. The thing is, I usually remove strikes in Act 1, and if you're removing like 5 strikes to get 5 bites, that's like pretty good. If you're removing 3 strikes to get 5 bites, that's starting to feel a little iffy. Like I've said, like silent tends to turn the corner and stop taking damage, so the sustain isn't important. Shop relics. Brimstone's really strong on Ironclad. I'm pretty sure. I don't know. It's kind of weird because like you'll buy it in Act 1 and then you find out an hour and a half later whether you win or lose based on like whether you got the right sort of defensive stuff for the heart, because everything else in the entire game is going to be very, very, very easy after you buy it in Act 1. It's possible that the rest of the game isn't actually hard enough to justify buying Brimstone in Act 1, given that it makes the heart substantially more dangerous. But I doubt it. Doubt it. And Ironclad can like build toward a late game thing that is stronger, given that he has Brimstone. So you can, you know, fight more elites to get more stuff, for example. You can also take more cards that are building towards some sort of infinite engine or massive value engine, and take fewer cards that are like that kill Gremlin Knob, because Gremlin Knob will just die to your strikes because of Brimstone. Or your Whirlwind Brimstone is like, oh, it just kills like everything in the game. Very nice. Shop relics are generally pretty good. Cauldron I've like almost never purchased and almost never will. The time that you purchase Cauldron is when you have a lot of gold and don't have potions, or you have a lot of gold and don't have anything left in the shop to buy and the run's almost over. Those are kind of the times you buy Cauldron. I guess if you're coming up in the Act 4 gauntlet and very specific potions could win you the run, you might click on Cauldron, but it has not been my experience that happens very often. Usually if I'm coming up in that situation, I will already have the potions that will win me the run as well, in my experience. Chemex is like pretty bad on Silent. It's like situationally solid, I guess. The problem is it's very expensive, right? Like, yeah, if you have a Malaise Doppelganger, skew, sure, but like mostly I don't have a skewer, and mostly if I have a Malaise, I already win, and I mostly don't have a Doppelganger. I know I've said the Doppelganger is strong. Like, I take it, but it's a rare card. You don't have it that often. So sometimes Chemical X goes in the deck. Happens on occasion. Clockwork Souvenir is strong. The relevant artifacts you can block with it are Bullet Time, Wraith Form, Speed Potion, Flex Potion if you do need damage. But more often the valuable thing that does is just block one of the enemy's debuffs, like Vulnerable against the Heart or Hex against Chosen in Act 2. Nice things that it does. Valley's Mirror should probably be strong if you're seeing it late game. Like, you should probably have at least one card that would be really good to have two of. Frozen Eyes is like very upset. Frozen Eyes strong. Frozen Eye is actually very similar to well-laid plans, where like you can aim for somewhere above where it's relevant. It's possible. And I'm getting a little bit better at doing that. But like every time you're not quite there, it's going to be very... It's like kind of purple and green. It's like situationally only strong. if you're in a situation where you're like really, really, really doing well in the run, it's no longer really good. It's only good. How Frozen Eye works. Andril, it is possible to purchase this relic, break a shield on an Act 4 elite, and have the artifact charge you just ate up be relevant, and that's kind of it. There are other spots where it's a little bit relevant, but like Handrill tends to be a thing which is okay in fights which are not hard, silent. So it's kind of like Melter a little bit, where like when Melter goes off, like yeah, it sure owns that enemy, but was that enemy hard? Did you need that card to do that thing? Like, what if you just played Glacier and then the enemy couldn't deal damage to you anymore, and then you can kill it like one damage at a time by blinking? I don't know. Yeah, that's kind of how Handrill feels, where like the enemies that it's good against just aren't that relevant. Also, like Terror is really good. Like if you get offered Terror in Act 1, you probably take it. So I don't know. Do you really need 101 vulnerable instead of 99 vulnerable, you know? Waffle strong. The HP is already solid, and the max heal is
often going to open up paths in an act which you wouldn't have been able to go down otherwise. Medkit's situationally solid. It's actually situationally strong, probably, but like the situation. Medkit has a wide distribution of strength. How about that? Sometimes it enables an entire infinite and wins you the run. That's cool. Sometimes it just kind of stops burns from dealing damage to you and procs after image, and then the second time through your draw pile is good, and then you've won. And that's fine. Sometimes you have a deck which just kind of wins the first time through your draw pile, and Medkit doesn't do anything. So the value of Medkit's very dependent on where you're at in the run, and probably you can judge based on what's going on, whether it's good or not. The harder thing to work out is like if you're in like Act 1 before Hexaghost or something like that. And then you're juggling, like, does my deck need to be able to get rid of the burns against Hexaghost, or can I already beat Hexaghost without that? Which is like now you have to do some, like, Hexaghost sorts of math. And then you're also thinking, like, well, as my deck develops, what's the chance that the medkit will be very valuable? And then you're in a different semantic space for picking cards as well, where like acrobatics and tactician have a different value from usual because like nemesis can just die to an infinite even if it gives you a bunch of burns. So that can warp stuff a lot. Can be a lot to understand how everything changes because of it. Membership card I think is strong, and also I think kind of explains itself. I don't think you need to understand anything that I have to say about how to use membership card, right? Orange palettes I think is only strong, but it is strong. It's like strong with slashes of purple, I'm gonna say. Getting rid of your debuffs is nice. It's kind of a little bit similar to Paper Crane, where like this is just a way to get much stronger in fights in ways that like it's a different multiplication box from the other ways to get stronger, and the game's well enough balanced that orange pellets will often take a fight that would have dealt you 10 damage or something and just make it very easily 0 damage, and that's really nice. Also nice with Wraith Form, of course, you can cleanse the debuff, but most of the time if you play a Wraith Form, you're okay. Most of the time if you play a Wraith Form, your dexterity doesn't matter very much, so yeah. 250 gold from Whale into Rarity in the first shop is like one of the strongest starts you can possibly get. Cards are very good. Card rewards are very good. Getting to see 15 cards is incredible. Yeah, this is a very, very, very good relic. Typically picking this if I see it in a shop, at least until the end of Act 2. And probably also in Act, probably even in Act 4, unless there's something else very good. Prismatic Shard's very bad, but take it and have fun if you want. Some cards can be okay. It's kind of like a strike dummy. Again, you don't have to put quite as many cards into your deck to get them. Yeah, it's a strength potion for the elite, right? Strength potion is like fine against the elites, not one of the best, definitely one of the upper half, and now you get one in every fight. That's pretty good. Obviously, it gets better if you have terror. It gets better if you have like sure and stuff. I think that's kind of explanatory. Strange Spoon is like very situational. I do think the situations it's good in explain themselves. It's not good if you have a bunch of blade dances, because you're gonna have a bunch of shivs stuck in your pile, extra pile. But it's good if you have like apparitions. You might think like, oh man, Strange Spoon, I can play my Catalyst more than one time. You don't have to play Catalyst more than one time. Don't worry about that. if you're using Catalyst, if you're using Strange Spoon to try to get like Catalyst, it's like, yeah, that's just not. I don't know. If that has ever been important, then I wasn't there. I'm pretty sure. Did I mention on the specimen? I don't remember if I mentioned on the specimen. Is the specimen even here? Specimen. I thought it was garbage. Did I mention? I don't know. I have had at least one run where the specimen won me the run by letting me poison Awakened one, then Catalyst Awaken one, get a bunch of poison on Awaken one, then Awaken one dies, and the poison transfers to a bird called Alive. And then the bird Lotus dies and back to fun. That's like the one situation I can think of where Specimen is like a legit, real talk good relic. It does also like sometimes if you have like a Noxious Fumes and play against Bronze Automaton or Collector or something like that, maybe that's slightly too harsh to call it garbage. I don't know, it's like very slow. The Abacus is pretty similar to Sundial. Probably the way to think about this is if you're shuffling your deck a lot, probably you're pretty close to infinite, and the things you need to do to be infinite are like draw a bunch of cards, gain a bunch of energy, block to defend yourself, and deal some sort of damage. And so what Abacus and Sundial do is they give you one of those pieces each. Abacus gives you block, Sundial. And so if you have them, you don't have to have the cards to do that. You have the Relic doing it. Which is like fine, but you know, not that relevant if you're not shuffling your deck a bunch. So if you're playing a 40 card deck, probably you're not caring that much about Abacus. I really like Abacus on Defect as just like a value up. Defect, I think, tends to have, at least for me, a smaller deck size than Silent on average, and also has more access to cards which shuffle its deck. So, in particular. Toolbox is very strong, like a bag of prep, kind of. That level of strength. Won't quite call it goated because there's only one card, but it's very. You should typically pick up Toolbox. I think Twisted Funnel is like strong. You'll understand when it's not right to pick up Twisted Funnel, but it's like hard for it to be bearable. Just dealing a lot of damage in fights where you need damage, and damage is clearing artifact charges for you. Like we talked a bit about how you might want to beat the Act 4 elites with Piercing Whale, and so you need to get rid of the artifact charges, right? So that kind of thing can happen. And then in the like late game fights where you want Catalyst or something, well, poison's there, you can triple it, right? So it's actually damage which goes well against Slavers and against the heart. Kind of cool. I have talked about Silent for so long. So there's definitely lots more to say. I think earlier in the video I said I could easily talk about Silent for 100 hours, and I have not left this feeling like that's untrue. I do, however, want to eat dinner and have what was it I said in that meme video? No longer wanted for the pleasures of the human flesh or something. Mortal flesh, maybe. I do want for the pleasures of the flesh. Like a glass of water, for example. So, I hope you've enjoyed this. It is currently January 22nd as I finish this. This one took a little bit longer than Ironclad because I was out for the like holiday break and then I had to get back in the swing of things. So currently, as this goes up, I'm in Defect month. I'm enjoying playing Defect less than Ironclad and Silent, but still okay. My issue with Defect is Defect's simultaneously a very complex and intricate character, but also like the ways you win are just the same every single time, and it's my mind. Like, get Recycle and you can go infinite. Cool. You get Defragment, block all the enemy cross door. Cool. The number of runs with Defect where it's like, oh, I'm doing something different from the strongest things on the character, and it actually feels like it's like an interesting run. Just doesn't feel like it's very high to me. So that's like Defect kind of. Yeah, I don't know. Defect feels like it's very painful to put bad cards in your deck at the start of the run, and then same thing, and it's kind of all down. I don't know. Sometimes you do fun things with like heat hours. So that's what I'm up to right now. I spent a lot of time like trying to fight every elite with like Beam Cell in my deck and Claw, and okay, I just played it strong, and I've won my last like 5 or 6. So you know, if you want to see defect runs, those are on stream. Will be up on the YouTube channel too. And other than that, I'll see you around, as you can expect the video where I talk about defect for probably less time than this. A month or so from now. And then not that long after that, Slay the Spire 2 will be out. But tuning in. Bye-bye!